A young man named Li Shimin walks down an alley, frustrated. He's just been kicked out by his landlord for not being able to pay rent, making him homeless. Li Shimin, a B-list author, checks his empty pockets in despair. His newest book was a failure, and he has no income. He wonders how he'll survive. He looks at the crumpled bills and few coins in his hand, wondering if his only option left is to wash dishes for a living. Letting out a heavy sigh, Li Shimin looks up at the sky, feeling the full weight of his desperate situation. Just as he's about to give up, his eyes land on a sign for a lottery house. A spark of an idea crosses his mind. Figuring he's already at rock bottom, Li Shimin decides to gamble his last few yuan. He walks into the shop and asks the boss for a 5 yuan scratch ticket, leaving it all to fate. The shop owner, a balding man in a tank top named Boss Wong, sits behind the counter smoking a cigarette. He gestures to the tickets and asks which one Li Shimin wants. Li Shimin shrugs, saying any ticket will do since he's just trying his luck. Suddenly, Li Shimin's eyes widen in shock. As he looks at the tickets, something strange begins to happen. To his astonishment, glowing blue percentages appear, hovering over the scratch tickets. Some show 0%, while others show a staggering 100%. Li Shimin stumbles back, covering his face. He can't believe what he's seeing and wonders if he's hallucinating from overworking the previous night. He focuses his gaze and sees a clear 100% success rate floating above one of the tickets that Boss Wong is holding out. Completely bewildered, Li Shimin reaches out a hesitant hand, trying to touch the glowing 100% and questioning what this phenomenon could possibly be. While Li Shimin is lost in thought, wondering if he's the only one seeing this illusion, the shopkeeper, Boss Wong, looks on with growing annoyance. A look of contemplation crosses Li Shimin's face. He stares intently at the tickets, a daring thought entering his mind. Should he trust what he's seeing and give it a try? He takes a ticket and scratches it, revealing a prize of 10 yuan. A glint appears in his eyes as he thinks about the possibilities. What if it's real? Convinced, Li Shimin points decisively at the 2 tickets he saw with a 100% success rate. He tells the boss he wants to buy those 2 specifically. After scratching them and winning 5 yuan and 50 yuan respectively, Li Shimin's theory is confirmed. He realizes with a jolt that the numbers he's seeing must be the success rates of the tickets. Overcome with excitement at his newfound power, Li Shimin slams his hand on the counter and eagerly asks the boss for 11 more tickets. To double-check his theory, he grabs a ticket with a 0% rate. He scratches it to reveal a thanks for playing message. This solidifies his belief that the 10 100% tickets are guaranteed wins. The reality of his new ability hits him with full force. His expression turns intense as he exclaims in disbelief. I can actually see the success rates. Seeing the young man's frantic energy, Boss Wong pats him on the shoulder, offering some fatherly advice that gambling is never a good thing and he should learn self-control. Ignoring the advice, Li Shimin, now filled with confidence, slaps his remaining money on the counter and demands 10 20 yuan tickets and 1 10 yuan ticket. Boss Wong looks at him skeptically, a greedy smile playing on his lips as he warns Li Shimin not to waste his last 200 yuan so recklessly. Despite his warning, he happily takes the money, thinking he's just fleeced a naive kid. However, just 10 minutes later, the tables have turned completely. Li Shimin shows a notification of 20,420 yuan received in his account, while Boss Wong stares at his own phone, utterly stunned and speechless at this incredible streak of luck. With a newfound fortune in hand, Li Shimin leaves the shop, ready to explore his new ability. As he walks away from the lottery shop, Li Shimin analyzes his newfound power. He understands that the numbers represent the success rate of the lottery, but the exact amount to be won remains a mystery. A sharp look crosses his face as he thinks to himself that his ability would be even better if he could also see the prize money for each ticket. He muses out loud about seeing the specific chance of winning 100 yuan, which earns him a puff of smoke and an annoyed look from Boss Wong. Boss Wong scoffs, telling him to dream on because no one is that lucky. But his words trigger a sudden realization for Li Shimin. Now with a new idea, he turns back to the counter and points, asking the boss for more of the always-winning scratch tickets. As he looks at a new batch of tickets, he's startled to see the percentages have changed. Now they show values like 150%, 200%, and even lower ones like 10% and 20%. Boss Wong advises him to stop while he's ahead, warning him that luck is a fickle thing. But Li Shimin just clutches the tickets with a greedy, confident smile. Li Shimin puts on a bright, innocent smile, telling the boss that it's okay because he feels lucky. He cheerfully adds that if he doesn't win, it can just be a donation to charity. Boss Wong gets irritated, thinking Li Shimin has gotten arrogant after winning 20,000 yuan. He grumbles, deciding to just wait and see when the kid's luck finally runs out. Li Shimin focuses on a ticket that shows a 10% success rate, ready to test his evolving ability. With a smug grin, he remarks that it seems luck is still on his side, much to the growing fury of Boss Wong in the background. As Li Shimin continues to win, scratching a 20% ticket and getting another prize, Boss Wong starts to have a breakdown. 6 wins in a row. His heart pounds in his chest as he watches in disbelief. Li Shimin calmly points to his latest winning ticket, casually saying it seems he's lucky today with another win, further agitating the stunned shopkeeper. The unbelievable streak continues. He reveals that the 100% tickets win 100 yuan, and the 200% ticket wins 200 yuan. Boss Wong can only watch, completely flabbergasted and sweating. Li Shimin has another breakthrough. He wonders if he can see the chances of winning a specific amount, like 50 yuan. As he focuses on this thought, the percentages floating over the tickets instantly change to reflect his new query. He's figured it out. With a triumphant, cunning expression, Li Shimin realizes the probabilities displayed are based on the specific questions he asks in his mind. A wicked smile spreads across his face as he understands the true potential of his power. If he can reframe his questions correctly, he can completely fool the shop owner and change his destiny. Putting on an act, Li Shimin faces the shopkeeper with a humble expression, simply stating that it seems to be his lucky day. Boss Wong, sweating and exasperated, retorts, "You think your luck will last forever? Your life is like a piece of jade." Li Shimin internally scoffs at the insult, which is slang for having a bad or unlucky life. He thinks to himself that he possesses a powerful artifact. Outwardly, he just laughs it off and cheerfully asks for 20 more tickets. Boss Wong gives him another stern warning, telling him that this is just a lucky streak and he shouldn't let it make him addicted to gambling. Li Shimin waves off the concern with a confident smile. He reminds the boss that he already won 20,000 yuan and questions who could predict if he'll win the next 20 lotteries. With a coin in hand, Li Shimin leans over the counter to scratch another ticket, while the shopkeeper flinches back in shock and apprehension. As Li Shimin's coin moves across the ticket, Boss Wong watches with nervous sweat dripping down his face. His eyes are wide, filled with a mixture of hope and dread, anticipating whether this will finally be the moment the kid's impossible luck runs out. The coin methodically scratches away the final bits of the silver coating. The panel closes in on Boss Wong's eyes, which are wide and fixated with suspense, bracing for the result that will be revealed in the next instant. The ticket is scratched, revealing the word nothing. For the first time, Li Shimin has lost. Seeing the losing ticket, Boss Wong lets out a huge sigh of relief, clutching his chest as if a great weight has been lifted. With a smug smile, Boss Wong lectures the kid, telling him that luck comes and goes and can never be relied on. Li Shimin replies with a sly, knowing smile, thinking to himself, luck can't be relied on, but, haha. To sell his act, Li Shimin begins frantically buying and scratching tickets, all of which turn out to be losers, scattering them across the counter. He puts on a show of frustration, clenching his fists and staring angrily at yet another losing ticket. Boss Wong gloats, patting him on the shoulder. "Aish, I already told you. I think you used up all your luck before, and now you've got none left." With a cold, determined look in his eyes, Li Shimin stares down at the pile of losing tickets. His act is complete. He activates his ability, scanning all the tickets on the counter and the discarded ones on the floor. All of them show 0%, except for one single ticket displaying a massive 30,000% success rate. A confident smile spreads across his face. He thinks to himself, "You didn't know that I relied on power, not luck," as he holds the tickets with the ultimate prize. He reveals his strategy. He had intentionally bought tickets with only a 1% chance of winning. Now, he points to the grand prize tickets and tells the boss he wants 20 of them. With a sly look, he confirms his brilliant plan in his mind. He intentionally lost just to ensure the shopkeeper wouldn't get suspicious. Feeling sorry for him, Boss Wong offers to give him back 100 yuan, stating that his luck has dwindled to just 1 out of 10. Putting on a final burst of fake defiance, Li Shimin loudly rejects the offer. "No, shopkeeper, thank you for your kindness. But I don't believe it." He grins, thinking to himself that now, with the shopkeeper completely fooled, it's time to turn things around. Sighing and blowing a smoke ring, The shopkeeper gives up trying to reason with him, muttering, "Haze, just forget it." Suddenly, Li Shimin shouts, "Hey shopkeeper, my luck came back." He holds up a winning ticket for 10 yuan. Boss Wong is initially shocked, then calms down, thinking it was only 10 yuan and not 10,000. Li Shimin excitedly shoves another winning ticket in the owner's face, yelling, "I won again," and startling the poor man. He continues to win, over and over, but complains loudly that they're all small prizes like 10 yuan, with the highest being only 100. Boss Wong watches, utterly bewildered by the strange turn of events. As the pile of small winning tickets grows, Boss Wong nervously taps out his cigarette. He stares at the boy with growing dread and wonders, "Is this kid a devil?" For his final act, Li Shimin clasps his hands in a dramatic prayer. "Spirits of sky and earth, help me. Let's hope I'll win a big prize." Boss Wong sneers, taunting him one last time. "Do you know the chance to get millions of yuan? Your luck is still lacking." With a triumphant grin, Li Shimin holds up the grand prize ticket, exclaiming, "Shopkeeper, I got 15,000 yuan. My luck is really bad." The taunting grin on Boss Wong's face instantly vanishes, replaced by utter shock. His eyes widen in disbelief as he screams, "What?" Li Shimin coolly holds up his phone, showing the Alipay notification for 15,000 yuan received. He turns to the completely frozen shopkeeper and asks with a triumphant smirk, "By the way, boss, what did you just say my luck was?" Boss Wong is left speechless and in denial, muttering, "Nothing. No way," as his trembling hands struggle to light his cigarette. Peeking from behind his counter, he tries to rationalize the situation. He figures that since the odds are set at the factory, and the kid won so many times, the remaining tickets must be losers. Worried about his own business now that all the big prizes might be gone, he tries to coax Li Shimin. "Kid, you're so lucky today. Why did you stop?" Li Shimin glances back at the racks, using his ability one last time. He asks himself what the winning chances are for the remaining lotteries and sees a wall of 0% staring back at him. He politely declines to buy more, saying he thinks it's time to stop and that his luck will probably go down. Internally, he notes that the overall chance of winning in the store has dropped from 30% to just 5%. The boss makes one last greedy attempt, reminding him, "Kid, you already got 35,000 and up. Why don't you try again?" Switching tactics, Li Shimin puts on a virtuous face and preaches about being diligent and thrifty, which only makes Boss Wong grit his teeth in frustration. With a final wave, Li Shimin says he's satisfied with his winnings and thanks the boss for his kindness before leaving. As he walks away, leaving the stunned shopkeeper behind, he thinks about the good profit he made and begins to wonder if his power can be used for things other than just the lottery. Approaching the automatic glass door of the shop, he playfully tests his ability, wondering what the chances are of opening it. As his hand gets close to the sensor, a glowing 100% appears, confirming his suspicion. A spark of excitement shines in his eyes. He smiles as he realizes the possibilities are endless. There are success rates for everything. Suddenly, his vision is flooded with glowing percentages, showing the probability of various outcomes happening around him. Confused and alarmed, he shouts, "What? What's this?" A 10% chance of danger appears directly in his path. Acting on pure instinct driven by his ability, he leaps backward just in time, narrowly avoiding disaster as Boss Wong watches in confusion. A moment later, a large husky crashes right through the glass door, shattering it into pieces. The 0% chance was for him to remain unharmed if he stood still. Li Shimin exhales in relief, having avoided the reckless dog. He mutters about how annoying the dog was and how he almost got hit, while the husky sits among the glass, dazed. Thinking he should get out of there quickly, Li Shimin turns to leave, but the startled Boss Wong has other ideas. A shocking realization dawns on Boss Wong. Wait, how did he know he had to avoid it? His mind leaps to an incredible conclusion. Is he a god? In a state of shock and awe, Boss Wong lunges forward and grabs Li Shimin's arm, shouting, "You! Don't leave!" Caught off guard, Li Shimin gets nervous, a drop of sweat rolling down his face. Shit, he thinks. Is he suspicious? The shopkeeper, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and reverence, stammers, young man, how did you know?" Li Shimin realizes his preternatural dodge was too strange to be ignored. He thinks to himself that he needs a plausible explanation for his actions. Thinking fast, he decides to use his power to find the best excuse. With a determined look, he asks himself, "I'm a fortune teller myself. What are the success rates in fooling the shop owner?" A 50% success rate appears above Boss Wong's skeptical face. Li Shimin knows that's too risky. He needs a more convincing story. He refines the lie, adding more detail. What about a fortune teller who has been in my ancestral lineage? He asks his power. But the chance of success remains at a shaky 50%, leaving him to figure out the perfect words to escape the situation. The success rate of fooling the old man is only 64%. He is still skeptical. Li Shimin, with a confident smile, introduces himself. Boss, actually, I'm a fortune teller. He boasts, don't compare us to crooks under the bridge. We're from the Zhou dynasty. We've been around for 2,000 to 3,000 years. The shop owner scoffs, taking a drag from his cigarette. Bullshit. Young man, I'm a firm believer in science. I don't believe in ghosts. He continues his tirade. Besides, if your family's been around for 2,000 to 3,000 years, it should be famous. Why have I never heard of it? The success rate of convincing him drops. Li Shimin retorts, getting agitated. Above your head, that frame, it's metaphysics, not science. He tries to explain. It's been in my family since ancient times. They never took part in the change of dynasties, so their reputation wasn't high. The shop owner looks astonished. Li Shimin's explanation seems to be working, as the success rate starts to increase. Game on, he thinks. Li Shimin presses his advantage. Shop owner, you've already seen my fortune-telling skills, he says, gesturing to the discarded winning lottery tickets. The success rate jumps to 80%. The shop owner is in disbelief. What? Don't tell me? With a knowing smile, Li Shimin confirms the owner's unspoken thoughts. That's right. Li Shimin explains. I've just figured out my fortune, and I've won the lottery, so I decided to stop because the heavens have turned against me. The 10 that didn't win were an omen. The success rate climbs to 90%. I see. No wonder you have such luck. Winning 20,000 on scratch lotteries like that. Suddenly, Li Shimin appears back at the shop by a shattered window. I had a bad feeling when I walked out of here, so I did a quick fortune-telling and found out I could be killed. That's why I ran back. Completely convinced, the shop owner grabs Li Shimin's hands. Young man, no master. How much for your services? I need you to divine something. Li Shimin is initially taken aback, but then a sly grin spreads across his face. This is a good chance to test my skills, he thinks. Li Shimin explains. No need for payment. Our skills are highly tied to karma and retribution, so my streak just now will affect your business in the future. There is a price for everything. Tell me, boss, what do you want me to divine? The shop owner eagerly asks. I would like you to see my financial future. My old home is getting demolished soon, but we haven't discussed compensations. Can you tell me, what is the maximum amount they will agree to? Li Shimin coolly asks. What is an ideal price for you? The owner replies. It's a 200 to 300 square meter house. 1 square meter would be around 10,000. Li Shimin closes his eyes to focus and says, I got it. He begins his calculation. What are the odds that they would pay 2 million as compensation for the shopkeeper? The success rate is 100%. Then, what are the odds that they would pay 3 million? The success rate for 3 million is also 100%. Li Shimin pushes further. What about 4 million? He pushes the limit even further, wondering. Ay Dios mío, what about 5 million? After testing the upper bounds, Li Shimin thoughtfully considers the optimal number. 4.5 million? The shopkeeper stares blankly, speechless at the numbers Li Shimin has been testing. A close-up on Li Shimin's eyes reveals his intense concentration and confidence. The shopkeeper snaps out of his daze, eagerly asking, Master, have you got it? Li Shimin lays out the odds with a smirk. Shopkeeper, if you asked for 4.3 million, they won't hesitate. For 4.5 million, there is an 80% chance. For 4.8 million, there will only be a 50% chance. The owner is flabbergasted by the amount. 4 million. So much. Master, are your calculations correct? Li Shimin shines with confidence. If you don't believe me, you can call them right now and try. He thinks to himself that this is the perfect time to test his new Midas touch. Nervously, the shopkeeper agrees. Yes. I'm dialing right now. While Li Shimin watches with a calm, knowing look. 1 minute later, the shopkeeper looks at his phone in utter disbelief. They actually agreed. Unbelievable. Overjoyed and completely convinced, the owner grabs Li Shimin's hands, exclaiming, Master, you are a true master of divination. Feeling a debt of gratitude, the owner says, Karma and retribution, this is one hell of a karma you gave me, master. What about this? Let me give you 300,000 as compensation. Li Shimin tries to play it cool, saying, well, you see. But inside he's screaming, 300,000. Jackpot. A bank notification confirms the deposit of 300,000 yuan. Li Shimin feigns modesty. Oh my, you shouldn't have, as he accepts the money. Internally, he's ecstatic. 300,000 just like that. Awesome. I just cracked the code of life with this. The grateful shopkeeper waves his hands. No problem, no problem. As Li Shimin leaves, the owner respectfully sees him off. Goodbye, master. Walking away, a sinister grin spreads on Li Shimin's face. This is too good. As long as I use this gold mine properly, I can definitely climb up to the top of the world. As he walks down an alley, Li Shimin stumbles upon a husky rolling playfully on the ground near the shop with the broken window. He mutters in annoyance. What is this stupid dog still doing here? Looks like a purebred. Has someone lost it? A 100% success rate appears above the goofy dog as it rolls around with its ball. Feeling generous after his big win, Li Shimin speaks to the dog. Since you helped me earn big back then, why don't I help you find your master? The husky happily bites its green tennis ball. With a flick of its head, it throws the ball high up into the sky. The ball ricochets off a power line and comes flying back down, right towards an unsuspecting Li Shimin. The husky watches with a goofy, proud expression. The ball ricochets and smacks him right in the forehead with a loud PLAP. Fuck. That hurt, he yells in surprise and pain. Clutching his throbbing head, Li Shimin stares at the blissfully unaware husky. Urgh, he groans. What sort of torment does its owner go through every day? Despite his frustration, he knows he still has to find the dog's owner. Frustrated after getting hit, Li Shimin kicks a stray can. This is stupid, but I still got to find its master. But where? He wonders as the husky nuzzles his leg. Suddenly, the husky bolts, barking wildly and creating chaos as it runs down the street, startling pedestrians. Li Shimin realizes the dog seems to be running somewhere specific. Is he looking for his master? Let me follow him. 3 minutes later, the chase leads them to Central Park, where the husky runs toward a beautiful girl with purple hair sitting on a bench, absorbed in her phone. This is Di Qingqing. A close-up shows Di Qingqing's pretty face, a smug and self-satisfied smile playing on her lips. Li Shimin is instantly love-struck, blushing as he thinks. This babe, damn, she's at least a 9. He immediately uses his ability, wondering, what are the odds of this babe being the dog's owner? The success rate flashes at 100%. Damn, its owner is actually such a pretty babe. I'm in luck, he thinks. He can't believe his good fortune. I only wanted to make some money from looking for its owner while testing out my skill. I didn't expect to get the chance to talk to such a beauty. Suddenly, Di Qingqing strikes a pose and snaps a selfie, making a peace sign. The action startles Li Shimin. Li Shimin is completely bewildered. She's too chill. She's even in the mood to take selfies after losing her dog. A glamour shot highlights Di Qingqing's charming and playful personality. She finally looks up and sees the husky by Li Shimin. You own a husky too? It looks just like my dog Oreo, she says with surprising innocence. Li Shimin is dumbfounded by her obliviousness. Duh, it's yours. I don't think you're the sharpest tool in the shed, he thinks, as the dog barks happily. Di Qingqing continues her clueless comparison. Even the barking sounds the same, but my Oreo is slightly cuter, and your husky looks a little dumb. My Oreo is much smarter. Our Oreo eats 500 tons of dog food. Its fur is in much better condition than your dog's too. All the while, Li Shimin can only cough in disbelief. Coughing, Li Shimin comes to a conclusion in his head. This girl was actually born dumb. Still petting the dog, she finally turns her attention to him, asking, Yes? Tired of the conversation, Li Shimin points and says, If I'm not wrong, this is your Oreo. She laughs it off, replying, Haha, what a bad joke. My Oreo is securely leashed on the bench. Her voice trails off as they both turn to look at the bench, where only a broken, empty leash is tied. Their faces fill with shock as reality sinks in. Li Shimin holds up the other half of the chewed-through leash, proving the dog's escape. 5 minutes later, a deeply embarrassed and blushing Di Qingqing apologizes profusely. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much, she says, after adding Li Shimin as a new friend on her phone. Li Shimin smiles and brushes it off. No problem. It's good that you found your dog. A close-up on his eyes shows him comically lamenting his romantic status with the words, forever alone. But as he checks his phone, his initial lamenting is replaced by excitement as he sees he successfully added her. He scrolls through her profile, looking at a selfie she just posted, and thinks, FCK. It's my first time friending a beauty. I really made the right decision to come. His happy scrolling continues until he lands on a photo album titled Oreos Daily. The images show a montage of the husky chaotically destroying pillows, toilet paper, and bras. The scene confirms his earlier suspicions and provides a glimpse into the daily chaos of owning Oreo. Lee Shimin stares at the pictures of the destroyed room, a vein throbbing on his forehead in silent frustration. He tells a blushing Di Ching-Ching, "Your husky is way too wild. It's like he's tearing down the entire house. I would have already been chased out by the landlord." He sighs, admitting his own predicament. "But I'm in no position to criticize you. My rented room's lock was replaced today. Now I have nowhere to go." Di Ching-Ching casually replies, "Why do you even rent a house? Isn't it better to have your own? I'm going off." She waves goodbye and walks away with her husky. Her words spark an idea. Right. Now that I have this probability skill, why do I still think about paying rent? It's easy to buy a house once you're rich. Now motivated, Lee Shimin walks down the street pondering. How do I become rich and buy a house? I don't have enough. I need to think of a quick way to make money. A quick way to make money. Lottery? Stocks, he thinks, just as his eyes land on a sign for an antique market. His face lights up with a brilliant, slightly greedy smile as he gets an idea. "Antique collections," he exclaims, as the scene opens to an ancient-looking market street, bustling with people. As he walks through the market, vendors are shouting out their deals. One claims to have a newly collected Tang Sankai pottery that will bring instant profit. He's bombarded by offers from all sides, with vendors hawking everything from Han Dynasty jade to Northern Songs porcelain, all trying to get his attention. The other shopkeepers watch him, snickering to themselves. This fella is definitely a novice. Look at his presentation. He looks brainless and lost. Feeling overwhelmed, Lee Shimin squats down. These jerks definitely take me as a novice that can be easily conned. All these scammers. Another vendor sidles up to him. "Hey kid, these are antiques inherited from my ancestors. My surname's Lee, and apparently an ancestor of mine is the poet Lee Shimin." Lee Shimin plays along, smiling innocently. "Boss, you don't have to bother me. I'm just looking around." But inside, a cunning grin forms. But no one can imagine that this novice here has golden fingers. I definitely won't be easily conned. He activates his ability on the vendor's stall, and to his surprise, the odds of getting a real deal successfully show as 100%. He becomes suspicious as the vendor smirks. Does that mean these are real? It can't be. Something doesn't feel right. No, he realizes. My understanding of antique collection must be wrong. They might be authentic, but who knows what era they are from. They might not be valuable at all. He cleverly decides to refine his power. I need to limit the success rate. What are the odds of getting something valued at 10K and above? The result is a disappointing 0%. He tries again, lowering the threshold. How about getting something valued at 5K? Still 0%. His ability now displays multiple filters. He sees a bracelet from the Ming period is 100% authentic, but the chance of it being worth 300 has only a 5% success rate. He points and asks, "Boss, how much is this?" The vendor's eyes light up. "Young lad, you have sharp eyes. This item is my most valuable antique. Even Tsishi played with it. Since we have a bond, 20K. Lee Shimin is struck with disgust and disbelief as the vendor's price of 20,000 flashes in his mind, contrasted with the item's low real value. He stands up and walks away. What trash? Its value isn't even guaranteed to be 200, and he still wants to con me. The scammer desperately calls after him. "Hey little bro, don't go. Let me give you a discount. How about 10K? Lee Shimin doesn't even look back, swiftly walking away and leaving the shouting, flustered vendor behind. In a street notorious for its scammers, a young man named Lee Shimin navigates cautiously. He's determined not to get cheated, deciding to only consider items with a value of at least 10,000. Lee Shimin approaches a stall run by a portly man with a fan, wondering what the odds are of finding something worth 10,000 here. A holographic display, visible only to him, shows a 10% chance. Curious, he mentally raises the stakes, checking the probability for an item worth more than 20,000. Still 10%. He pushes his luck further, querying the chance for something valued above 30,000. The chances for items valued at 20,000 and 30,000 remain a steady 10%. He tests one last time for an item worth 50,000, and the probability is still 10%. A manic grin spreads across his face as he realizes he's stumbled upon a hidden gem. The stall owner, a man named Old Wong, watches him, feeling a bit nervous. Old Wong's nervousness quickly turns into a smug grin. He thinks Li Shimin is just a novice, an easy target for a scam. He begins his sales pitch, claiming to be a decent businessman, unlike the other con artists who scam people with high prices. As Old Wong presents a fan, Li Shimin's ability shows a big fat 0%, confirming the item is worthless. Without hesitation, Li Shimin slaps the man's hand away, rejecting the worthless item. His eyes land on a dusty green bronze goblet. The system interface lights up. Value 500K, success rate 100%. With a confident smirk, he points and declares, "I want this." Li Shimin smirks confidently. He's no ordinary novice. With his unique probability skill, he can easily pick out valuable antiques and is destined to become a first-tier collector. This, he thinks, is the beginning of his legend. Old Wong, however, is completely baffled. He scoffs internally, thinking the kid is too naive. He knows for a fact that 9 out of 10 of his bronzes are fakes, fresh out of the oven. He can't believe someone would want such trash. A sly grin plays on Li Shimin's lips. He realizes the old man is trying to seize the opportunity to raise the price on the wrong items. He quickly slaps his own face, chiding himself for letting his eager expression show. He's become too confident since getting his ability and needs to play it cool. Old Wong, seeing his chance, tries to redirect the conversation. "Sigh, little buddy, you're really greedy. But let me tell you something first. Take a look at this porcelain vase." The owner continues his pitch. "Collecting antiques requires affinity and good eyes. I see you have great affinity, so I'll give you my honest opinion. Look at this vase, it's very well polished and bright." He gestures to the bottom of the vase, adding, "And look at the round finish at the base, it's pure handicraft." He taps the side of the vase with his finger. "And listen to this sound, it's clear." Old Wong names his price with a flourish. "It's not expensive, just 50,000. He leans in, promising, "Once you resell it, you'll most likely make a fortune out of it." Li Shimin grows irritated. He can't believe this fatty is still trying to sell him a trashy vase instead of discussing the price of the goblet he actually wants. Then, a thought strikes him with the force of lightning. The only explanation is that the boss himself doesn't know he owns an item worth at least 500,000. This changes everything. Armed with this new realization, Li Shimin calmly clears his throat. "Ahem, boss," he begins. "I agree that collecting antiques requires affinity. While this porcelain vase is decent, I just have no affinity with it." His polite refusal leaves Old Wong speechless and sets the stage for his real move. Li Shimin casually picks up the bronze goblet. "But," he says, interrupting the seller's train of thought, "I think this goblet looks pretty good." Old Wong looks on, stunned. A smile spreads across Old Wong's face, seeing an opportunity. "Little buddy, you're interested in this bronze goblet?" he asks eagerly. His smug expression returns as he compliments Li Shimin. "You have great eyes." Old Wong begins to spin a new tale. "This is a treasure I dug out from my hometown, 8K. If you really want it, I'll sell it to you at its original price." He confidently states his price. No more and no less. "How's it?" Li Shimin can't help but grin, knowing the goblet in his hand is worth 500K, not the 8K the seller is asking for. He thinks to himself that 8K is just peanuts compared to 500K. This confirms that the seller doesn't know the true value. Just to be sure, he decides to check the likelihood of him knowing. The probability is a clear 0%. As I expected, Li Shimin thinks with a smirk. With his probability skills, the seller's attempts at hiding his thoughts are futile. Now Li Shimin schemes on how to slash the price. He plans to pretend to be a poor novice, confident that as long as he knows the seller's baseline, he'll win the negotiation. First, he decides to use his probability skills to find out the seller's absolute bottom line. He asks his ability, "What is the probability of buying this goblet at 4K? The result is 100%. Li Shimin is shocked. "What the fuck? 100% for 4K? How about 2K? He wonders. He's stunned to see a 100% probability for both 4K and 2K. He pushes his luck one last time, checking the odds for 1K, which drops to 80%. Li Shimin decides not to push his luck too far. "Forget it, I shouldn't be too greedy. 2K it shall be," he resolves. He starts the negotiation, feigning disappointment. "Boss, 8K is a little too high. Are you able to lower the price?" Old Wong scoffs. "Ayaya, such a good item. 8K really isn't expensive." He internally justifies his price, thinking that even though he got the items for cheap, it was still his blood, sweat, and tears. Switching tactics, Old Wang smiles generously. Since you seem to have such a good affinity, name a price. Li Shimin holds up 2 fingers and declares, 2K. Old Wang is completely taken aback by the lowball offer. The boss is annoyed, thinking that this brat is ruthless with his haggling. However, he also knows that the fake goblet is hard to sell, even for 2K. Li Shimin presses his advantage. How is it? If you don't want to sell it, then forget it. The boss remains silent, weighing his options. Old Wang finally caves. 2K it shall be then. He tries to save face by adding, actually, I spent 8K on 2 items. The other was sold to a beautiful lady yesterday. With a triumphant grin, Li Shimin accepts the boxed goblet from the defeated seller. His phone buzzes, confirming the successful transaction of 2,000. Li Shimin confidently walks away, leaving Old Wang amidst his collection of fakes. As he walks away, a triumphant grin spreads across Li Shimin's face. I made a fortune, he thinks to himself, clutching the real treasure. Meanwhile, back at the stall, Old Wang has the exact same thought. A smug, greedy smile appears on his face as he thinks, I made a fortune, completely unaware that he was the one who was truly scammed. Old Wang is ecstatic, gloating to himself. He believes he just sold an item bought for a few bucks for 8K, easily passing off trash at the price of an antique. He sneers with contempt, thinking, a mere novice trying to collect antiques. Watching Li Shimin walk away, he thinks to himself, this dummy, 2K is such a great deal. He boasts to the neighboring stall owner. Yesterday, there was a lady who spent 9K on a wine pot, and today, another brat spent 2K on a goblet. The seller is still wittier than the buyer. Money just rolls in easily. His neighbor looks at him with disdain, replying, what's there to flaunt? The neighbor then points to an approaching woman. Aya, Old Wang, isn't that the lady whom you scammed 9K out of yesterday? Old Wang looks over, startled. His neighbor continues to needle him. She isn't possibly here to find trouble from you, right? Old Wang brushes it off, saying, that's none of my business. The money and the goods are separate issues. But as the woman Jingqing stands before him, he gets nervous and blurts out, my shop's a small business. There's no refund once an item is sold. Jingqing isn't listening. She scans the stall with a worried expression and asks, it's gone? How come it's gone? Old Wang, completely oblivious, holds up a small container and asks, what's gone? Jingqing's expression turns serious. Where's the bronze goblet? She demands. I'll spend 10K, no, 50K to buy that goblet. Old Wang is absolutely floored, stammering. How much? The number 50K rings in his ears as he looks toward the direction where Li Shimin disappeared. He begins to sweat, the horrifying realization dawning on him. Is that goblet really that valuable? How did that novice know? Jingqing, misinterpreting his stunned silence, grows impatient. Why is this fatty stalling? Is he trying to raise the price? She wonders. She leans in, her voice firm. If that's not enough, I can go higher. The price rapidly escalates as she shouts. What about 60,000? No. 70,000? 80,000. The neighboring stall owner is completely speechless, his mouth agape at the absurdly high offers. Each new offer feels like a punch to Old Wang's gut as he calculates the fortune he just lost. Furious at his silence, Jingqing yells, hey shopkeeper, are you deaf or something? The pressure is too much. Old Wang finally breaks down, clutching his chest in agony. Oh Lord, the scammer is now scammed. My 800,000 yuan. His neighbor bursts into laughter. Haha, Old Wang, this is the first time I am awed by a sales transaction. 80,000 yuan for a heap of trash you got for 300. In a desperate last-ditch effort, Old Wang grinds out an offer. How? How about 100,000? To his shock, Jingqing immediately agrees. Deal. 100,000 it is. The finality of the deal, and the magnitude of his loss, is too much for Old Wang to bear. He collapses on the spot. The neighbor, ever the opportunist, immediately turns to Jingqing. Hey Missy, let me tell you, Old Wang here has sold the goblet. Guess how much for? He asks with a greedy smile. The neighbor shouts the price for all to hear. 2,000. He sold tens of yuan in old trash for 2,000. Jingqing is furious. What? It's been sold. She seethes, while Old Wang remains passed out on the ground. The thought of all that money miraculously revives Old Wang. He scrambles to his feet, shouting, Hold on, Missy, I will get it back. Suddenly, a calm but firm voice cuts through the chaos. An old, scholarly-looking man, Jingqing's grandfather, offers a staggering 300,000? The massive sum leaves both Jingqing and Old Wang completely stunned and speechless. The crowd erupts in whispers. This kid is way too lucky. Old man Li is offering 300,000 for a bronze goblet, they gossip. The neighbor twists the knife in old Wang's wound. Oh my, old Wang, could the bronze goblet they are talking about be the one you had? He asks with faux innocence. Jingqing fumes, thoroughly annoyed. What a bother. This kid will suffer for getting in my way, she thinks. Meanwhile, the esteemed collector, old Li, has found Li Shimin. With a calm demeanor, Li Shimin inspects the goblet and states simply, I'm not selling. Old Li looks at the young man, silent and contemplative. The crowd is shocked by his refusal, accusing him of daylight robbery. Unfazed, Old Li raises the bid. What about 350,000? The ever-increasing price is too much for old Wang to handle. He spits a mouthful of blood as the agony of his monumental loss becomes physical. Old Li makes his final offer with a smile. For 100,000, I won't go any higher. Li Shimin matches his smile, still looking confident. With a theatrical sigh, Li Shimin places the goblet back in its box, pretending to end the negotiation. Old Li stops him, amused. Don't be a hasty young man, he says, taking the box. Name your price. Li Shimin looks the old man in the eye. You're an expert old master, and I would like to be your friend, he says, shifting the dynamic. With a charming smile, he names his price. So what about 500,000? His ability confirms it's a done deal, showing a 100% success rate. Impressed, Old Li agrees. Kids sure are something. All right, I'll be your friend. The sound of 5 to 500,000 echoes in old Wang's head, the final nail in his coffin of regret. Now reduced to a weeping mess in the crowd, old Wang listens as people comment on how gutted the original seller must be. Another onlooker approaches him, asking with a grin, Why the long face, old Wang? Could it be? Through his tears, old Wang tries to save a shred of dignity. Nonsense, I've been doing this for so long, how could I sell it for such a low? His voice trails off in despair. Just then, Jingqing steps forward, interrupting the deal with a shout. 550,000. I offer 550,000. Li Shimin turns his attention to her, a playful smirk on his face. He's clearly impressed, thinking, clear skin, pretty face, long legs, this Chiquita is the whole package. Ah, my goddess. He reflects that before gaining his ability, he wouldn't have even dared to look at a rich, beautiful girl like her. Li Shimin smirks, thinking to himself that with his newfound ability to see probabilities, picking up attractive women would be incredibly easy. Nearby, a beautiful woman named Jingqing looks on with disgust, wondering why this creep is staring at her. She internally complains that she has to be there to get a specific goblet to appease her angry grandfather. Li Shimin, holding the very goblet Jingqing is after, uses his power and sees she has a 100% probability of wanting to buy it. He wonders if he can make her pay more. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparks in Li Shimin's mind. He spots the original seller, old Wang, in the crowd and loudly exclaims that the goblet he bought for a mere 2,000 yuan is actually worth over 550,000. The crowd immediately recognizes old Wang and starts mocking him for missing such a treasure and selling it for almost nothing. Overwhelmed by the public humiliation, old Wang crumbles in despair. Having heard the true value, Jingqing angrily confronts Li Shimin, demanding if he's going to sell it for 550,000 or not, but he just gives her a smug grin. Just then, an elderly man in traditional green robes appears, also interested in the goblet. Li Shimin calmly tells Jingqing she's being unreasonable, as he was already negotiating with this man first. Jingqing confidently retorts that since no money has exchanged hands, the deal isn't sealed yet, meaning she can still make an offer. The elderly man, Old Li, observes Jingqing, thinking to himself that her pompous attitude seems strangely familiar. Li Shimin breaks into a cold sweat, caught in the middle of the tense standoff between the two determined buyers. Playing it smart, Li Shimin steps back with a smile, suggesting that since he's not the one buying, the two of them should negotiate amongst themselves. Jingqing smirks, suspecting that Li Shimin and Old Li are working together in a classic ploy to artificially hike up the price. Thinking she's being played, Jingqing starts a bidding war with Old Li. The price quickly escalates from 560,000 to 570, then 580, until a final bid of 600,000 is declared. As Old Li is about to bid 700,000, he has a sudden realization. He stops and asks Jingqing if she is related to an old codger named D. Menon. Jingqing's attitude completely changes as she smiles brightly and confirms that D. Menon is her grandfather. Old Li bursts into laughter, exclaiming what a small world it is. He reveals that he is a friend of her grandfather and realizes she must have been sent to get the goblet for him. Old Li introduces himself as Li Weigua, a history professor and colleague of her grandfather. Jingqing recognizes him as her grandfather's old friend Li, and the two happily catch up, forgetting about the auction. Feeling ignored, an annoyed Li Shimin interrupts their reunion, impatiently asking if they still intend to buy the goblet. Jingqing turns back with a look of determination and gives a firm yes. With the deal settled at 600,000 yuan, Jingqing cheerfully leads Old Li away, promising to arrange for him to have tea with her grandfather. Li Shimin watches them go, bemused by the turn of events. A moment later, Li Shimin's phone beeps. A notification from his bank confirms that 600,000 yuan has been deposited into his account. Looking at his account balance, Li Shimin grins. Even though his initial valuation was slightly off, he still managed to flip the item for 300 times what he paid for it. He revels in the feeling of being a millionaire thanks to his Midas touch. As he hands the boxed goblet to Jingqing, he can't help but feel like a true anime protagonist with his newfound powers. Feeling bold from his victory, Li Shimin decides to press his luck further, cheekily asking the beautiful Miss D for her WeChat contact. Instead of asking directly, Li Shimin tries a smoother approach, telling Jingqing that since she's so interested in antiques, he'll give her a call the next time he finds a valuable item. Jingqing is disgusted by his attempt. In her mind, she sees him as a ridiculous frog trying to eat swan meat, an expression for someone punching far above their weight. Undeterred, Li Shimin tries to get her attention again with a casual, "Hey girl," which only infuriates her more. She whirls around and yells back at him, angrily asking who he thinks he is to call her his girl. Clutching the box, she internally scoffs at him, dismissing him as an arrogant kid who just got lucky and thinks he's the son of destiny. With a condescending glare, she challenges his arrogant tone, sarcastically remarking that he talks as if he's older than her. Her challenge piques his interest. Li Shimin decides to test his ability and find out the probability of her actually being older than him. A smug smile creeps across his face. He finds her proud and fiery attitude attractive, thinking to himself that a woman like her is worthy of being with him. Determined to break through her arrogant exterior, he decides to use his success rate ability to show her just how capable he really is. He activates his power, first checking the probability of her being 20 years old. The result comes back as a definitive 100%. Li Shimin notes that he is also 20, with a birthday on September 30th. He begins using his ability to narrow down her birth month, quickly ruling out October, November, and December as they all show 0% probability. He's puzzled by the results, which implies she must be younger than him. This leads him to a startling hypothesis. Could she have been born on the very same day as him? While Li Shimin is lost in his mental calculations, Jingqing's patience runs out. She snaps at him, demanding to know what he's doing. Completely absorbed, he holds up a hand to silence her, telling her to give him a minute while he concentrates. Surrounded by a blue aura, Li Shimin focuses intensely. Using his own birth time of 3:23 p.m. as a reference, he rapidly calculates the probability for different time slots, eliminating them one by one. Suddenly, he figures it out. He erupts in triumphant laughter, marveling at the incredible coincidence that their birthdays are only a minute apart. Jingqing calls him out for wasting her time, but Li Shimin is now ready. He grins, thinking to himself that he's about to completely shatter her arrogant spirit. He decides to toy with her, turning away and saying he's not ready to tell her yet, which only serves to annoy her further. Then, he begins his grand reveal. "I will show you what a real god is," he says, confidently stating that she is 20 years old and was born at the end of September. Jingqing is completely stunned by the accuracy of his statement, stammering in disbelief. Li Shimin savors her shock, smugly asking if she's wondering how he knew. He simply says that it was all calculated. She narrows her eyes, trying to rationalize what just happened. She concludes that he's just being complacent and trying to show off with cheap metaphysical tricks. Trying to regain her composure, she scoffs and turns away, dismissing his impossible knowledge as nothing more than a joke. Seeing her disbelief, Li Shimin knows he has her on the ropes. He decides to deliver the final, undeniable proof, playfully pretending to do one last calculation on his fingers to build the suspense. He then reveals the final, impossibly specific detail. "You were born on the afternoon of September 30th, around 3:30. The statement hangs in the air, leaving Jingqing utterly speechless as the surrounding crowd erupts in murmurs. The crowd begins to murmur, debating whether Li Shimin is a real fortune teller or some kind of fraud. Given Jingqing's shocked face, they can't tell if his prediction was real or fake. The skepticism grows, with one onlooker suggesting that no one can know a person's exact birthday in this day and age. Another man agrees, concluding that Li Shimin must be a pervert who stalked Jingqing to gather her information beforehand. Li Shimin is annoyed to hear the crowd calling him a pervert. He thinks to himself that he'll show them what his true ability is really capable of. As Jingqing begins to walk away, he calls out that he's not finished yet. He then corrects his previous statement, saying her birth time wasn't 3:30, but 3:24. With a look of intense focus, Li Shimin unleashes his final, most powerful move. He declares that she was born at exactly 3:24 p.m. and 36 seconds. Completely shaken by this impossible level of detail, Jingqing pulls out her phone to verify his claim. While the onlookers watch in anticipation, Jingqing makes a call. Li Shimin smirks, casually asking her what's wrong. She urgently asks her mom for her birth time. Her mother replies casually that it was around 3:30 in the afternoon on September 30th, wondering why she doesn't remember. Jingqing presses for more specifics, asking if it was exactly 3:24 p.m. Her mother can't remember the exact minute and says she'll have to find her birth certificate. 3 minutes later, her mother returns with the definitive answer: 3:24 p.m. and 36 seconds. Jingqing is left in a state of absolute shock, unable to respond to her mother's questions. Seeing her stunned silence, Li Shimin can't help but tease her, commenting on how embarrassed he'd be if she keeps staring at him like that. Flustered and angry, Jingqing storms off, muttering that she shouldn't have wasted her time being curious about a guy like him. As she walks away, he casually calls out, trying to downplay his incredible feat by claiming he was just kidding and guessed the whole thing. However, his smug, knowing smirk reveals that he is anything but guessing. His nonchalant attitude infuriates her. She spins around and gets in his face, pointing out that he was accurate to the second and accusing him of treating her like an idiot. Her anger doesn't faze him at all. In fact, he finds her even more attractive when she's mad, thinking to himself that she is truly a goddess-level beauty. He finally drops the act with a grin, admitting that he wasn't kidding and that he had indeed calculated the result. Jingqing eyes him suspiciously, questioning if he is seriously trying to claim he's a fortune teller. Leaning into the role, Li Shimin strikes a classic Taoist master pose in his imagination, arguing that not all fortune tellers are liars and that she has witnessed his methods firsthand. He then pushes his luck, leaning in to make another, far more personal prediction about the color of her underwear. Flustered, Jingqing blushes and tells him to shut up. He continues to tease her, noting that since she never mentioned a boyfriend, she must be single. This is the final straw for Jingqing. She completely loses her temper, screaming at him to stop looking at her and to get away, startling him with her explosive reaction. Her intense reaction sparks a new theory in Li Shimin's mind. He hypothesizes that her outburst means she dislikes men and has never been in a relationship. He quickly uses his ability to check the probability, and a giant 100% flashes before his eyes. He is so shocked by the result that she has, in fact, never been in love that he accidentally says his thoughts out loud. Jingqing, still blushing from his previous comments, catches his remark about her love life. She whips around, her face a mix of anger and embarrassment, and demands to know what he just said. The crowd immediately notices her shocked and flustered expression, realizing that Li Shimin must have said something significant. Li Shimin continues to feign innocence, asking her with a smirk if she didn't understand what he said. Unable to take the public humiliation any longer, Jingqing grabs him by the wrist and yells for him to come with her. She drags him away at a run, leaving the confused crowd of onlookers behind them. In a secluded alley, she slams him against a wall and furiously demands to know how he knows so much personal information about her. He remains perfectly calm and composed, nonchalantly replying that he simply raised his finger and counted, sticking to his mysterious fortune-teller persona. Jingqing, completely flustered, refuses to accept his ridiculous explanation, shouting that it's nonsense. With a taunting smile, he challenges her disbelief and decides to reveal one final piece of information, something so secret it would be impossible to guess. He leans in close, their faces nearly touching, and whispers his most shocking secret yet, that he knows about the 3 moles on her body. He then smugly adds that divining someone's personality isn't easy, implying his abilities are far-reaching. This final, impossibly intimate detail completely shatters her defenses. Blushing and trembling with a mixture of shock and rage, Jingqing is left utterly speechless, unable to comprehend how this stranger could know the most hidden secrets of her body. On Li Shimin's phone, a notification pops up, New friend added successfully. Li Shimin and Di Qingqing part ways. He tells her he'll be in touch if he has any good opportunities for her. With a sly grin, Li Shimin adds that she's also welcome to ask him for fortune-telling advice anytime. As he walks away, humming, he marvels at his newfound ability. The success rate is so powerful that it can even reveal people's secrets. He hadn't expected to run into such a pretty girl, let alone use his success rate ability to see right through her. Suddenly, his eyes widen. Something feels off. He stops in his tracks and sees an old man talking on the phone. He instinctively checks his ability, wondering, what is the chance that Di Qingqing's secret will be discovered at home? He stares in disbelief as the success rate for her secret being discovered starts rapidly climbing from 0% to 20%. He wonders if her secret is already being exposed. His eyes light up as a bold idea strikes him. He realizes that this sudden change must be a direct result of his interaction with Di Qingqing. A wave of panic washes over him. Could that old man he saw on the phone have contacted Di Qingqing's family and exposed everything? The 100% success rate of her secret being exposed crashes down on him. He cries out in his mind, No, I didn't mean for this to happen. Meanwhile, Di Qingqing glances at her phone, unaware of the chaos unfolding. A message from Bai Wu appears on her screen. It's Li Shimin, offering another divination for the price she paid, warning her that her secret is probably already out. Di Qingqing's eyes widen in horror, her hand flying to her mouth in shock. She immediately turns and runs back towards Li Shimin's stall, yelling his alias, Bai Wu. He, however, sits calmly, looking down at his phone. An angry text from her flashes on his screen. Bai Wu, what do you mean? Li Shimin calmly contemplates the situation, figuring her parents should contact her within the next half hour. His eyes narrow as he refines his prediction. Will it be 15 minutes? Or maybe even just 5? He begins typing a response, his abilities interface showing a 100% success rate for his next prediction. He sends the message. Cough, I just calculated it again. Congratulations, your family will contact you in less than 5 minutes. Li Shimin glances over his shoulder, a clinking sound effect emphasizing his anticipation as he watches Di Qingqing in the distance. Right on schedule, her phone rings. It's her mom. Di Qingqing is stunned as her mom tells her to come back home because they have something to ask her. Di Qingqing stands frozen, phone in hand. From a distance, Li Shimin watches and muses that she's got a lot of explaining to do, noting that parents are always a stubborn obstacle in the path of young love. He grins, thinking how much his life has changed since leaving home with his success rate ability. It's a pity, he thinks, that he can't even tease a beautiful girl without it turning into a major incident. Suddenly, Li Shimin is startled by his phone ringing. He answers, slightly annoyed, asking his mom why she's calling so suddenly. His voice echoes in the street as he yells into the phone. A blind date? Mom, I'm only 20. I won't go on a blind date. Later that evening, despite his protests, Li Shimin sits in a cafe. He sighs, figuring that since the appointment was made, he might as well be a gentleman and arrive early. He looks at a picture of his blind date, an elegant woman with blue hair, and muses that even beautiful, powerful-looking women like her need to go on blind dates. Just then, he glances up from his phone, his expression shifting as he notices something. The very same woman from the photo, Mu-Ir, walks through the door, looking stunning. But trailing behind her is a familiar face in a red jacket. It's Di Qingqing. She grabs Mu-Ir's arm, looking shocked to see Li Shimin sitting there. Li Shimin takes a sip of his drink as a sudden, wild thought crosses his mind. As Di Qingqing frantically gestures and talks to Mu-Ir, Li Shimin's ability activates, confirming his suspicion. His blind date is connected to Di Qingqing. He spits out his water in shock. He realizes Mu-Ir's family must have arranged this blind date, and his previous interaction with Di Qingqing has somehow led him into this mess. His ability shows a 100% chance of a dramatic scene unfolding. One person wants to break up, the other wants to stay together. Li Shimin realizes he's stumbled into a soap opera. A close-up shows Mu-Ir's face, her green eyes narrowed with a cold, determined look. She decisively shrugs off Di Qingqing's hand, ignoring her friend's desperate pleas. Li Shimin flinches at the intensity of her glare, thinking to himself that her eyes look like they could kill someone. Mu-Ir walks straight up to his table. You are Bai Wu, right? She asks, introducing herself as Mu-Ir and adding, I think you are a very good man. Before he can even process what's happening, she looks him in the eye and declares, Let's be together. The entire cafe is stunned into silence. A man at a nearby table spits out his drink in disbelief, while Li Shimon's face is a mask of pure shock. In the background, Di Qingqing bursts into tears, calling out, "Sister Mu." Caught between a crying Di Qingqing and a stone-faced Mu Ear, Li Shimon can only think one thing. This is too messy. Mu Ear presses on, asking him directly, "What's your displeasure with me?" Li Shimon panics, waving his hands frantically. No, you are great. Everything," he stammers, thinking to himself that this feels like a classic fairy jump. A beautiful woman falling into his lap, which is usually a sign of a trap. She leans in closer, her tone leaving no room for argument. "I'm being serious, not a joke." Before Li Shimon can process her serious tone, Mu Ear's expression hardens with resolve. She suddenly lunges forward, grabbing the front of his shirt. In one swift move, she pulls him into a tight embrace, leaving him completely stunned. As his mind races to catch up, one frantic thought screams through his head. This is the fairy jump. It's a trap. Li Shimon tries to push Mu Ear away, completely flustered and confused. What now? He thinks. What is this woman trying to do? He looks from her fiercely determined expression back to his own shocked face, the situation escalating far beyond his control. As she holds him, all Li Shimon can feel is pure, unadulterated confusion. From the side, Di Qingqing watches the scene unfold, her face a mask of complete horror and disbelief. In her mind, Di Qingqing feels utterly defeated, as if she's been left alone under a solitary, crushing spotlight. Mu Ear finally releases him and calmly says, "Let's go." Li Shimon, still bewildered, asks, "Huh? Go where?" She gives him a serene smile and replies, "Go to my house and see my parents." As Di Qingqing runs out of the restaurant, Li Shimon notices that Mu Ear doesn't look happy at all. This wasn't a lucky break for him. Something else was going on. His expression hardens as the realization hits him. She's just using me as a shield to make Di Qingqing give up. He stands up, feeling conflicted. He knows he's being taken advantage of, and being at her mercy like this feels deeply wrong. Mu Ear simply stares back at him, her gaze unwavering and challenging. Li Shimon reasons with himself. Without his success rate ability, he wouldn't have known about her connection to Di Qingqing or that she was hiding something. He realizes she is lying by omission. He sits back down, crossing his arms with a defiant look on his face, deciding not to play along. Mu Ear asks him plainly, "Do you want to go?" Li Shimon is internally shaken, wondering if she's actually serious about taking him to see her parents. He checks his ability and is shocked to see a 100% success rate. Seriously, he thinks. Is she not just using me as a shield? Does she really want to find a boyfriend? He continues to puzzle over it. Why would she want to bring him to see her parents? Is it just a ploy to appease them? The undeniable 100% success rate hits him like a series of physical blows, leaving no room for doubt. He calls out her name, Mu Ear. She turns back unfazed. "What?" she asks. "You've gotten what you wanted, and now you want to regret it?" Furious, Li Shimon clenches his fists. "Damn it. You're the one who made the first move. This isn't an advantage I wanted to take." She simply replies, "No, I'm not." Li Shimon is losing his mind. He hasn't even agreed to date her, yet he's been dragged into this mess. He has no idea what Mu Ear is thinking. The scene shifts to a luxurious, modern living room. Mu Ear walks in and cheerfully announces, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Her mother appears, brandishing a feather duster. "Ear, you," she scolds. "Weren't you supposed to go on a blind date? Did you stand him up again?" Mu Ear smoothly gestures to a terrified Li Shimon. "Mom, this is my boyfriend, Bai Wu." Trying to hide his panic, Li Shimon forces a smile and squeaks, "Hello, Auntie." Sweating profusely with a strained grin, Li Shimon mentally kicks himself for being so soft-hearted and getting dragged into this. He decides his only option is to act along with her for now. He glances at Mu Ear, a wry thought crossing his mind. Is this what they call a hero saving the beauty? Mu Ear's mother beams with joy. "Ear, you have a boyfriend? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" A loud voice booms from the back of the house. "What? Really?" As he and Mu Ear are led inside, Li Shimon senses a dangerous presence, as if a knife is waiting for him. A man who can only be Mu Ear's father suddenly grabs Li Shimon, exclaiming how energetic he looks. Li Shimon is frozen with terror. Mu Ear smoothly concocts a backstory, claiming they dated in high school but broke up for their studies, and have only recently gotten back together. Her parents are completely convinced, with her mother noting this must be why her grades slipped senior year. The father enthusiastically pulls the bewildered Li Shimon inside, while the mother waves from the kitchen, promising to cook him a feast. As his parents drag him away, Li Shimon can't believe how enthusiastic they are. In the background, Mu-Ir watches with a faint, amused smile. The father forcibly sits Li Shimin on the bed next to Mu-Ir, telling them to chat while he goes to get some fruit. The situation grows more awkward by the second. Once her father is gone, Li Shimin leans toward Mu-Ir with a mischievous grin and asks if her parents are really her own. He sneakily uses his ability, which confirms with 100% certainty that they are her biological parents, much to Mu-Ir's slight embarrassment. Just then, her mother walks in with a platter of fruit, causing the two to laugh awkwardly. Her father appears right behind her, chastising his wife for interrupting the young couple. Peeking through the doorway, the father gives them a conspiratorial thumbs up and encourages them to continue what they were doing. Blushing, Mu-Ir explains that this is the first time she's brought a boyfriend home, so her parents are a bit overexcited. In the background, her father tells her mother to go prepare an elaborate soup for dinner. Li Shimin's eyes narrow. He feels like he's missing something important about this whole situation. He can't help but wonder, are all parents this enthusiastic and proactive when meeting a potential son-in-law for the first time? Meanwhile, Mu-Ir's parents are shamelessly eavesdropping outside the bedroom door. The father whispers impatiently, "Why is there no movement? This is a great opportunity. Why don't they just go for it?" The mother frets, worrying what might happen if Li Shimin gets fresh with their daughter. Her husband quickly covers her mouth, telling her to be quiet so the child inside doesn't hear them. He grins menacingly, revealing a massive meat cleaver he had hidden. "Don't worry," he says, "I'm already prepared. If that kid really dares to try anything." Back in the room, Li Shimin decides he needs to clear the air. He's been dragged into this mess and wants to understand what's really going on. He takes a step towards Mu-Ir, who is standing by the bed, and begins, "We should." Thinking he's making a move, Mu-Ir startles and quickly backs away from him. Li Shimin holds up his hands with a reassuring grin. "Don't get it wrong," he says. "I mean, let's sit down and talk." Looking embarrassed, Mu-Ir apologizes, explaining that she still needs some time to adjust to their new relationship. Seeing her discomfort, Li Shimin takes a step back. "Oh yes, you are right, sorry," he says gallantly. "If you are really nervous, should I stay away from you first?" Mu-Ir looks up, a blush on her cheeks. "Thanks, but you don't need to," she says, surprising him. I can try to adapt." Li Shimin is struck by her beauty, thinking it would be genuinely nice if she were his girlfriend. He activates his ability and sees an 80% chance that she wouldn't be disgusted if he held her hand. His imagination runs wild. He sees a 76% success rate for hugging her, and then, blushing furiously, he even wonders if he could kiss her. He snaps back to reality, scolding himself. This is all just a ruse to deceive her parents. As a good, single young man, how could he possibly take advantage of the situation like this? He hardens his resolve. He can't let this charade continue. He decides he must force her to be honest with him. He reaches his hand out, about to confront her directly. But in his haste, he trips over his own feet and falls spectacularly, landing face first on the floor in front of her. Hearing the commotion, the door bursts open and her father charges in, brandishing the meat cleaver. "Ear," he yells, "what's happening? Are you all right?" The father takes in the scene, Li Shimin on the floor, Mu-Ir standing over him. He immediately assumes the worst. Mortified, Mu-Ir yells at her father, "Dad, what are you doing?" Her mother quickly grabs her husband's ear, laughing nervously and trying to play it off. Nothing, your dad was just surprised." Li Shimin, still sprawled on the floor, is utterly baffled by the chaotic scene. What is happening, he thinks. Is that a kitchen knife? He's completely lost. "I didn't do anything. I was just dragged into this mess, so why did he rush in with a knife?" After his parents finally leave, Li Shimin lets out a sigh of relief, wiping sweat from his brow. That was close. Continuing from the previous chapter, Li Shimin finds himself in an awkward situation, realizing that his act is not convincing at all. He can tell from the father's expression that the old man doesn't believe he is Mu-Ir's boyfriend. In the living room, Mu-Ir's mother, a woman with curly red hair, scolds her husband. She calls him crazy for grabbing a kitchen knife, asking if he intended to interrogate their daughter's guest with it. The father, however, is resolute in his suspicion. He mutters to himself that even if the boy looks good, he can't risk him having ill intentions towards his precious daughter, Ir. Back in the room, Li Shimin is sweating, thinking about the close call. He feels that pretending to be a boyfriend is a dangerous game, and that no one could possibly understand the pressure he is under. Just then Mu-Ir, a tall, elegant woman with long, dark blue hair, enters the room and asks if he's okay. Li Shimin, deciding he's had enough, declares that this is a family affair and he doesn't want to play this role anymore. He directly addresses Mu-Ir, suggesting they should seriously reconsider their arrangement, implying that it's not too late to back out. Mu-Ir's expression hardens. With a sharp, angry glare, she confronts him, asking if he's already trying to regret their deal. Li Shimin doesn't back down, questioning her judgment. He asks if she seriously thinks they can keep up the act and hide the truth from her parents forever. He continues his lecture, stating that he no longer wants to act with her. He points out that her parents are only acting this way because they care for her, and she is using his acting to deceive them. He advises that the only real solution is to communicate frankly with them. His words hit home, leaving Mu-Ir completely speechless and unable to respond. Feeling cornered, Mu-Ir's demeanor changes from anger to desperation. She grabs Li Shimin's hand, pleading with him to help her just this one time. Li Shimin flinches, letting out a pained hiss as she grabs him, clearly overwhelmed by the escalating situation. Unbeknownst to them, Mu-Ir's parents are peeking through the doorway, startled by the scene unfolding before them. They completely misinterpret the tense conversation. The mother, with stars in her eyes, excitedly whispers that the little couple must be having a quarrel, blaming her husband's earlier actions. The mother suddenly panics. She exclaims that her husband's intimidation with the knife is going to make them break up, and that they have to think of a way to fix the situation. Deciding to leave, Li Shimin walks out of the room, only to run straight into Mu-Ir's parents, who were rushing towards the room in a panic. An incredibly awkward moment of silence passes as Li Shimin and the parents stare at each other, both sides caught completely off guard. Li Shimin quickly decides he can't stay there any longer. He thinks that remaining would only cause more harm than good, and begins to walk away, leaving the confused parents watching him. Just as he is about to leave, the mother rushes forward to stop him. She claims she accidentally got his shoes wet while serving soup, urging him not to put them on. Li Shimin is utterly flabbergasted by this obvious and desperate attempt to make him stay. He can only shout "What?" in sheer disbelief. A dramatic shot shows his perfectly fine shoes are now soaking wet, thanks to the mother's deliberate accident. Mu-Ir arrives at the scene, questioning what her mother just did. Her father joins in, scolding his wife for being so careless and wondering how Li Shimin can go home with wet shoes. With a cunning look, the mother executes her plan, looking at her husband and suggesting that since his shoes are wet, why don't they just let him stay the night? Li Shimin looks on with a tired expression, having already made his intentions clear to Mu-Ir. But now, with his shoes held hostage, her parents are eagerly asking him to stay the night, leaving him cornered. Trapped but not defeated, Li Shimin comes up with a ridiculously convoluted excuse. He politely declines, claiming he must rush off to accompany a patient to the hospital. The niece of his seventh uncle's grandma's son, a person so distantly related it sounds completely made up. Without his shoes, Li Shimin announces his departure and quickly escapes out the door, leaving a stunned Mu-Ir behind. Mu-Ir and her parents are left completely speechless, trying to process the bizarre excuse Li Shimin just gave about his seventh uncle and grandma. Later that night, safely in his own bed, Li Shimin reflects on the chaotic events. He concludes that getting involved in such complicated schemes is too much trouble, and decides that focusing on making money is a much safer and more enjoyable path. He lies back, hoping for good things to come tomorrow. The next day, in an antique market, a chubby stall owner named Boss Wong complains to himself. He grumbles about being scammed by a rookie the previous day, which cost him a lot of money and made him lose face. As Boss Wong is polishing his wares, Li Shimin's shadow falls over his stall. A voice from off-screen, belonging to Li Shimin, asks if he has anything good for sale. Boss Wong immediately puts on a sycophantic, greasy smile, welcoming the potential customer and inviting him to browse his collection. Boss Wong is shocked to see that the customer is none other than Li Shimin, who casually strolls up while munching on a street food wrap. With a smirk, Li Shimin greets the dealer as Mr. Wong and playfully asks if he has gone to the countryside to collect any valuable artifacts recently. Boss Wong's fake smile returns as he claims it's a great coincidence. He boasts that he was out all night collecting many new artifacts and invites Li Shimin to take a look. However, Boss Wong's inner thoughts reveal his true, greedy intentions. He's plotting to offload his fake goods onto Li Shimin, confident that he can make a profit from the seemingly naive young man. Playing along, Li Shimin takes a bite of his food and tells Boss Wong to show him his best products. Boss Wong begins his sales pitch, presenting a set of porcelain vases and a horse statue, claiming it's a valuable find from a rural village. To make his story more convincing, he brags that he spent a hefty 50,000 yuan just to acquire this single set of porcelain. He leans in and whispers his fabricated tale, claiming the villagers told him the items date back to the Sui dynasty and even passed through the glorious period of Wu Zetian. Li Shimin looks thoroughly unimpressed. With a sly grin, Boss Wong tries to reel his customer in, asking him to guess the porcelain's true origin. Li Shimin puts on a show of great excitement, his jaw dropping as he shouts, "From the Tang Sankai dynasty?" Boss Wong enthusiastically confirms the lie, pointing out the supposed workmanship and colors. With Li Shimin seemingly hooked, he adds that since he's a regular customer, he'll get a special price. Feigning complete naivety, Li Shimin's eyes sparkle as he asks the boss how much he's selling these valuables for. Feeling confident in his scam, Boss Wong smirks and turns the question back on him, asking how much a boy like him thinks it's worth. Li Shimin's ridiculously low offer of 60 leaves Boss Wong utterly shocked and offended. Li Shimin clarifies that he will pay 60 yuan for the set. He then begins his counter-scam, praising the skill of the forger and the beauty of the pattern, essentially calling it a high-quality fake. Boss Wong begins to sweat, realizing his bluff might be called. He stammers that Li Shimin is mistaken and that 60 yuan is far too cheap. Li Shimin continues his performance, placing a hand on Boss Wong's chest and declaring with mock sincerity that if he were to buy all this porcelain for a mere 60 yuan, he would no longer have a conscience. Li Shimin's reverse psychology hits its mark perfectly. Boss Wong flinches back, exclaiming in terror that Li Shimin scared him to death, now fearing that his entire scam has been exposed. With a smug grin, Li Shimin pats the flustered dealer on the shoulder, promising not to let him suffer. He then states he will consider a reasonable price, taking full control of the negotiation and preparing to press his advantage. Li Shimin continues his act, standing before the porcelain set and nonchalantly asking if it is truly from the Tang Sankai dynasty, making Boss Wong sweat nervously. Internally, however, Li Shimin consults his special ability. A system window pops up showing a genuine product probability of only 14.28%. He scoffs, thinking that he already knew the items were fakes. But then, something clicks in his mind. His eyes widen in sudden, shocked realization. His mind races as he does the math. 14.28% is roughly 1/7. He wonders if, among the 7 porcelain pieces, one of them is actually a genuine antique. If that were true, it could be worth a staggering 10 million yuan. To confirm his suspicion, Li Shimin focuses his ability again. A new window appears. There are 100% genuine products, 90% worth 10 millions. Armed with this knowledge, he turns to Boss Wong and coolly asks for the price. Boss Wong, completely oblivious to the treasure he possesses, believes his reverse psychology is working. With a sinister grin, he thinks to himself that the deal is done. He lays the trap, telling Li Shimin that since he seems to enjoy the set so much, he can have it for 600,000 yuan, an outrageous price for what he believes are fakes. Li Shimin feigns shock at the high price, while Boss Wong fantasizes about becoming a god of wealth, swimming in the massive profit he is about to make. Seeing Li Shimin hesitate, Boss Wong condescendingly offers a discount, as if doing him a great favor, dropping the price to 500,000 yuan. Barely containing his glee, Li Shimin immediately accepts the offer, saying he will transfer the money right away. The transaction is completed in an instant. Li Shimin shows the 500,000 yuan transfer confirmation on his phone, leaving Boss Wong momentarily stunned that he agreed so easily. Not wasting a second, Li Shimin scoops up all the porcelain boxes and makes a mad dash away from the stall, leaving everyone in his wake completely bewildered. As he watches Li Shimin flee, a horrifying thought begins to dawn on Boss Wong. He breaks into a cold sweat, wondering if there might have actually been a real antique in the set he just sold. He quickly dismisses the idea, trying to reassure himself that it's impossible. He remembers buying the pieces from a well-known replica workshop in a mountain village. His arrogance returns, and he scoffs at the younger generation, thinking Li Shimin is a proud fool who believes he can get lucky like a protagonist in a novel. "You are still too young," he mutters. Boss Wong laughs, gloating over how easy it was to make 500,000. He smugly concludes that a rookie will always be a rookie, and that Li Shimin just lost a fortune for nothing. Just as he settles down to enjoy his supposed victory, a flashy pink Hummer comes screeching to a halt right in front of his stall. A frantic young woman with short black hair and a white and pink hoodie, named Che Xiao Xiao, jumps out of the car and shouts for the boss. With an intense and desperate look, Che Xiaoxiao demands to know where the Tang Sankai artifacts she sold him are, offering to buy them back for 1,000,000 yuan. The offer leaves Boss Wong utterly catatonic. The world fades away, replaced by cute, mocking cat faces as he blankly processes the words. What? 1,000,000. Che Xiaoxiao's desperation grows, and she begins to beg. She explains that one of the porcelain pieces is extremely important to her grandfather and wasn't for sale, pleading with him to sell it back. The reality of his mistake hits Boss Wong like a ton of bricks. His soul seems to float out of his body as he dejectedly explains that he just sold the entire set to someone else. A rival stall owner, having witnessed the whole affair, shouts out, confirming that Li Shimin had just spent 500,000 yuan to buy all the new products from the workshop and congratulating Boss Wong on his massive, ill-fated profit. The rival dealer continues to mock Boss Wong, saying he wishes he could meet such a fool. Oblivious to the disaster, Boss Wong smugly boasts that you have to be persuasive to deal with young people. Finally, the full weight of his blunder crashes down on Boss Wong. As Che Xiaoxiao cries that it's over, he realizes his colossal error, lamenting that he put the real piece on the shelf by mistake and that his own stupidity has led to his ruin. Still in shock, Boss Wong tries to console the crying Che Xiaoxiao with his flawed logic. He tells her not to worry so much, claiming that even if the porcelain was her grandfather's work, it's just a fake after all. His words only enrage Che Xiaoxiao further. She yells at him, revealing that the piece is a genuine Tang Sankai heirloom, an ancestral treasure that her grandfather refused to sell even when offered 10,000,000 yuan. The words 10,000,000 hit Boss Wong like a physical blow, and he can only grimace in agony as the true scale of his catastrophic mistake sinks in. The rival dealer howls with laughter, mercilessly mocking Boss Wong's terrible business sense. He recounts how Wong sold a bronze wine vessel worth 600,000 for just 2,000, and now a 10,000,000 porcelain for 500,000. Desperate, Che Xiaoxiao asks where the buyer went. The completely defeated Boss Wong can only point vaguely down the street. Meanwhile, Li Shimin has found his way to an elegant antique shop called Gu Yun Pavilion. He is sitting with an elderly, white-haired man, Old Li, who is appraising the Tang Sankai camel statue. Old Li examines the piece with a magnifying glass, nodding in approval. He declares that it is in very good condition. He then reveals that he has a camel just like it, a rare antique thousands of years old. He mentions he heard Boss Wong sold it, and for a moment, he suspected his own granddaughter had secretly sold his. The pieces start clicking into place for Li Shimin, a Tang Sankai from the Tang dynasty, exactly the same as the one this old man owns. He realizes he must be holding the old man's lost property. Li Shimin uses his ability one more time. The system confirms with 100% certainty that it is the exact same Tang Sankai. The shock of the confirmation causes him to spit his tea everywhere. Old Li asks if anything is the matter. Li Shimin, flustered, quickly wipes his mouth and claims he just accidentally spilled some water. His mind races, wondering if Boss Wong could have stolen it. But a quick check with his ability confirms a 0% chance of theft, ruling the greedy dealer out. Then the horrifying truth dawns on him. If Boss Wong didn't steal it, then it must have been Old Li's own granddaughter who sold the priceless family heirloom. He stares at the unsuspecting old man, thinking to himself what a terribly wasteful granddaughter he has. Old Li, unaware of the drama, gives his final appraisal, estimating the piece could fetch 12,000,000 at auction. He then makes an offer to buy it back from Li Shimin for 9,000,000. Li Shimin considers the offer. 9,000,000 is an astronomical profit, and he recognizes that the antique rightfully belongs to this old man anyway. With a gracious and knowing smile, Li Shimin decides to do the right thing and agrees to sell it back. Delighted with the outcome, Old Li says, "It's good," and reaches into his pocket to pull out his business card. He hands the card to Li Shimin, telling him to get in contact if he finds any other good items in the future. Li Shimin accepts, having secured a powerful and wealthy new contact. Having concluded his very profitable business, Li Shimin leaves the Gu Yun Pavilion with a sense of accomplishment. Just outside, he runs into Che Xiaoxiao, who is frantically searching for the shop. The business card in Li Shimin's hand confirms her grandfather's name is Che Yongkong. Li Shimin watches her panicked state and thinks to himself that she looks like she's about to fall. His ability confirms this with a 100% probability. As she rushes past him towards the shop, he calls out, warning her to be careful not to fall. She whirls around, annoyed by the interruption. "How can I fall down?" she snaps back, accusing him of talking nonsense. Li Shimin puts a hand to his forehead in annoyance, thinking to himself that this girl really doesn't know what's good for her, calling him a liar. Suddenly, a realization dawns on Li Shimin. He wonders if this girl is the granddaughter of Mr. Che, the one who sold the Tang Sankai. As he faces a young, impulsive-looking girl with short black hair named Che Xiaoxiao, a system window pops up in his vision, labeling her wasteful granddaughter 100%. Li Shimin's eyes widen in disbelief. It's a huge coincidence, but it really is her. Without warning, Che Xiaoxiao lets out a yell and charges straight towards him. Caught completely off guard, Li Shimin panics as she rushes at him with a bizarre expression on her face. As she trips and falls forward, Li Shimin instinctively catches her in his arms. Che Xiaoxiao looks up, completely baffled. She can't understand what trick he used to make her fall like that. The onlookers start to gossip, judging the two for being so offensive in broad daylight, wondering how the world has gotten so bad. Blushing with embarrassment and anger, Che Xiaoxiao shouts at Li Shimin, telling him to let her go immediately. Li Shimin retorts with a serious expression, telling her that she's the one who needs to let go of him. The scene freezes on the awkward and comical pose, with Che Xiaoxiao clinging onto Li Shimin as he stands there looking annoyed. Li Shimin says okay, and releases her, letting her drop to the ground. Having had enough of the situation, Li Shimin turns to go, saying he'll leave if there's nothing else. Che Xiaoxiao yells stop, and Li Shimin defensively throws his hands up, claiming he didn't do anything and that she was the one who jumped on him. Thinking fast, Che Xiaoxiao declares it's his lucky day. She claims she has an urgent matter to deal with and will leave her contact information so she can deal with him later, before quickly typing on her phone. As Che Xiaoxiao walks away into a building, Li Shimin looks down at the contact information she sent to his phone. He looks at the contact details she sent, noticing she set her nickname as Big Bro. Li Shimin muses that he didn't expect to find himself a big brother. Walking away with a confident smirk, Li Shimin wonders what he should spend his newfound fortune on, a car or a house. As Li Shimin walks through the market, he's spotted by a stout, greedy-looking man with a fan named Boss Wong, the very same antique seller he'd just bought the porcelain from. Boss Wong runs up to him and asks how much he sold the porcelain for. Li Shimin smugly replies that he sold it to the owner of Gu Yungu for 9 million. Boss Wong exclaims that's great, but Li Shimin internally notes that the man isn't surprised at all, even though he just missed out on a huge sum of money. Watching Li Shimin walk away, Boss Wong grins maliciously and mutters, "Brat, you just wait and see." Meanwhile, inside the Gu Yungu antique shop, an elderly, scholarly-looking man named Old Li meticulously inspects the Tang Sankai camel with a magnifying glass. From behind a wall, Che Xiaoxiao peeks in, her expression a mix of nervousness and anticipation. The scene shifts to a different room where Che Xiaoxiao now stands, looking anxious. A man with light blue hair sits calmly on a sofa as her grandfather, Old Li, shouts from off-screen, demanding that someone named Su would come inside. Old Li cheerfully asks the man with light blue hair what made him visit, pointing to the Tang Sankai and exclaiming that he came at a good time. A note highlights the journey of the antique, sold for 200 yuan and bought back for a staggering 9 million. Che Xiaoxiao breaks into a cold sweat, realizing with horror that she was one step too late. Her own grandfather had bought back the antique she accidentally sold, putting her in a very difficult situation. Her grandfather, Old Li, notices her strange, stiff posture and asks her what's wrong. Panicking, Che Xiaoxiao flails her arms and insists that nothing is wrong at all. Old Li's expression turns menacing as he gets close to her, reminding her that the last time she was acting this unusual, she sold his treasured porcelain for a mere 10 yuan. A heavy, awkward silence falls between Che Xiaoxiao and her grandfather, Old Li, as the weight of his words hangs in the air. Both are frozen in shock. The realization finally hits Che Xiaoxiao. She points a trembling finger at her grandfather, who looks utterly stunned, and asks if he was the one who bought the antique. In a desperate attempt to escape, Che Xiaoxiao throws her hands up, claims she suddenly feels sick and needs to go to the hospital, and makes a run for it. Behind her, her grandfather roars her full name. Che Xiao. Xiao. As she flees, Che Xiaoxiao frantically calls her grandmother, sobbing and begging for help, crying that her grandpa is being cruel to her. In her terrified imagination, a demonic, red-eyed silhouette of her grandfather looms over her, bellowing, "Che Xiaoxiao, look what you have done!" Suddenly, a voice erupts from the phone. It's her grandmother, metaphorically punching Old Li and yelling at him for scaring their lovely granddaughter. Che Xiaoxiao is stunned into silence. Che Xiaoxiao sprints through the antique district, regretting that everything happened so fast. She thinks that if she had known, she would have rushed to buy the piece back before her grandpa found out. She comes to a stop, thinking about the person who just left the Guyun pavilion. She wonders if it was the same guy who made her fall, and questions how his foresight could be so good. Meanwhile, Li Shimin is walking along when he suddenly gets a jolt, as if his senses are tingling with a premonition. He feels a sense of unease, thinking that the fat man, Boss Wong, was acting strangely. He gets a bad feeling that Boss Wong is planning to do something nasty to him. Just then, his ability activates, showing him a system window. Do something *T to you 100%. Li Shimin curses the system for being so frustratingly ambiguous. He ponders the meaning. Does it mean Boss Wong will hire someone to handle him, or that he'll try to scam him again? The system provides another, slightly clearer prediction. Pidgey 100%. Li Shimin just lets out a confident chuckle. He thinks to himself that now that he has the success rate ability in his hands, there's no way anyone can possibly scam or pit him. Walking past a white G-Wagon, he reflects that even with his superpower, finding valuable items in the antique street still depends on luck. He admits that if it wasn't for the reckless Che Xiaoxiao, he wouldn't have made millions so easily. Looking at her contact info, he scoffs. Mistakenly selling an antique for 200 yuan is just too shameful. He concludes that the world of the rich is truly hard to understand. A montage of his recent strange encounters with various women flashes through his mind, including his awkward embrace with Che Xiaoxiao. He muses on how weird the girls he's met recently are, and wonders what would happen if he didn't mess with them. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, and a chibi version of himself appears with a mischievous grin. He has a bold idea, and his ability confirms it with a new window. Tomorrow, leaks in the antique market, 100%. Li Shimin throws his arms up in excitement as cash rains down around him. He's figured it out. He can guess these things in advance. It's time for him to make even more money. With a greedy grin, he eyes a fancy white car, thinking that this must be a blessing from the god of wealth. After all, a man should have a good car. Having made up his mind to buy a car, he decides to find a dealership on a free day. As he walks, he heads towards a nearby bus stop. But as he approaches the bus stop, he's taken aback. Standing right there among the crowd, looking distressed, is Che Xiaoxiao. He can't believe she's here too. Li Shimin looks at his phone, reading a recent social media post from Che Xiaoxiao. She's desperately asking her friends for advice on how to apologize to her grandfather for upsetting him, adding that her car is parked nearby, but she's too scared to go get it. Standing in the crowded bus line, Li Shimin sighs and thinks to himself how incredibly stupid this girl is. He glances over at Che Xiaoxiao, who is oblivious and still staring at her phone. Li Shimin's attention is drawn to a creepy-looking man in a black hoodie standing near Che Xiaoxiao. He gets a bad feeling about the guy, wondering if he's a thief. The man in the hoodie, a pervert, subtly gets closer and closer to Che Xiaoxiao, who remains completely engrossed in her phone, unaware of the approaching danger. A sudden sense of alarm flashes in Li Shimin's eyes as his intuition screams that something is wrong. His ability confirms his fears with a blue system window. A pervert 100%. Without a second thought, he quickly types a warning message to Che Xiaoxiao on his phone. Che Xiaoxiao reads the message and looks over at Li Shimin annoyed. She wonders why he's here and why he's texting instead of just speaking to her. She sends a text back, calling him a crow's mouth for jinxing things. Annoyed, Li Shimin replies that he was just trying to help and vows not to warn her about anything in the future. Just then, the bus for Route 666 to the north of the city pulls up to the stop and slows down. As the crowd impatiently pushes forward to board the bus, the pervert uses the commotion to position himself right behind the distracted Che Xiaoxiao. The pervert accidentally presses against Che Xiaoxiao, placing his hand on her. He gives a slimy apology, blaming the crowd, but his creepy smile betrays his intentions. Che Xiaoxiao accepts his apology with an okay, but the pervert continues to leer at her with a disgusting, triumphant grin. Li Shimin watches, a sweat drop running down his face as he thinks in fury. Damn, this girl doesn't take it seriously. Li Shimin looks on in disbelief as the pervert begins to grope Che Xiaoxiao, who still isn't reacting. He wonders if she's crazy for not caring about what's happening. Having seen enough, Li Shimin's face contorts in rage as he shouts at the pervert. Hey, you. However, before Li Shimin can intervene, Che Xiaoxiao's eyes glow with red fury. She spins around and delivers a powerful, shining blow right into the pervert's chest. She doesn't stop there, following up her punch with a swift and powerful kick to the pervert's side. Li Shimon's jaw drops, his eyes wide with utter shock. He can only stammer out a single word. What? The force of Che Xiaoxiao's attacks sends the pervert flying backwards through the air. The pervert crashes hard onto the pavement, knocked out cold, as Che Xiaoxiao stands over him, her soul seemingly leaving her body after the outburst. The bus driver and other passengers stare in shock at the scene. The driver asks what's going on, while a bystander asks what just happened, pointing to the man lying on the ground. Che Xiaoxiao, now looking embarrassed and flustered, points down at the unconscious pervert and explains that he touched her but on purpose. Li Shimon is flabbergasted. He thinks that the size of this girl is inversely proportional to her skill. He can't help but wonder if she's a martial arts fighter. Che Xiaoxiao eyes Li Shimon suspiciously. She can't help but wonder how his ominous warning, his crow's mouth, was so accurate. It feels weirdly more precise than even her own gut feelings. Li Shimon breaks into a cold sweat, realizing the danger he's in. He knows that if this surprisingly strong girl finds out he's the one who bought her Tang Sankai, she might actually tear him apart. He decides he needs to get away from her as quickly as possible and get on with his original plan of going to the car dealership. On the bus, Li Shimon looks exhausted and anxious. He thinks he needs to get away from this girl as soon as possible, reassuring himself that it should only take a few minutes to get to the car dealership. Suddenly, a system window appears above him, showing a chilling 0%. Li Shimon panics completely, clutching his head in terror. He doesn't understand why the bus has a 0% chance of arriving in a few minutes and screams, "What's going to happen again?" Bai Wu stands in a line for a bus, thinking to himself that it's an unlucky day. He wonders if there's a traffic jam or an accident ahead. Suddenly, his special ability activates, showing a 0% chance of a traffic jam or a traffic accident. Bai Wu is shocked, realizing that a bad feeling he has must be about something else. As someone steps back off the bus, Bai Wu's mind races. He starts to wonder if there is a gangster on the bus and what he could possibly be planning to do. His ability gives him a terrifying answer. There is a 100% chance that a gangster is now on the bus, and a 100% chance that the gangster will set the bus on fire. Bai Wu panics, clutching his head. He knows the gangster is on the bus and is going to set it on fire. He realizes he has to hurry and call the police. He imagines a horrific scene of the passengers burning if the gangster succeeds. He clenches his fist, determined that he cannot let this happen and must stop it. Overwhelmed with fear and a sense of urgency, Bai Wu screams in his mind that time is running out, and he needs to call the police right away. Wasting no time, Bai Wu pulls out his phone. With a shaky voice, he tells the police dispatcher that someone is planning to set fire to the bus. The dispatcher asks for a location. Bai Wu quickly provides the details, saying that bus 666 has just arrived at the antique market station and is heading towards the automated commercial city, filled with people. The police assure him they will send people immediately. Bai Wu pleads with them to hurry, adding that the gangster is carrying 8 or 9 liters of gasoline and could cause mass casualties. However, the dispatcher's question catches him off guard. "Sir, how do you know this is going to happen? Do you have any proof?" Bai Wu is stunned into silence, thinking it's over and that he should just calculate the success rate. The police officer on the phone continues to press him, asking his name and demanding proof for his claims about the gasoline and the timing of the arson. Bai Wu makes a frustrated face, realizing how absurd his situation is. He thinks to himself that he has no proof and can only explain it as a superpower, which nobody would believe. Bai Wu glances back toward the bus, a spark of determination in his eyes despite the frustrating phone call. Suddenly the call disconnects, leaving Bai Wu staring at his phone in disbelief. He thinks to himself, damn, it's too late. Knowing that the police have been alerted but time is running out, Bai Wu decides he has to find the gangster himself. He breaks into a sprint and runs towards the bus. As he boards the bus, he's shocked to see Chi Xiaoxiao getting on right behind him. He groans internally, wondering why she's getting on now and hoping she won't cause him any trouble when lives are at stake. Chi Xiaoxiao glares at him with a sharp, determined look, a small, knowing smirk on her lips. Bai Wu sweats, feeling uneasy. He thinks that it's not good to be stared at by this girl and that he needs to quickly find the gangster and then slip away. A quick shot of the phone shows the call being made to the police station, a reminder of the desperate measure Bai Wu took. During the call, the police had informed him they contacted the nearest officer and would pay close attention, but they also warned him not to act rashly for his own safety. Now on the crowded bus, Bai Wu looks around frantically. His eyes land on Chi Xiaoxiao again, and a thought strikes him. Does that mean there is a police officer inside this bus too? Bai Wu and Chi Xiaoxiao exchange a look. He's nervous and confused, while she continues to stare at him with an intense, unreadable expression. Bai Wu realizes that even if a cop is on board, they won't know who the gangster is. He thinks, I have to think of a way. He then uses his ability to pinpoint the target, which confirms with 100% certainty that the gangster is sitting in the left rear section of the bus. Now knowing the gangster's precise location, Bai Wu starts purposefully moving through the crowded bus toward the back, saying, excuse me, excuse me. Chi Xiaoxiao, noticing his sudden movement, watches him with sharp, focused intent. As Bai Wu moves through the bus, Chi Xiaoxiao follows closely behind. He gets annoyed, telling her to stop following him while thinking to himself that he is on a serious mission to find a gangster with a large amount of gasoline. His mind races as he deduces that carrying 8 or 9 liters of gasoline wouldn't be easy. The gangster must have disguised it in bottles for drinks or other things, and he must be carrying a bag. Following the guidance of his ability, Bai Wu's eyes lock onto a nervous-looking man with curly hair, sitting and clutching a black backpack. With a flash of insight in his eye, he confirms, it's him. A close-up shows the gangster's face. He looks shifty and sweats nervously, sensing that he is being watched. The gangster's hand tightens its grip on the strap of his backpack, his knuckles turning white. Bai Wu freezes, realizing his aggressive approach and intense stare have tipped the gangster off. He sees the man start to unzip his bag and realizes he's preparing to act ahead of schedule. Bai Wu panics internally. He frantically wonders what he should do now. Should he try to de-escalate and lower the man's suspicion, or should he rush in and try to stop him by force? Just as Bai Wu prepares to lunge forward, a hand suddenly reaches out towards him. It's Chi Xiaoxiao. She grabs the back of his collar, stopping him in his tracks. Playing dumb, she asks with a fierce expression, Bai Wu, why are you trying to hide from me? A brilliant idea flashes in Bai Wu's mind. He thinks, I'm sorry, Xiaoxiao, as his ability shows a 100% success rate that his next action will get the undercover police officer's attention. To create a distraction, Bai Wu suddenly spins around and yells at Chi Xiaoxiao, causing a scene. Yo, isn't this a gorilla girl? I really didn't think you were a violent girl at the bus stop, he shouts, shocking the nearby passengers. He continues the act, yelling at her to stop following him while strategically moving closer to the gangster. He thinks that this is the perfect way to get the gangster's attention and alert the police officer at the same time. The gangster glares suspiciously as Bai Wu's staged argument with Chi Xiaoxiao brings him closer. Bai Wu glances sideways. His plan is working perfectly. He thinks to himself with grim satisfaction, there you go. Chi Xiaoxiao plays along perfectly, leaning in with a menacing grin and asking why he didn't run away. Her act is convincing, making their conflict seem real. Using the chaos of their fake argument, Bai Wu suddenly lunges past Chi Xiaoxiao and grabs the gangster's backpack, yelling, no, it's all a misunderstanding. He rips the bag open, revealing several plastic bottles filled with a yellow liquid, the gasoline. The gangster's face contorts with rage as his plan is exposed. He snarls, what the hell are you doing? Enraged, the gangster jumps up from his seat and raises a fist to strike Bai Wu, who is kneeling on the floor with the bag. Bai Wu, clutching the bag of evidence, panics for real this time and screams, God damn, police officer, save me. Just as the gangster's punch is about to land on Bai Wu, a fist flies in from the side, connecting squarely with the gangster's jaw. Bai Wu looks up in shock as he sees Chi Xiaoxiao, her expression now cold and deadly serious, having just delivered the powerful blow. Without missing a beat, Chi Xiaoxiao follows up her punch with a brutal kick to the gangster's stomach, sending him flying backward. As the man stumbles, Chi Xiaoxiao finishes the fight with a swift, powerful kick to the side of his head, knocking him completely unconscious before he hits the floor. Chi Xiaoxiao stands over the subdued criminal, her boot planted firmly on his back as the other passengers look on in stunned silence. Bai Wu, still holding the gasoline, stares in awe at her ferocity, thinking she's terribly strong. Chi Xiaoxiao reveals a pair of handcuffs, the metal glinting as she prepares to secure the suspect. She slaps the handcuffs on the subdued gangster, officially informing him, the police have already solved the case. You have been arrested. After cuffing the man, Chi Xiaoxiao picks up one of the bottles from the bag to inspect it. She uncaps the bottle and takes a cautious sniff. Her eyes widen slightly as she confirms, it's really gasoline. Bai Wu looks on, still stunned by the turn of events. The reality of the situation finally hits Bai Wu. His eyes are wide with shock as he realizes, Cha Xiaoxiao is actually the police officer. Sometime later, outside the bus station, uniformed officers are leading the arrested gangster to a police car. Chi Xiaoxiao dusts off her hands, declaring the situation resolved, all done. But the ordeal isn't over for Bai Wu. Chi Xiaoxiao turns to him with a sharp, suspicious glare and calls his name. She gets right in his face, demanding an explanation. I heard you were the one who reported this. Explain how you know. Bai Wu is annoyed, thinking that this girl is troublesome and that now he has a new problem to deal with. Bai Wu tries to play it cool, whispering a nonsensical excuse. If I tell you, you must keep it a secret. In fact, the mountain people can pinch it. What? You don't believe it? Then just think about the past. Chi Xiaoxiao is not impressed. She glares at him, thinking that he's a crow's mouth, someone whose bad predictions weirdly come true. Bai Wu looks flustered, realizing his strange explanation isn't working. Bai Wu clutches his head in frustration. He thinks, it's over, I really can't talk nonsense, I can't fool you. A tear of sweat drips down his face as he desperately tries to think of a believable excuse. I need to find a way out immediately, he thinks. Losing her patience, Chi Xiaoxiao slams Bai Wu against a wall, yelling at him to stop joking around here. With an intimidating glare, she gets close and corners him, demanding in a low voice, how did you know? Say. Pinned against the wall, Bai Wu panics and shouts, what do you want me to say? Chi Xiaoxiao intensifies her interrogation, her face inches from his. Say, how do you know there is a gangster on the bus and intends to set fire? Bai Wu tries to push her hand away, feebly protesting. Why should I? It's just a coincidence and it's my duty to help keep society peaceful. Chi Xiaoxiao crosses her arms, completely unconvinced by his weak excuse. She retorts with a common idiom, no coffin, no tears, implying he won't tell the truth until he's forced to. She grabs him again, systematically dismantling his lies. Don't forget that you were not inside the bus yet when you called the police, and you had not met a gangster yet, but still, you already knew that he carried 8 to 9 liters of gasoline. The camera pans out to show the tense standoff between Chi Xiaoxiao and Bai Wu, with other people in the background. Cornered, Bai Wu gives up trying to lie and just says, well, I just guessed. Chi Xiaoxiao laughs menacingly. Are all people guessing in this detail? It looks like we have to go somewhere else and have tea and chat. The phrase have tea fills Bai Wu with dread. He imagines being taken away and interrogated by shadowy figures. He panics, thinking, this girl is trying to kidnap me. This time something bad will happen. Just as Bai Wu is about to be dragged away, a new voice cuts in. Dai Qingqing, looking surprised, calls out, Bai Wu, what are you doing? Bai Wu stares back, his face a mask of utter shock and confusion. He stammers, why are you here? Dai Qingqing looks at the scene, Chi Xiaoxiao holding Bai Wu against a wall, and asks, do you guys know each other? Chi Xiaoxiao looks equally surprised by the interruption. Dai Qingqing offers an explanation for her presence, stating, excuse me, my car broke down and I sent it to a 4S shop for repair. Seeing the tense situation, she looks at Bai Wu with concern and asks, Bai Wu, what's the matter with you? Bai Wu looks exhausted. He thinks to himself how, to any bystander, this scene looks like he's being caught in a compromising position, even though he just sees Dai Qingqing as an older sister. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. A glimmer appears in his eye as he realizes, wait, it may be an opportunity. Seizing the chance to escape his interrogation, Bai Wu puts on a charming smile and gives Dai Qingqing a playful wink. Dai Qingqing looks back, her expression shifting to one of surprise and suspicion at his sudden change in attitude. Bai Wu launches his performance, running dramatically towards Dai Qingqing with his hand outstretched, yelling, honey, it's not like what you think. Chi Xiaoxiao is left behind, completely stunned. He slides to his knees in front of Dai Qingqing, continuing his desperate act. I have nothing to do with her at all, he proclaims. The crowd, along with Dai Qingqing and Chi Xiaoxiao, are all completely shocked and confused by Bai Wu's sudden, dramatic declaration. To complete his act, Bai Wu points an accusing finger at a stunned Chi Xiaoxiao and declares to Dai Qingqing, this girl is the one who tormented me. He then turns his fake righteous anger on Chi Xiaoxiao. Hey you, we never knew each other, and I love my girlfriend very much. Stop bothering me anymore, okay? Chi Xiaoxiao is rendered speechless and blushes from the false accusations, stammering, no, I am not. The onlookers start gossiping, completely buying the drama. They murmur about it being a cheating scene where 2 beautiful girls are fighting over one man. Furious at being framed, Chi Xiaoxiao clenches her fist, her face turning red with anger as she shouts, who entangled you? Bai Wu continues to play the victim, hiding behind Dai Qingqing and pleading his case. You just saw it too, right? She stopped me from leaving. Bai Wu and Dai Qingqing share a silent, awkward look as they find themselves in the middle of this public spectacle. Realizing she needs to de-escalate the situation, Dai Qingqing decides to play along. She looks at Chi Xiaoxiao and says firmly, he is my boyfriend, please stop bothering him. Hearing this, Chi Xiaoxiao grinds her teeth in utter frustration and embarrassment. while a bystander in the back casually enjoys the drama while eating watermelon. Bai Wu breathes a sigh of relief, thinking he's finally free, but he wonders to himself, everything is done, but why did she not leave? Chi Xiaoxiao remains, speechless with rage. She puffs out her cheeks, unable to believe how the situation has been twisted against her. A close-up shows Chi Xiaoxiao's eyes, burning with fury and humiliation. Finally snapping, she roars Bai Wu's name, her voice filled with rage. Before he can react, she lunges forward and delivers a powerful punch right into his stomach. Bai Wu doubles over, coughing in pain as Chi Xiaoxiao storms off. Dai Qingqing looks on, shocked at the sudden violence. As she walks away, Chi Xiaoxiao glances back at Dai Qingqing and gives a final piece of advice. I have no interest in him, but I advise you to be careful. Your boyfriend may not be a good person. After the incident on the bus, Bai Wu looks exhausted and flustered, still shaken by the events that just transpired. A beautiful woman with green eyes, Mu Year, looks at him with concern and asks if he is okay. Bai Wu reassures her that he's fine, just a little hurt, but glad that the trouble is temporarily over. He then thanks her for her help. Mu Year smiles gently, saying that he helped her too, and considers this her apology for involving him last time. From a distance, a red-haired woman in a matching red jacket watches Bai Wu and Mu Year interacting. Bai Wu and Mu Year continue their pleasant conversation, smiling and laughing together. The red-haired woman, Dai Qingqing, glares at them with fury. She mutters a threat, warning Bai Wu that she'll make him pay for daring to pester Mu Year. The next day, Bai Wu is driving his new car, thinking to himself that he'd rather not get entangled with those wealthy ladies. He resolves to avoid all problems in the future and focus on making money peacefully, determined to make his life meaningful. With his goal set, Bai Wu arrives at a traditional-looking street market, ready to put his money-making plans into action. He smiles confidently, hoping his luck today will be as good as it was yesterday when he made a huge profit. However, his confident expression quickly turns to shock and disbelief as he discovers that his usual contact, Fatty Wang, isn't at his stall. A neighboring stall owner informs Bai Wu that Fatty Wang went to the countryside to buy some goods and will be back soon. Bai Wu gets annoyed, realizing he can't buy any treasures from Fatty Wang today. Just then, his special ability activates, showing a 100% reading for something. Slightly dejected but not giving up, Bai Wu decides it doesn't matter, and he can just check the other stalls for treasure instead. Suddenly, his ability flashes a massive 0% in front of him, leaving him completely stunned. He stares in shock as the system clarifies the meaning. There is a 100% chance he won't be able to find any treasure today. Confused, Bai Wu scratches his head, wondering why the system's prediction is so different from yesterday's. He questions if this means there's a treasure that he just can't obtain. Brushing off the strange prediction, Bai Wu decides to go and find this supposed unobtainable treasure anyway. Unseen by him, a ghostly apparition of Dai Qingqing watches him from a corner. 30 minutes later, Bai Wu is seen crouching at a small, unassuming stall, examining the wares. He picks up a small, dusty pot, a smirk of discovery spreading across his face as he inspects it. His system confirms his suspicion, labeling the small bronze cauldron as a 100% genuine treasure. Having found his target, Bai Wu turns to the stall owner and asks for the price of the item. The vendor grins widely and tells him the price is 3,000, but generously offers a 5% discount since he seems to really want it. Bai Wu prepares himself for a tough negotiation. Annoyed by the small discount, Bai Wu scoffs at the offer. Thinking he has the upper hand against the unsuspecting vendor, he audaciously asks for a 50% price cut. To Bai Wu's surprise, the vendor cheerfully agrees to the 50% discount without any further haggling. A deal is struck. Bai Wu begrudgingly accepts the deal, annoyed but also realizing that the stall owner has absolutely no idea he's selling a genuine treasure. As he's about to complete the purchase, he smirks, wondering how his system's prediction of failure could possibly come true now. Just then, his rival Dai Qingqing appears out of nowhere, interrupting the sale by offering to buy the cauldron for the full original price of 3,000. Bai Wu is stunned and horrified. He now understands the system's prediction. The treasure was real, but he was destined to be unable to get it because of her interference. Dai Qingqing shoots him a smug, taunting smirk, clearly enjoying his frustration. The ecstatic vendor immediately agrees to the higher offer, handing the cauldron over to Dai Qingqing as Bai Wu watches in disbelief. Desperate not to lose the treasure, Bai Wu leaps up, protesting that he was first and impulsively offers to pay 10,000. Without even flinching, Dai Qingqing coolly raises the bid to 30,000. Bai Wu glares at her, the realization dawning on him that she is deliberately driving up the price just to spite him. He knows that because of their bidding war, the stall owner now suspects the cauldron is extremely valuable, making it impossible to get a good deal. Changing his strategy, Bai Wu calls her bluff. He confidently offers 50,000, then dismissively tells her she can have the rubbish if she thinks it's worth more. His bluff fails spectacularly. With a crazed, determined look in her eyes, Dai Qingqing instantly raises the price to 100,000. Bai Wu starts to sweat, realizing he can't fool her, and that she might just continue to raise the price indefinitely. As a bead of sweat drips down his face, he glares at her, trying to figure out his next move in this intense battle of wills. Dai Qingqing smirks, seeing through his act. She thinks to herself that if he wants to tease her, she'll just call his bluff, even if it means buying a piece of garbage. A dark, menacing aura surrounds Bai Wu as he lets out a sinister hiss, seemingly unfazed by her high bid. However, it's all a front. He suddenly throws his hands up in defeat, declaring that she wins. He knows she's doing it on purpose and refuses to be stupid enough to continue fighting her. He realizes that continuing to increase the price is just a waste of money and will ruin his success rate, causing him to lash out and kick the system's interface in frustration. Dai Qingqing lets out a triumphant humph as the overjoyed vendor hands her the cauldron she won for 100,000. She inspects her prize, and her expression shifts to one of genuine surprise as she realizes it actually looks like a real antique from the Ming Dynasty. Her eyes widen slightly as she thinks to herself that Bai Wu must be something special to have been able to spot such a genuine item so easily. She watches intently as Bai Wu, defeated, walks away from the stall and heads further into the market. His patience finally snapping, Bai Wu spins around to confront Dai Qingqing, demanding to know why she is following him. Unfazed, she coolly retorts that the road doesn't belong to him, making it clear she has no intention of leaving. True to her word, she escalates her game. The moment Bai Wu stops at another stall, she swoops in, offering an outrageous 100,000 for the items. At the next, she offers 200,000, declaring her intent to buy every single thing he lays his hands on. The scene repeats. No matter what worthless-looking item Bai Wu picks up for a low price, Dai Qingqing immediately swoops in and offers an exorbitant amount like 100,000 for it. Having reached his breaking point, Bai Wu whips around and screams her name in pure rage. He confronts her directly, yelling that she's doing this on purpose. She just smiles smugly and asks, "So what? Who says I can't?" She taunts him further, saying he can try to outbid her or pick a fake, but she has so much money that she doesn't care about wasting it. Bai Wu is left completely speechless by her audacity and wealth, unsure how to respond. Leaning in close, Dai Qingqing reveals that she knows everything about him. His name, his age, his normal family background, his school suspension, and even the fact he somehow bought an expensive vehicle the day before. Bai Wu is shocked that she investigated him. He tries to defend himself, explaining that he got the money legally through a lucky find, not by committing any crime. She mocks his explanation, sarcastically questioning if his so-called leaks are legal and if his ability to calculate things is what he calls a leak. Her expression turns cold as she states that according to her investigation, for the first 20 years of his life, he was completely ordinary and had nothing to his name. She scoffs at him, questioning if he really thinks he can use some horrible tricks to achieve success, and calls him nothing more than a poor loser. Poking him in the chest, she declares that she doesn't care how he does it, but from this day forward, his bright future will be entirely in her hands. With a menacing smile, she tells him there's no way for him to fight back, and there's nothing he can do about it. Bai Wu trembles with suppressed fury, his teeth clenched as he curses her internally and desperately wonders what he can possibly do. Noticing his silence, she continues to taunt him, asking if her threat to disrupt his business has scared him speechless. Finally, Bai Wu's demeanor changes. He grabs her wrist, telling her that while she did prevent him from making money, her actions haven't scared him at all. A sly grin spreads across his face as he turns her own words against her, reminding her that she was the one who threatened to disrupt his business. She confirms it defiantly, asking him how he plans to stop her and questioning if he even believes she's capable of ruining him. Bai Wu's confidence returns as he points a finger at her, declaring that, believe it or not, she cannot stop him from making money. Dai Qingqing scoffs at his confidence and accepts his challenge. She tells him to try his best, guaranteeing that she won't let him earn a single penny today. Bai Wu simply stares back at her, his expression unreadable as he processes her challenge. Dai Qingqing lays out her simple, brutal strategy. As long as he tries to buy something, she will immediately raise the price and buy it herself. She smugly asks what he can possibly do against that. Instead of arguing, Bai Wu turns and walks away, leaving Dai Kinking to watch him with a confident smirk. Bai Wu walks up to a different stall, ignoring Dai Kinking as he begins to interact with another friendly-looking vendor. He cheerfully greets another young stall owner, who seems a bit startled by his friendly approach. Dai Kinking watches from behind, ready to intervene. Bai Wu throws an arm around the young vendor, pretending to be an old friend. He whispers conspiratorially as Dai Kinking watches, arms crossed, waiting for him to pick an item so she can buy it. Dai Kinking watches his every move, thinking to herself with a smug grin that she's going to cut off his money-making plans at every turn. But to her surprise, after a friendly chat with the vendor, Bai Wu simply waves goodbye and walks away without buying anything. She's left staring in confusion, wondering what the situation is. This pattern repeats across the entire market. Bai Wu cheerfully chats with vendor after vendor, but never makes a purchase. Dai Kinking stands in the middle of it all, completely baffled by his actions. She stares in disbelief, wondering why he would just chat with all the vendors and then simply leave without buying a single thing. Bai Wu glances back at the confused Dai Kinking. He smirks as his system confirms his plan has a 100% success rate. With a confident snap of his fingers, he declares, "Pretty girl, it's time for me to do it." His plan is now in motion. He gathers all the vendors he had spoken to and makes a stunning announcement. He wants to buy everything in every one of their stores. Dai Kinking finally understands his strategy. She realizes he was afraid she'd cause trouble, so he used this elaborate tactic to hide which items he actually wanted to buy. She gives him a condescending look, refusing to be outdone. She thinks to herself, "Do you really think that doing this can beat me?" A tense stare-down ensues. Bai Wu smiles with the confidence of a winning hand, while Dai Kinking glares back, furious and determined not to lose. Bai Wu cheerfully addresses the group of vendors, asking them to make a deal now if they have no objections to his bulk offer. But before the vendors can agree, Dai Kinking shouts for them to wait. She steps forward, declaring that she wants to buy everything in their stores instead. Bai Wu's expression hardens as he warns her, "Dai Kinking, don't go too far." She gets right in his face, reminding him of her promise. Whatever he wants, she will take it all, because she already swore she wouldn't let him make a single penny today. Bai Wu feigns panic, pointing to the massive amount of goods from all the stalls. He asks her if she's really sure she can buy everything. Then with a sly grin, he taunts her, asking if she only knows how to talk big and is just trying to scare him. He's challenging her pride. His taunt hits its mark perfectly. She becomes enraged, shouting, "You dare to look down on me? Who gave you the courage?" Blinded by fury, she turns to the vendors and their stunned faces, demanding they quote a total price for everything, declaring she'll buy it all at a 10% markup. The crowd of vendors can only stare in utter shock and disbelief at the ridiculously huge offer. Now completely manic, Dai Kinking pressures the vendors, yelling at them to stop standing around and quickly give her a quote for the easy money she's offering. The vendors snap out of their shock, their faces lighting up with greedy smiles. They eagerly agree, asking for her address so they can deliver everything. She tells them to simply leave their business cards, and she will send her housekeeper to resolve the payment and delivery. The overjoyed vendors quickly agree. Holding the stack of business cards, Dai Kinking turns back to Bai Wu with a triumphant sneer. She gloats about how she still beat him, despite his fortune-telling tricks. But instead of looking defeated, Bai Wu is completely calm. A slow, sinister grin spreads across his face as he lets out a menacing hiss. As they stand back-to-back, Bai Wu smiles, victorious. Dai Kinking, holding the business cards, suddenly looks shocked as the horrifying realization of how she's been played finally dawns on her. After his successful venture at the antique market, Bai Wu stands before the group of men who helped him. True to his word, he announces that he will divide the profits and transfer the money to them immediately. The men are overjoyed, celebrating their easy earnings and praising Bai Wu. They eagerly express their wish to collaborate with him in the future. However, unbeknownst to them, an ominous aura suggests someone is watching these events unfold with displeasure. The source of the displeasure is revealed to be Dai Kinking. She watches from a distance, her face contorted in silent fury after being outsmarted by Bai Wu. Bai Wu looks directly at Dai Kinking, a smug grin on his face. He holds up his phone, displaying the large sum of money he just made, and taunts her, asking if she's surprised or if this outcome was unexpected. Dai Kinking strides up to Bai Wu, accusing him and the other men of conspiring against her. Her face is a mask of indignation, but Bai Wu remains unfazed by her accusations. Bai Wu calmly confirms her suspicions. He explains that his whole purpose for being there was to find influential people, or bosses, to collaborate with. His expression turns menacing as he leans in closer. He He calls her a fool who knows nothing and mockingly throws her own words back at her, reminding her of her vow that he wouldn't make a single penny that day. With a look of sheer contempt, Bai Wu declares that he has already told her that she cannot stop him from making money. He has proven his point and established his superiority in their little game. Stunned by his audacity and unable to retort, Dai Qingqing is left flustered and speechless. She can only curse internally at her defeat. Regaining some of her composure, Dai Qingqing glares at him with gritted teeth. She gives him a final, ominous warning to remember this day, implying that this is far from over. Dai Qingqing turns and walks away, her fists clenched in anger and humiliation. In the background, Bai Wu watches her leave with a triumphant, mocking smirk. Adding one last bit of salt to the wound, Bai Wu gives a cheeky wave and sarcastically tells her to walk slowly, completely unfazed by her earlier threat. Just as he is savoring his victory, Bai Wu feels a sudden, strange sensation. A spark flashes in his eye as he realizes something unusual is happening with his ability. A translucent blue screen, visible only to him, appears in the air. The screen displays a loading bar with the words "System Upgrade," signaling a change in his powers. Bai Wu stares in shock at the system interface. He can't believe what he's seeing and exclaims in disbelief, "The system upgraded." As he walks away from the market, Bai Wu reflects on the day's events. He made a fortune, but he's also aware of Dai Qingqing's powerful family. Furthermore, the system upgrade doesn't seem to have any immediate noticeable changes, leaving him puzzled. He concludes that his own ability and strength are far from enough. To make a lot of money and become truly powerful, he needs to expand his network. Just then, he sees a man in a suit standing next to a luxury car. With the keys to his own hard-won car in his pocket, Bai Wu ponders the crucial question: how can he begin to expand his network and connect with influential people? As if on cue, the man in the suit approaches him. He addresses Bai Wu respectfully and introduces himself as the butler of Miss Dai Qingqing. Bai Wu is immediately on guard. His first thought is that Dai Qingqing has sent her people to retaliate. He defensively asks if she has sent fighters to get rid of him, declaring he's not afraid. The butler maintains a calm and professional demeanor, assuring Bai Wu that it's all a misunderstanding. He explains that his lady sent him to invite Bai Wu to a celebrity gathering as an apology for the day's events. Bai Wu is highly skeptical of the offer. He thinks to himself that a celebrity's gathering and an apology don't sound like something Dai Qingqing would ever do. He knows she is not such an easy person to deal with. However, a realization dawns on him. While it could be a trap, this gathering is also a golden opportunity to meet the famous, powerful, and rich individuals he needs to expand his network. Weighing the risks against the potential rewards, Bai Wu puts on a confident smile and accepts the invitation without hesitation. "Okay, no problem," he tells the butler, ready to step into the lion's den. An hour later, they arrive in a district filled with towering skyscrapers. The butler's car pulls up, signaling their arrival at the location of the celebrity gathering. The butler escorts Bai Wu out of the car and gestures towards a large, luxurious villa. At the entrance, Dai Qingqing is already waiting for him. As Bai Wu approaches, Dai Qingqing greets him with a smirk. "I thought you wouldn't come," she says, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Not missing a beat, Bai Wu retorts with his own brand of sarcasm. "What a surprise. I never expected you to invite me here," he says, walking past her into the opulent building. Dai Qingqing leads him into the main hall, which is bustling with elegantly dressed guests. "Come with me," she says, "and I will introduce a few people to you." Her plan to overwhelm him is now in motion. She introduces him to a group of influential figures: young Master Wang, the future successor of Xinghai Group, Mr. Zhou, the owner of Star Tech, and Miss Liu, the CEO of Eve Media. She adds with a sly smile, "You may have heard of their name before." Just as Dai Qingqing hoped, Bai Wu is internally panicking. He thinks to himself that they are all famous people, and he feels incredibly nervous and out of place meeting them face to face, wondering if this feeling is shame. Dai Qingqing watches his reaction with satisfaction. "Humph, this is really ignorant," she thinks smugly. When he sees famous people, he looks embarrassed. "See how you can make a fool of yourself." Bai Wu quickly understands her intentions. He realizes that Dai Qingqing brought him here specifically to see him in this flustered state and to make a joke out of him in front of high society. He feels the pressure mounting. The more he tries not to be nervous, the more nervous he becomes. He worries that if this continues, he'll end up completely humiliating himself. Just as despair begins to set in, a brilliant, mischievous idea pops into his head. A wide, almost maniacal grin spreads across his face as he thinks, "Aha, there it is." To conquer his nerves, Bai Wu employs a simple but effective mental trick. He reminds himself that no matter how famous these people are, they still have to eat and drink. He then imagines them in a humbling, universal situation. Sitting on the toilet, the thought instantly calms him down. With his composure completely restored, Bai Wu confidently extends his hand to Mr. Zhou. "Hello, I am Bai Wu," he says smoothly. "Very happy to meet all of you." His sudden shift in demeanor leaves Dai Qingqing stunned. Dai Qingqing stares in disbelief, her jaw practically on the floor. She is utterly baffled by his transformation and wonders to herself, why is he suddenly not nervous? 5 minutes later, the scene shifts to Bai Wu and Dai Qingqing sitting at a private table overlooking the city. She grudgingly compliments him, saying, "You behaved well just now." She admits with a look of annoyance and surprise that she was shocked he could so easily talk and laugh with those celebrities. Her plan to humiliate him had backfired completely. Bai Wu, perfectly relaxed, takes a sip of his wine. With an air of detached wisdom, he poses a question back to her. What is the difference between a celebrity and an ordinary person? Dai Qingqing simply scoffs at his philosophical question. She looks away with a cryptic smile and says, "Soon you will know the difference between them," hinting that her games are not yet over. The camera pans back to the main hall, where the guests are mingling. An auctioneer walks towards a podium on the stage, preparing for the next phase of the evening. The bald auctioneer takes the stage and addresses the crowd. He announces that it's time to begin the main topic of the celebrity gathering, a charity auction. Bai Wu looks towards the stage, surprised by this turn of events. A charity auction was not what he was expecting from this gathering. Noticing his surprise, Dai Qingqing mockingly asks if he needs an introduction to what a charity auction is. Annoyed, Bai Wu snaps back that he's not an ignorant pig and knows what it is. A close-up on Dai Qingqing's eyes reveals a cunning, predatory glint. "That's great," she says softly, her voice filled with hidden malice. Her trap is about to be sprung. She places a finely wrapped box on the table. "I have a porcelain plate from the Ming Dynasty, and I would like to put it up for auction today," she announces, then adds with false sweetness, "It happens that you are an expert in antiques." She pushes the box towards him, officially handing him the task. "Well, I gave it to you," she says, a challenging glint in her eye, "so now it is up to you to estimate and bid for me." With this move, she places all the responsibility and the potential for public humiliation onto him. Bai Wu eyes her with suspicion, a sly grin playing on his lips as he processes her request. "Let me estimate an auction," he repeats, leaning back. He recognizes it as a clear setup, but the challenge intrigues him. His expression seems to ask, "What's in it for me?" silently daring her to reveal her true angle. Dai Qingqing continues her charade, claiming that she is doing this for his benefit. She explains that the auction can be conducted in his name, offering him the spotlight. She leans forward, asking enticingly if he doesn't want to make money and build a good reputation. She points out that this is a great opportunity to get noticed by the celebrities in attendance, which will help him in the future. Bai Wu considers this, realizing she's right. If he can make these powerful people remember him, it will greatly help his future ambitions. Still wary, Bai Wu feigns disbelief. "Am I dreaming?" he asks. "Why are you being so good to me?" He's testing her, trying to see through her act. With a dismissive wave of her hand, Dai Qingqing puts on an air of magnanimity. She declares that she has decided not to be his enemy anymore and simply doesn't want any bad blood between them. Bai Wu isn't buying it for a second. His eyes narrow as he stares at her reflection in his pupils. He knows this woman is unreliable and suspects this is all a ploy to make him lower his guard. He holds the box, considering the most obvious trap. Is the antique fake? But as he uses his ability, the system provides a clear analysis. It's a genuine product, 100% Ming Dynasty, A+ grade, and was recently sold for a staggering 12.5 million. This new information only deepens his confusion. If the antique is real, what's the catch? He begins to sweat, wondering if the trap is that the auction itself is doomed to fail. He consults his system one more time, checking the probability of the auction's outcome. The result is success 100%. Bai Wu reasons that if the antique is real and the auction is guaranteed to be successful, then logically, there is nothing for him to worry about. He leans back, a sense of relief washing over him. He concludes that he must have been overthinking it. He trusts his system. Even if she is planning something, he feels he has nothing to fear. Sensing his hesitation, Dai Qingqing makes a show of retracting her offer. "If you don't want to, then just forget it," she says, reaching for the box as if to take it back. Bai Wu's demeanor shifts in an instant. With a wide, charming grin, he stops her hand. "Who said I don't want it?" he exclaims cheerfully. "This is your kindness, so of course I must do it." He has officially accepted her challenge. Later, the auctioneer announces the final item of the night. From his seat, Bai Wu watches as he is called to the stage, holding the precious box in his hands. As he walks towards the podium, Bai Wu can't resist taking one last look back at Dai Qingqing, a nagging feeling of doubt still lingering in his mind. His eyes lock onto her, and what he sees sends a chill down his spine. She has her arms crossed, and her face is twisted into a sinister, triumphant grin. It's the look of a predator who knows its prey is caught. All of his earlier confidence evaporates. Just seeing her malevolent expression confirms his deepest fears. He realizes with a jolt of anxiety that there must be something terribly wrong with this situation. Now on stage beside the auctioneer, Bai Wu hears the announcement that the antique to be auctioned belongs to him. He tries to steady his nerves, thinking that he's come too far to back down now, and it's useless to overthink it. Standing at the podium, he makes a final attempt to reassure himself by running through the facts. The antique is real, and the system predicted a 100% successful auction. Therefore, it must be real, and everything should be fine. He places the box on the podium, his expression hardening. His fear turns into resolve. I want to see what tricks you can do, he thinks, ready to confront whatever trap she has laid for him. He turns to the audience, his face breaking into a warm, confident smile. Hello everyone, I am Bai Wu, he begins, glad to see everyone here. With a sly grin directed at the crowd, he reaches into the box. What I want to auction is, he says, building the suspense before pulling out an object that no one expected. In a shocking twist, he places the item on the display stand. It's not a priceless Ming Dynasty plate, but an ordinary roll of toilet paper. The chapter ends with a shot of Bai Wu's own face, contorted in utter shock and confusion. Despite being his own move, the outcome has clearly stunned even him, leaving a massive question mark hanging over the 100% success rate his system had promised. At the auction, the crowd erupts in disbelief. Dai Qingqing, feigning shock, whispers loudly, wondering if Bai Wu is actually trying to auction a roll of toilet paper. The audience joins in the mockery, questioning Bai Wu's sanity and wondering what he's playing at. On stage, Bai Wu breaks into a cold sweat. He stares at the toilet paper on the podium, realizing he has fallen right into Dai Qingqing's trap. His mind races, filled with panic and confusion. How could this have happened? He can't understand when she could have possibly swapped the items. He's certain that the artifact he brought was 100% authentic. He had checked it himself just moments ago. Suddenly, a memory flashes in his mind, and everything clicks into place. He remembers a moment earlier when Dai Qingqing deliberately dropped her earring at his feet, asking him to pick it up for her. While he was bent over, distracted, she swiftly switched his box with another one she had prepared. Back in the present, Bai Wu covers his face in frustration. That was it. That was the moment she made her move. He grits his teeth, astounded by the depth of her scheming. Her plan was far more intricate than he had imagined. Across the room, Dai Qingqing gives a subtle, triumphant wink. She knows she has him right where she wants him. The auctioneer, a bald man, joins the mockery, sarcastically asking Bai Wu if he's in a hurry to use the toilet, given he brought half a roll on stage. Dai Qingqing leisurely sips her drink, a smug smile on her face as she watches him squirm, challenging him to find a way out of this humiliation. Bai Wu knows he can't just run away. That would only give Dai Qingqing the satisfaction and lead to a lifetime of embarrassment. He has to think of a way to salvage the situation. The crowd's patience wears thin. They begin to heckle him, calling him a fool and demanding security throw him out. The host adds to the pressure, condescendingly suggesting that Bai Wu should go down and wipe the sweat from his face. But Bai Wu isn't ready to give up. A spark of defiance lights up within him. He clenches his fist, deciding he can't just admit defeat. He reminds himself of his unique ability. The system showed a 100% success rate for the auction. That means there must be a way out of this. He puts his faith in his power. The success rate has never lied to him before, and he refuses to believe it will start now. He can't just stand there and accept this. An idea begins to form. A faint smile appears on his face as he thinks to himself that his writing skills might not have been for nothing after all. With newfound confidence, Bai Wu picks up the toilet paper. He declares that while it may seem like just a half roll of paper, to him, it's the most precious gift in the world. His sudden change in demeanor leaves the audience completely bewildered. They stare in stunned silence, unsure what to make of his statement. Even Dai Qingqing is caught off guard. She watches him with narrowed eyes, trying to figure out what trick he has up his sleeve. Bai Wu then begins to weave a story. He smiles faintly, admitting that while he may look tall and strong now, he actually used to cry a lot as a child. He takes the audience back to his childhood, painting a picture of a small, sensitive boy who was constantly bullied by other kids for being a crybaby. He continues his story, recalling how he would come home crying to his parents after being bullied. His parents would look at him with worry and sorrow, sighing at the sight of their son's tears. He remembers one birthday when his mother tried to comfort him with a warm bowl of longevity noodles. While he was eating, his father presented him with a strange birthday gift, a roll of toilet paper, neatly tied with a ribbon. Through his tears, a young and confused Bai Wu looked up at his father and asked why he had given him toilet paper. His father gently patted his head, telling him that he needed to remember he is a man. He explained that a man should be willing to bleed, but not shed tears. The toilet paper was a tool to motivate him, to be used to wipe away his tears only when he absolutely couldn't hold them back. With his father's encouragement, the young Bai Wu accepted the gift, finally understanding its symbolic meaning. Back in the present, Bai Wu's voice grows heavy. He tells the audience that not long after that birthday, his parents died unexpectedly, leaving him impoverished and buried in debt. That roll of toilet paper was one of the few things he had left. He says that he always remembered his father's words, but that the true suffering of life is something one can only understand after experiencing it firsthand. He confesses that every time he felt he couldn't go on, he would tear off a single piece of paper to wipe away his tears, reminding himself to be strong and move on. A single tear escapes his eye as he speaks. He tells them this is how he persevered, step by painful step, to finally qualify to stand before them today. With a surge of emotion, he holds the half roll of toilet paper high in the air, declaring it a testament to his long and difficult struggle. He concludes his story by announcing his intention to auction this, his most important possession, as a contribution to charity. However, his heartfelt story is met with blank stares and skepticism. The wealthy audience remains unimpressed. Dai Kinking is utterly flabbergasted. She can't believe he has the audacity to spin such a tale in a prestigious venue like this. She watches with a cynical smirk, noting to herself that despite his performance, it appears to have had no effect on the crowd. The entire hall is silent. Bai Wu looks out at the unresponsive audience, a sinking feeling in his stomach as he realizes his plan might have failed. But just then, the sound of a single person clapping breaks the silence. A wealthy businessman with a cigar smiles, saying he found the story very interesting. He likes it and bids 100,000. Bai Wu's eyes widen in sheer disbelief and relief. He actually did it. The auctioneer, seizing the moment, quickly finalizes the deal. The auction for the toilet paper is over. Bai Wu managed to turn the tables. As he steps down, Bai Wu breathes a sigh of relief, patting his backside. He's thankful for his experience writing novels, which allows him to spin stories on the spot and save himself from utter humiliation. He watches as Dai Kinking gets up from her seat and walks away without a word. A confident smirk plays on his lips. She wanted to make him lose face, but he managed to settle the score. As she leaves, Dai Kinking glances back, thinking that Bai Wu was merely lucky this time, and that he won't be able to pull off something like this again. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Bai Wu reflects with a tired smile, although he managed to save face. He watches as the last of the guests, including Dai Kinking, leave the now empty auction hall. He sighs, realizing his original plan to meet and network with celebrities was completely ruined. As he walks through the parking garage, he acknowledges that even though he talked his way out of it, in the eyes of these wealthy people, he was nothing more than a clown. He knows that with Dai Kinking gone, no one here would give him a second glance. He's an outsider in their world. A fire ignites in his eyes. He strengthens his resolve, concluding that he has to work hard and make money. In this world, money is the only path to status and dignity. He stands for a moment among the luxury sports cars, the vast gap between his current life and the world of the elite silently pressing down on him. Just as he turns to leave, something catches his eye and he stops in surprise. It's the very same businessman who bought his toilet paper, now sitting in a flashy red sports car next to a beautiful young woman, New Year. Bai Wu is taken aback, wondering why the man who just bought his sob story is together with New Year. He watches as the red sports car speeds out of the parking garage and disappears. Just then, a notification from his system pops up, revealing that the two have a business cooperation and are soon to be married. Bai Wu is surprised by the new level of detail from his system, wondering if it somehow received an upgrade. He ponders this new information. The impending marriage suddenly makes Dai Kinking's earlier actions make a strange kind of sense. Deciding the world of the rich is far too complicated. He resolves to stop meddling in their affairs and focus on what truly matters, making money. As he gets into his own car, he decides his next step is to find an assistant in the antique circle, the one field he knows inside and out. An image of a portly dealer, Fatty Wang, comes to mind. He wonders if the man has found any new treasures recently, and his system confirms there are indeed treasures to be found with him. A sly grin spreads across Bai Wu's face. He thinks about how Fatty Wang always manages to get his hands on good items, but somehow, Bai Wu is always the one who ends up making a fortune from them. He realizes that cooperating with Fatty Wang could be beneficial. The man is well connected and can serve as a front man for deals Bai Wu can't do himself. The idea solidifies in his mind. Having Fatty Wang assist him in the antique world would be a huge advantage. With his mind made up, Bai Wu slams his foot on the accelerator. He speeds out of the garage, determined to put his new plan into action. The following day, at the entrance to an antique market, Fatty Wang is on the phone, impatiently complaining about how long he's been waiting. Just as he hangs up the phone with a sigh, Bai Wu appears directly behind him. Fatty Wang jumps, startled, as he turns from his phone call to find Bai Wu standing directly behind him with a wide, cheerful grin. Bai Wu puts on a charming smile, trying to de-escalate the situation. "Fat boss, don't be so angry," he says smoothly. "I'm just here today to talk about a cooperation with you." The word cooperation only enrages Fatty Wang further. He flashes back to the times Bai Wu has outsmarted him, his face contorted with fury. Bai Wu lays on the flattery, telling Fatty Wang he's a lucky person who always finds good things. He then presents his own unique skill, the ability to see all valuable items, guaranteeing they would be the greatest partners ever. He throws an arm around the dealer's shoulders, proposing a simple partnership. They sell things and split the profits 50-50. But Fatty Wang violently shrugs him off. He angrily asks why he would ever need to work with Bai Wu, boasting that he's been in the business for a long time and knows what he's doing. He gets right in Bai Wu's face, steaming with anger, and questions how he could be so shameless as to even mention cooperation. Shoving him away, Fatty Wang accuses him of coming back just to make him lose face again, and furiously tells him to get lost. Bai Wu realizes that Fatty Wang is still incredibly bitter about their past encounters, and that pressing the matter now would only make things worse. Not wanting to cause a bigger scene, he decides to make a strategic retreat for the time being. As he turns to leave, he remains confident. He knows there will be another opportunity, and that sooner or later, Fatty Wang will have no choice but to cooperate with him. Just as he is walking away, his attention is caught by two men approaching Fatty Wang. One is an older man, clutching something wrapped in a white cloth. He watches from a distance as Fatty Wang greets the two men. It looks like he's in the middle of a business transaction. Bai Wu's curiosity is piqued. He decides to stick around and see what kind of item is being bought or sold. Fatty Wang, eager to do business, gestures for the men to show him what they've brought. The old man hesitates for a moment, his eyes shifting nervously, before preparing to unveil the item. The seller proudly presents a sword, claiming with absolute certainty that it's the legendary 7-star sword once owned by the warlord Cao Cao. Fatty Wang waves him off, saying he doesn't need the sales pitch. He takes the sword to examine it for himself. Bai Wu overhears the famous name, Cao Cao's 7-star sword, and his interest grows. This could be a major find. He watches as Fatty Wang inspects the sword with a focused gaze, but in an instant, Bai Wu's system delivers its verdict: genius product 0%. It's a complete fake. To Bai Wu's astonishment, Fatty Wang seems completely convinced. He holds the sword with admiration and eagerly asks the sellers how much they want for it. Bai Wu is dumbfounded. What is wrong with Fatty Wang? Why would an experienced dealer be so eager to buy what his system has identified as a worthless fake? He wonders if the craftsmanship is so deceptive that Fatty Wang can't spot the forgery. His system confirms his suspicion, stating that Fatty Wang's probability of seeing through the fake is 0%. A smug smile plays on Bai Wu's lips. The forger's skills might be high enough to fool Fatty Wang, but they couldn't possibly hide the truth from his all-seeing eyes. However, as he looks closer, Bai Wu finds himself stumped. Even knowing it's a fake, he can't visually identify the flaw. Where is the fake point? His own system seems to mock his inability, flashing the question, "Are you blind?" Bai Wu grows frustrated, admitting he genuinely can't see the flaw. Continuing from the antique market, Bai Wu's special ability, the success rate vision, analyzes the 7-star sword. A system interface pops up, highlighting a flaw located at the gem on the hilt. Looking at the holographic analysis provided by his system, Bai Wu begins to deduce the nature of the forgery. He wonders to himself if the gem itself is the fake part of the sword. However, Bai Wu dismisses that thought. He knows that the seller, Fatty Wang, is a seasoned artifact dealer. If the gem itself were an obvious fake, an expert like him would have noticed it immediately. Realizing the deception must be more subtle, a new theory forms in Bai Wu's mind. It's not the gem that's fake, but perhaps there's a flaw hidden underneath the gem. Bai Wu considers his next move. He knows that simply telling Fatty Wang the sword is a fake won't be convincing. He resolves to use a special method to expose the truth. With a confident smirk, Bai Wu decides on his course of action. There's no other way to handle this. It's time to put on a show. He confidently strides forward, startling Fatty Wang with his sudden approach. Playing to the crowd, Bai Wu sarcastically praises the sword. He remarks that he'd heard everyone talking about the 7 Stars sword and that the craftsmanship is identical to the original, setting the stage for his reveal. Fatty Wang and the onlookers are completely baffled by Bai Wu's strange praise for the sword, asking him what he means. Enjoying their confusion, Bai Wu gives a sly grin and asks, "You still don't get it?" Fatty Wang becomes defensive, angrily declaring his expertise. He boasts that he's been in the antique business for over a decade and knows for a fact that the knife is authentic. Trying to discredit him, Fatty Wang accuses Bai Wu of wanting the knife for himself and trying to drive the price down. The confrontation escalates as an enraged Fatty Wang points a finger at Bai Wu, yelling at him to leave him alone and questioning why he's causing trouble. Bai Wu calmly ignores the outburst and lays out his true intention, a wager. He asks if Fatty Wang will agree to cooperate with him in the future, should he be able to prove the knife is a fake. Fatty Wang scoffs at the proposal, still utterly convinced of the sword's authenticity and his own expertise. He arrogantly tells Bai Wu that he has no need for his cooperation. To raise the stakes, Bai Wu asks for the knife's price. Fatty Wang, annoyed, tells him it's 500,000, assuming Bai Wu wants to compete to buy it. Bai Wu then makes an outrageous bet, declaring that if he's wrong, he'll pay 10 times the price, a staggering 5 million. Tempted by the massive sum and his own arrogance, Fatty Wang accepts the bet. He shoves the knife at Bai Wu, declaring he doesn't believe for a second that it's a fake. Fatty Wang mockingly challenges Master Bai to prove his claim, handing over the sword for inspection. Bai Wu takes the knife with a confident smirk, retorting that Master Bai is indeed about to teach him a lesson. As Bai Wu contemplates his next move, a comedic visual shows him with 2 heads, perfectly capturing Fatty Wang's utter confusion at the bizarre situation. This is his special method. Bai Wu suddenly grabs a large thermos filled with hot water, a completely unconventional tool for appraising antiques. Holding the thermos, Bai Wu readies himself while Fatty Wang can only watch in confusion, wondering what he could possibly be planning to do with it. Then with a wild grin, Bai Wu lifts the thermos high, preparing to execute his unconventional plan on the supposedly ancient sword. He pours the hot water directly onto the hilt. The sudden heat instantly melts the hidden adhesive, causing the gem to pop right off, exposing the sword as an undeniable fake. As the gem clatters to the ground, the crowd, along with Fatty Wang, stares in absolute shock. The simple yet brilliant trick has left them all speechless. Humiliated and enraged, Fatty Wang glares at Bai Wu, his face contorted in disbelief. He can only sputter, you are crazy, you are crazy." Bai Wu, on the other hand, remains perfectly calm and collected, a smug look on his face as he holds the definitively fake sword. With a triumphant smile, he taunts the disgraced dealer. "Hee, Fatty Wang, let's see, will you believe me this time?" But Bai Wu isn't finished. He points to the bottom of the hilt, revealing an even more damning piece of evidence. He asks how a sword supposedly from the era of Cao Cao could possibly have a QR code on it. A close-up reveals the undeniable truth. A modern QR code is stamped onto the pommel, proving the sword is not just a forgery, but a poorly made one. Fatty Wang stares at the QR code, his mind completely blown. All he can muster is a strangled egg. Having won the bet decisively, Bai Wu confidently presses his advantage. He asks Fatty Wang if he's now willing to cooperate, boasting that when it comes to antiques, he is the real expert. Fatty Wang's humiliation quickly turns to fury, but not at Bai Wu. He realizes he was scammed by the original sellers, thinking to himself, "You too dare to lie to this fat man. I think you're tired of living." He continues to fume, replaying the moment the 2 con artists sold him the worthless sword. Too late, Fatty Wang shakes his fist at the empty street, where the scammers have long since vanished, shouting that they were lucky to get away and warning them never to show their faces again. After his anger subsides, a humbled Fatty Wang turns to Bai Wu. His curiosity now piqued, he asks him how he knew the knife was a fake. A sliver of suspicion returns. Fatty Wang eyes Bai Wu and asks if he was in on the scam, questioning if he had hired the 2 con artists. Bai Wu coolly deflects the accusation with a simple, unimpressed glance. He counters Fatty Wang's suspicion with logic, pointing out that if he could orchestrate such scams, he wouldn't need to be asking for cooperation. He then dangles the answer, asking, "You want to know how I knew it?" Bai Wu decides to be mysterious, giving a vague and confident answer. He simply says with a wave of his hand that people like him have their own magic methods. Fatty Wang waves his hand dismissively, but Bai Wu slings an arm around him, reminding him that he won the bet fair and square. Now, it's time for Fatty Wang to uphold his end of the deal and agree to cooperate. However, Fatty Wang panics. He pushes Bai Wu away, calling him an unpredictable and inscrutable person. He's afraid of getting involved with someone so mysterious and flatly refuses to cooperate, fearing he'll be scammed himself. Bai Wu is incensed that Fatty Wang is backing out of their deal, yelling his name in frustration. Fatty Wang explains his paranoia. He's been in the cutthroat antique market for a long time and has learned that no one speaks honestly. The recent scam has only reinforced his belief that he can't trust anyone. Bai Wu's expression turns serious as he addresses the disillusioned dealer as Boss Wang. Fatty Wang officially calls off the cooperation. However, not wanting to seem ungrateful, he tells Bai Wu that he won't let his help go unrewarded. As a token of his appreciation, Fatty Wang begins packing up his goods and tells Bai Wu to pick any item he wants from the stall on the house. As Fatty Wang gathers his items into a large sack, Bai Wu's eyes widen with a sudden realization, as if spotting something incredible among the junk. Fatty Wang, annoyed by Bai Wu's staring, defensively states that the items in the sack are all the treasures he has acquired. Eager to show off, Fatty Wang pulls out a red robe, proudly claiming it's the authentic robe worn by the monk Xuanzang on his journey to the west. Bai Wu is thoroughly unimpressed. He points out a clear cigarette burn in the fabric and scornfully asks Fatty Wang where he stole such a piece of junk from. Caught in his obvious lie, Fatty Wang can only offer a sweaty, awkward smile. Not giving up, Fatty Wang presents his next treasure, a simple bowl which he claims was used by the legendary hero Wu Song. Bai Wu remains silent, his expression a mask of doubt. Bai Wu scoffs at the chipped bowl, remarking that it looks like something from a cheap restaurant. He impatiently asks if Fatty Wang has anything of actual value. Once again, Fatty Wang is left flustered and embarrassed as Bai Wu effortlessly sees through his counterfeit goods. Announcing he has a special thing to show, Fatty Wang rummages through his collection of junk while Bai Wu looks on, thinking everything the man owns is worthless. Bai Wu starts to get concerned. His system had assured him there was a valuable item to be found here, but all he's seen so far is a pile of worthless fakes. Suddenly, Fatty Wang's demeanor changes. He excitedly pulls a long, cloth-wrapped object from his sack, exclaiming, "Oh ho, here it is." Still skeptical after the previous displays, Bai Wu immediately assumes it's another fake, asking what it is and where Fatty Wang stole it from. Fatty Wang just gives him a sly, conspiratorial grin, promising to show him something that will really open his eyes. He unwraps the object to reveal an ornate scabbard. Fatty Wang proudly declares it to be the legendary male and female duo sword once wielded by the great warlord Liu Bei. Maintaining his composure, Bai Wu feigns casual skepticism. With a slight smirk, he activates his success rate vision to analyze the swords. The system delivers its verdict. The swords are a 100% real product, the genuine duo sword used by Liu Bei. It's a priceless, authentic artifact. Bai Wu is struck dumb with shock. His jaw drops and his eyes widen as he realizes he's stumbled upon a legitimate treasure of immense value. He breaks into a nervous sweat as the reality of the discovery sinks in. He can barely believe that what he's looking at is real. Fatty Wang, completely unaware of Bai Wu's internal turmoil, confirms the sword's authenticity. He clutches it tightly, stating that this item is too valuable and profitable to simply give away. Bai Wu now understands this is the real treasure his system had predicted. A smile spreads across his face as he thinks that even the heavens are on his side today. His eyes light up with ambition. He knows that with a treasure of this magnitude, he can finally gain an audience with the influential figure he needs to meet. A determined glint appears in his eyes. He must find a way to get this sword from Fatty Wang, no matter what it takes. Fatty Wang breaks his train of thought, gloating that Bai Wu must be surprised he owns a real product. He defensively holds up the sword, as if to prove his worth as a dealer. Bai Wu begins his counterattack. He acts unimpressed, pointing out Fatty Wang's inconsistency. First a cow sword, now a Liu Bei sword. He questions what tall tale the dealer will spin next. Taking the bait, Fatty Wang becomes defensive. He passionately argues for the sword's authenticity, pointing to its shape and the intricate details of its patina as proof. With a devastatingly calm smirk, Bai Wu reminds him, "Didn't you say the same thing about the 7-star sword too?" The comment hits its mark. Fatty Wang freezes, the memory of his very recent and public humiliation washing over him. His confidence shatters and he's left stammering, unable to form a response. To crush Fatty Wang's remaining confidence, Bai Wu leans in with a wicked grin and delivers the final, deceptive blow, whispering that this sword probably has a QR code on it too. The bluff works perfectly. Fatty Wang's spirit is completely broken, and he stands dejectedly, utterly convinced that his last remaining treasure is also a worthless fake. Now fully demoralized, he stares at the genuine Liu Bei sword and laments that the forger was so amazing. They made this fake look just as real as the last one. Tears stream down his face as he cries about his misfortune. He had hoped to sell both swords for a fortune, but now believes he's been left with nothing. In a fit of despair, he throws the priceless artifact to the ground, calling it trash and cursing the heavens for being so unfair to him. Sensing his moment, Bai Wu swoops in. Feigning pity, he tells the miserable Fatty Wang that he'll take the sword off his hands and won't even haggle over the price. Completely defeated, Fatty Wang waves a dismissive hand, telling Bai Wu to just take it. Since it's a fake anyway, he simply doesn't care anymore. With a cheerful smile, Bai Wu happily takes the duo sword. He thanks the fat boss, while the completely oblivious dealer sinks into a deep depression over his perceived failure. As Bai Wu walks away with his prize, a dejected Fatty Wang sits alone, chain-smoking to cope with the terrible day he thinks he's had. Bai Wu glances back, feeling a slight pang of guilt. He admits to himself that the dealer's situation is truly pathetic. He resolves to make things right in the future. He decides that he owes Fatty Wang and will find an opportunity to help him make a huge profit to ease his own conscience. But for now, his focus is on the future. With the legendary sword in his possession, his next step is to meet the top elder of the antiques circle and win him over. A helpful diagram illustrates the hierarchy of the antiques world. Fatty Wang is a mere pupil, Bai Wu is a new expert, and above them both is Old Man Qi, a top elder in the circle. Bai Wu smirks with confidence. He knows the duo sword is the perfect gift, a good master of things, to gain an audience with the influential Lao Qi. Carrying the sword, he arrives at a large traditional building, the antique shop owned by the very man he intends to meet. He looks up, confirming he's at the right place. The sign reads Gu Yun Ji Qi. Just before entering, a wave of apprehension hits him. He desperately hopes he doesn't run into that girl again, referencing his previous unpleasant encounter with Qi Xiaoxiao. He steps inside the elegant shop. A woman in a beautiful blue cheongsam, her back turned to him, is busy arranging the displays. Bai Wu politely approaches the assistant and asks if the owner, Master Qi, is available. She gives him a professional smile, but informs him that Master Qi is very busy and likely doesn't have time to see any unscheduled guests. Unfazed, Bai Wu quickly consults his system. He asks if Mr. Qi would meet him if he knew who he was, and the system confidently flashes, yes, 100%. Armed with this knowledge, Bai Wu tries a new tactic. He tells the assistant to please let Mr. Qi know that the person who sold him the valuable Tang Senkai artifact has come to visit. The assistant is taken aback by this information. Realizing he might be an important guest, she quickly agrees to report it to her master. The name drop works. A familiar female voice rings out from deeper in the shop. Sure enough, you are the one who sold Tang Senkai to Grandpa. Bai Wu's blood runs cold. His face twists in horror as he recognizes the voice of the assistant. It's Qi Xiaoxiao, the very person he was hoping to avoid. As Bai Wu was led inside, he heard a familiar voice and immediately recognized who it belonged to. He turns and greets the person, Qi Xiaoxiao, with a casual wave. Before he can even finish his sentence, Qi Xiaoxiao sweeps his feet from under him, sending him stumbling. Bai Wu is utterly bewildered by the sudden attack, completely clueless as to what is going on. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaoxiao warms up, stretching her arms as if preparing for a full-blown fight. With a menacing look, she declares that she's going to teach him a lesson, citing both old and new grievances. Bai Wu is taken aback as his system suddenly flashes an emergency warning. There is a 100% chance this fight will result in injuries. Without wasting a moment, Qi Xiaoxiao lunges forward, throwing a powerful punch straight at him. Bai Wu's eyes widen in terror as he sees the attack coming. He quickly ducks and dodges, narrowly avoiding her fist. The fight continues with Bai Wu desperately trying to defend himself against Qi Xiaoxiao's relentless assault. Getting more aggressive, Qi Xiaoxiao grabs a nearby vase, shouting that he has nowhere to run. Suddenly, an elderly man with white hair and a goatee, Old Man Qi, appears, causing Qi Xiaoxiao to stop in her tracks. She freezes, still holding the vase, as Old Man Qi watches her with disapproval. His face contorts in anger as he yells at Xiaoxiao, demanding to know if she's causing trouble again and telling her to put the vase down. He continues to scold her, telling her she's getting out of hand and ordering her to go home and reflect on her behavior. The three of them stand in a tense silence as Bai Wu watches the scene unfold. Chi Xiaoxiao glares at Bai Wu, muttering a threat that he should watch his back if she ever sees him outside again. As she walks away, Bai Wu breathes a sigh of relief, though he suspects this isn't the last he'll see of her. From a distance, Chi Xiaoxiao looks back with a sly, mischievous grin. Now outside the building, she yells up defiantly, questioning if they really thought she would leave so easily. Old Man Chi apologizes to Bai Wu for her behavior, explaining that she's a good girl but just not very smart. Bai Wu politely agrees. Bai Wu observes Old Man Chi, noticing a thoughtful expression and wondering what's on his mind. His system reminds him that it can't read minds yet. He frowns, making a mental note that his system seems to require further upgrades for more advanced features like mind reading. Just then, Old Man Chi interrupts his thoughts, courteously inviting him upstairs to have some tea and continue their conversation. Old Man Chi leads Bai Wu into a spacious and elegantly decorated tea room. Impressed, Bai Wu compliments him, noting that his tea room is truly extraordinary. Old Man Chi humbly brushes off the compliment while pouring tea, saying the place is a mess that he can't get right. Bai Wu internally scoffs at the false modesty, recognizing that the old man is clearly just showing off his wealth. Getting straight to the point, Old Man Chi correctly guesses that Bai Wu must have brought a treasure with him. With a confident smile, Bai Wu presents the duo sword he acquired, asking the expert to take a look. Old Man Chi's interest is piqued as he accepts the sheathed sword for inspection. His eyes light up with excitement as he immediately recognizes its potential, identifying it as a possible treasure from the Eastern Han Dynasty. Bai Wu seizes the opportunity to flatter him, saying that an ordinary item wouldn't be worthy of his attention. Old Man Chi appraises the sword, stating that a duo sword from that era typically auctions for about 5 million. Bai Wu raises the stakes, asking what the value would be if this specific sword was once used by the historical figure Liu Bei. Old Man Chi agrees that if that were true, the price could easily be 10 times higher. Bai Wu then offers the sword as a gift to express his admiration. The old man is skeptical, questioning why Bai Wu would give away an item that could fetch a sky-high price at an international auction. Bai Wu insists that meeting a great master like him is more important than any price, and that such treasures should be owned by him. Changing the subject, Old Man Chi calmly suggests they drink tea first, leaving the offer of the sword hanging in the air. Bai Wu grows anxious, wondering if Old Man Chi is dissatisfied. His system provides a harsh answer, 100% satisfaction with the sword, but only 10% satisfaction with him. Old Man Chi formally declines the gift, stating it is too heavy and he doesn't dare to accept it. He elaborates that he makes friends based on character and ability, not the value of their gifts, suggesting they be friends of gentlemen instead. Bai Wu is stunned, realizing this is a blunt rejection, and that Old Man Chi doesn't think he's qualified to be his friend. His system confirms his fears with a stark, not qualified 100% notification, leaving Bai Wu frustrated with the old man's posturing. However, Old Man Chi then says that while he won't accept it as a gift, he will buy the sword for its market price of 5 million and begins writing a check. He hands Bai Wu the check and tells him that if he finds any other good items in the future, he can bring them to him and will be compensated fairly. Bai Wu is initially furious that his attempt to build a relationship was rejected, but then a realization dawns on him. This old man is quite interesting. A smirk spreads across his face as he understands that you can't befriend a man like Chi Lao without demonstrating real skill. Just then, he hears a rustling sound from outside the paper door, and a clever idea begins to form in his mind. Bai Wu pushes the check back towards Old Man Chi, stating that in business, skills and abilities are more important than money. Surprised by this gesture, Old Man Chi asks him to clarify what he means. With a cunning smile, Bai Wu reminds him of their earlier conversation. If the sword was indeed used by Liu Bei, its value would be 50 million, not 5. Old Man Chi, arms crossed, questions Bai Wu's confidence. "Are you so sure this sword was used by Liu Bei?" he asks. Bai Wu confidently replies, "Of course." Taking a sip of his tea, Bai Wu slyly continues, anticipating the old man's next question. "And you must be wondering how I know, right?" Old Man Chi concedes that Bai Wu's eye for treasure is like a torch, but he is indeed curious about how he possesses such knowledge. Leaning in conspiratorially, Bai Wu claims he's just an ordinary person who happened to learn a special skill, divination calculation. This piques the old man's interest even more, as he asks if that's how he evaluates all these antiques. Bai Wu confirms it, adding that his ability extends beyond antiques. As a demonstration, he points towards the window and casually reveals that Chi Xiaoxiao is currently eavesdropping on them. Old Man Chi is utterly shocked, turning his head in disbelief toward the window where his granddaughter is supposedly hiding. Bai Wu smirks, enjoying the moment. He thinks to himself that now, Chi Xiaoxiao is about to get a lesson directly from her grandfather. Continuing from the previous chapter, a young woman is seen climbing the wall of a traditional building, thinking to herself that the scoundrel Bai Wu is trying to deceive her grandfather again. With a determined look, she pulls herself up, intent on eavesdropping on their conversation. Inside, Bai Wu smirks, having already detected Chi Xiaoxiao's presence with his system. Her grandfather, Old Man Chi, looks on with an annoyed expression. Caught peeking, Chi Xiaoxiao looks terrified as she stammers, calling out to her grandfather. Bai Wu mockingly compliments her Spider-Man skills. Flustered and angry, Chi Xiaoxiao yells back, threatening to teach him a lesson. Her grandfather, Old Man Chi, angrily shouts her name. Startled, she immediately apologizes, admitting she was wrong. She hastily promises to go home and reflect on her mistakes, then makes a quick escape. With the interruption gone, Bai Wu confidently turns to Old Man Chi and asks if he now believes in his fortune-telling abilities. Old Man Chi remains skeptical. He reasons that Bai Wu could have simply heard the noise outside and guessed it was his granddaughter, which isn't enough to prove he can tell fortunes. Bai Wu realizes that this old man is going to be difficult to convince. Old Man Chi challenges him, saying that if Bai Wu can truly calculate and see things, he shouldn't need to ask for his belief. This puts Bai Wu in a tough spot. Bai Wu contemplates his next move, understanding that if he doesn't find a way to convince Old Man Chi now, he might lose the opportunity to cooperate with him entirely. He decides to consult his system, asking for the probability of successfully persuading the old man. The system displays a surprisingly high success rate of 87.25%. Surprised, Bai Wu wonders what specific action he should take to achieve this. A brilliant idea strikes him, and a confident smile spreads across his face. While Old Man Chi sips his tea, Bai Wu formulates a new plan. He asks the system for the success rate if he were to reveal the details of all the antiques in the room. The system shows a 100% success rate. With this assurance, Bai Wu clenches his fist, ready to execute his plan. Bai Wu begins his demonstration, stating that he has observed a total of 26 antiques in the tea room. However, Old Man Chi retorts that simply being able to count doesn't prove he can tell fortunes. Unfazed, Bai Wu confidently tells Old Man Chi to listen closely as he explains. Old Man Chi calmly agrees to hear him out. Internally, Bai Wu smirks, thinking that the old man's composure won't last long, as he's about to be shocked. Bai Wu thinks to himself that despite Old Man Chi's calm demeanor, he won't be scared to death after hearing what he has to say. He activates his system, and the room is instantly filled with holographic panels displaying detailed information about every single antique. Surrounded by the glowing blue data from his system, Bai Wu wears a look of absolute confidence, ready to overwhelm the old man with his knowledge. Kicking off his detailed explanation, Bai Wu gestures to a nearby table. He starts with a specific claim, asking, "Old Man Chi, this set of red sandalwood utensils. It dates back to the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty, correct?" A flicker of surprise crosses Old Man Chi's face. He gives a slight nod, conceding, "Not bad." The first piece of detailed knowledge hits its mark, but his expression shows he's waiting for more. Bai Wu continues his demonstration, adding that the red sandalwood utensils are also a royal appliance worth around 20 million. He confidently asks Old Man Chi if he is correct. Old Man Chi, though impressed, remains reserved. He admits that Bai Wu is correct, but states that it's still not enough to fully convince him. Undeterred, Bai Wu picks up another item, a black jade platform. He identifies it as an artifact from the Ming Dynasty's revolution, pricing it at about 5 million. Old Man Chi simply lets out a contemplative, his expression unreadable, but hinting at a growing curiosity. Bai Wu then adds a crucial piece of information. The black jade inkstone was once used by Zhang Zhozhang, the chief assistant of the cabinet, during the Wanli era of the Ming Dynasty. This specific detail shatters Old Man Chi's composure. His eyes fly open in complete shock. Absolutely astonished, Old Man Chi stands up and asks how Bai Wu could possibly know that. He reveals that it took him and his colleagues 2 full years of researching historical texts to determine the inkstone's origin. With a cool, enigmatic smile, Bai Wu simply replies, "Naturally, it's calculated." Old Man Chi is utterly floored by the response. "Calculated? How can it be?" he exclaims in disbelief. Bai Wu, enjoying the moment, calmly tells the astounded old man that he isn't finished yet and asks him to sit and listen patiently. Regaining his composure, Old Man Chi apologizes for his outburst and politely asks Mr. Bai to continue his incredible demonstration. Bai Wu gestures towards other items, effortlessly identifying a brush holder from the study of Emperor Jiaqing of the Qing dynasty, and the brushes themselves as objects from the Republic of China period. He continues his barrage of facts, pointing out a bronze jug as an object from the Song dynasty during the spring and autumn period. Then he identifies a blue and white porcelain piece, a Hushan kiln item, and a Jingdezhen artifact, all originating from the Yuan dynasty. As Bai Wu lists off the origins of his priceless collection one by one, Old Man Chi is left completely dumbfounded, his mouth agape in awe. Having flawlessly identified all 26 antiques, Bai Wu turns back to Old Man Chi with a confident smirk, asking if he still doubts his ability. Completely won over, Old Man Chi shakes his head, admitting he has no more doubts and that he wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Bai Wu decides to push his luck, cheekily asking if the old man would believe him if he claimed a particular sword was used by the famous historical figure, Liu Bei. Old Man Chi raises a hand, his skepticism returning. While he admires Bai Wu's clever calculations and has confirmed the other items through his own research, he cannot prove the sword's origin and finds the claim too mysterious to accept on deduction alone. Bai Wu is caught off guard by the old man's sudden resistance. He wonders to himself why Old Man Chi still doesn't seem to fully believe him, despite the incredible display. His own system confirms with believe 100%, which only deepens Bai Wu's confusion. If the old man believes him, why is he still creating obstacles? Bai Wu's mind races. He considers that perhaps Old Man Chi has something else he wants to say, or more likely, something he needs help with. Bai Wu realizes the old man is incredibly shrewd. By feigning disbelief about the sword, he was turning the tables and testing Bai Wu further. Bai Wu acknowledges that Old Man Chi truly deserves his reputation as a top elder in the antique circle. Recalling his earlier observation of the old man's pensive expression, Bai Wu begins to connect the dots. This isn't just about skepticism, there's a deeper issue. He theorizes that the old man's true worry is tied to a specific antique, and as he focuses on this possibility, his system confirms the connection with 100% certainty, setting the stage for his next move. His system confirms his theory with 100% certainty. Old Man Chi has something he couldn't speak of, and wants Bai Wu to verify its authenticity. Armed with this insight, Bai Wu seizes the opportunity. He directly addresses Old Man Chi, asking if there's a particular item he'd like him to identify. The old man is stunned once again, completely baffled as to how Bai Wu could have possibly known what was troubling him. With a sigh of resignation, Old Man Chi drops the pretense. He admits that since Mr. Bai has already calculated it, he will be straightforward and confesses he is indeed upset about a recent antique matter. He then makes his request, stating that it would be a great help if Bai Wu could figure out the authenticity of that specific antique for him. Bai Wu immediately recognizes this as a golden opportunity. Helping Old Man Chi solve this problem would be the perfect chance to build a deep, meaningful connection with the influential elder. He cheerfully accepts, proclaiming that the old man's business is his business and that he will do his absolute best to help out. A relieved and grateful smile appears on Old Man Chi's face as he thanks Mr. Bai for his willingness to help. Old Man Chi then leads Bai Wu down a long, well-lit staircase, descending into what appears to be a secure basement. Bai Wu expresses his surprise, marveling at the existence of such a large and impressive basement beneath the old man's establishment. Old Man Chi explains that in the high-stakes business of antiques, one must always be cautious and ensure that their many treasures are well taken care of. They arrive at a massive, modern bank-style vault door. Old Man Chi begins to explain that he recently acquired a blue and white nine-dragon jar with exquisite and ingenious workmanship. Bai Wu is impressed, thinking to himself that the old man is truly a major figure in the antique circle. In contrast, he feels that his and Fatty Wang's dealings are just minor squabbles. With a determined look, Old Man Chi grips the large wheel of the vault and begins the process of opening the heavy door. As the massive door swings open, they step into a climate-controlled room lined with what appear to be numerous safe deposit boxes. In front of the open vault, Old Man Chi confesses that although he examined the jar thoroughly, it still looked like a genuine piece. Bai Wu is puzzled as to why the old man would still have doubts. With a grim expression, Old Man Chi struggles to explain his feeling, saying, "But I don't know why." He elaborates that he's had an inexplicable, unreliable feeling in his heart that something was wrong with the jar, which is why the deal hasn't been finalized. Walking deeper into the vault, Old Man Chi makes his proposition. If Bai Wu can confirm the treasure is authentic, he will officially complete the purchase of the jar. Furthermore, he adds with a smile that regardless of the outcome, he will provide Mr. Bai with a generous benefit fee of 10 million yuan for his trouble. Bai Wu puts on a slightly offended act, scoffing as if to say, "It seems Mr. Chi thinks I am only here for the 10 million. Hilariously, his own system immediately flashes, "That's right, 100%. Annoyed, Bai Wu tells his system to shut up, thinking that his ambitions are far greater than that. Old Man Chi, oblivious to Bai Wu's internal monologue, gestures towards the back of the vault and announces that the item is inside. With a serious and determined expression, Bai Wu sweats slightly but agrees, saying a simple, "Okay." At the entrance to the inner chamber, Old Man Chi gestures for Bai Wu to enter. With a show of respect, Bai Wu politely insists that the old man lead the way. Upon seeing the magnificent jar, Bai Wu can't help but be impressed, exclaiming that the object is truly extraordinary at first sight. Old Man Chi formally presents the item. "Mr. Bai, this is the 9-dragon jar," he says, adding that its current market value is an astounding 1.3 billion. Bai Wu is completely staggered by the astronomical figure, his eyes wide with disbelief as he repeats, 1.3 billion. Old Man Chi respectfully asks for Bai Wu's help in calculating its authenticity. Bai Wu reassures him, saying there's no need to be polite and that he will give it his all. Bai Wu begins his careful inspection of the jar, his expression turning serious as he concentrates on the task at hand. As he circles the vase, Old Man Chi anxiously asks for his assessment. Bai Wu makes a contemplative sound, deep in thought. With a confident smirk, Bai Wu tells the anxious old man to calm down and allow him to calculate it one more time. He meticulously examines the jar from top to bottom, wondering why his system, which is usually so quick to respond, hasn't provided an answer yet. He grows more puzzled by the second, questioning why there's no movement from his system at all. The system retorts that it's only responsible for answering his questions, not acting as his personal assistant. Annoyed, Bai Wu facepalms and then formally asks, "Is this 9-dragon jar real or not?" The system delivers a shocking and definitive verdict, fake 100%. Stunned, Bai Wu immediately demands to know how he can prove it. A detailed analysis appears. The proof of counterfeit is hidden within the jar's bottom. The only method to reveal it is by smashing the jar, but this carries a 4.24% risk of destroying the evidence in the process. Bai Wu's eyes lock onto the number, a 4.24% chance of failure. This is the risky choice he must now consider. He sweats, weighing the consequences. If he smashes the 1.3 billion yuan jar and falls into that 4% probability, the evidence will be ruined. With no way to prove it's a fake, he would be done for. He quickly asks his system a crucial question. What is the probability that an ordinary person could identify this jar as a fake? The system returns a possibility of only 1.47% for accurate identification without a powerful system like his. Bai Wu realizes it's nearly impossible for a normal person, even a top expert like Old Man Chi, to spot the forgery. He understands the immense risk. If he smashes the jar and isn't careful, he'll be digging his own grave, losing all credibility. However, he also knows that if he doesn't smash it, he can't display his true ability, and Old Man Chi will no longer believe in him. He is caught in a difficult dilemma. After a moment of intense internal debate, a flicker of resolve appears in his eyes. He has made his decision. Old Man Chi, noticing Bai Wu's prolonged silence and serious expression, grows anxious and asks if he has figured it out yet. Breaking the tension with a confident smile, Bai Wu makes his declaration. "Well, I can be sure that this jar is fake." The pronouncement leaves Old Man Chi utterly stunned. Recovering from his shock, Old Man Chi presses for confirmation. "Mr. Bai, do you have the evidence to prove it?" he asks, his voice filled with a mix of hope and skepticism. With a knowing grin, Bai Wu reveals the crucial detail. "Old Chi, the evidence is at the bottom of the jar." The two men turn their attention back to the massive porcelain vase, their gaze fixed on its base, where the secret supposedly lies. As they lean in for a closer look, Old Man Chi states that he has inspected the bottom many times but found nothing wrong. Bai Wu clarifies that the evidence isn't on the surface, but hidden inside the bottom layer of the jar itself. Bai Wu stands before the massive 9-dragon jar, telling the skeptical Old Man Chi that the evidence he needs is inside the antique itself. Leaning in, Bai Wu confidently specifies that the proof of the jar's forgery lies at its very bottom. Old Man Chi is stunned by the implication. The only way to get to the bottom would be to break the priceless artifact. He can't believe Bai Wu would suggest smashing the jar. Bai Wu's expression is firm. He insists that destroying the jar is the only way to definitively prove that it's a fake. Old Man Chi hesitates, stammering as he tries to process the radical suggestion. He explains the difficult situation. The deal for the jar hasn't been finalized yet, meaning he doesn't officially own it. Smashing it is a huge risk, and he insists on contacting the seller, Mr. Zhang, first. Bai Wu internally admits that he's also nervous about smashing the jar, but he knows he must take the risk to prove his ability. Putting on a brave face, Bai Wu agrees. He tells Old Man Chi to contact the jar's owner, stating he's ready and willing to confront him directly. Relieved to have a plan, Old Man Chi immediately pulls out his phone to call Mr. Zhang. Soon after, the seller arrives. A flashy man in a purple coat and gold chain, Boss Zhang, walks in asking Old Man Chi why he was summoned so urgently. As Boss Zhang asks what's going on, Bai Wu shrewdly notes that Old Man Chi has positioned himself to stay out of the impending confrontation, leaving Bai Wu to deal with the seller. Bai Wu steals his resolve, deciding it's time to deal with the fraudster head-on. With a smirk, Bai Wu greets the seller and immediately goes on the offensive, suggesting that Mr. Zhang looks less like a seller of genuine antiques and more like a dealer of fakes. Boss Zhang is instantly enraged by the accusation from this stranger, demanding to know who Bai Wu is and what right he has to interfere. Bai Wu coolly explains that he was hired by Mr. Chi to appraise the 9-dragon jar, and unfortunately for Zhang, he has identified it as a fake. Mr. Zhang scoffs at the claim, boasting that numerous experts in the antique world have already authenticated the jar as genuine. Pointing towards the vase, he condescendingly challenges Bai Wu to show him exactly what's wrong with it. Bai Wu observes Zhang's supreme confidence, realizing that the technology used in this fraud must be exceptionally advanced, which is why the probability of failure is so high for a normal appraisal. Bai Wu reiterates his point. The only way to tell if it's real or fake is to smash it. He knows it's a risk, but it's a situation he cannot afford to lose. With a devilish grin, Bai Wu picks up a heavy, ornate mace. He muses aloud about the 1.3 billion yuan jar, wondering what it will feel like to smash it. Panic flashes across Boss Zhang's face. He shouts that he's no longer selling the jar, desperately trying to prevent Bai Wu from smashing his fraudulent product. Bai Wu looks annoyed by the interruption. He asks why Zhang is so desperate to stop him, then answers his own question, just because it's a fake. Enraged, Boss Zhang resorts to intimidation, pointing a finger at Bai Wu and trying to assert his dominance by questioning if the young man knows who he's dealing with. Bai Wu's eyes turn cold. He thinks that because he knows Zhang is selling a fake, this violent threat is justified. It's the perfect time to smash the jar and expose the fraud. Ignoring Boss Zhang's final, desperate plea, Bai Wu shouts "smash" as he begins the powerful swing, bringing the heavy mace around in an unstoppable arc towards the 1.3 billion yuan jar. With a tremendous crash, the mace connects and the 1.3 billion yuan 9-dragon jar explodes into 1,000 pieces, sending shards flying across the room as Boss Zhang looks on in horror. Old Man Chi watches the destruction, his expression a mixture of shock and intense anticipation. The die has been cast. Boss Zhang shoves Bai Wu, who is now standing amidst the wreckage, and screams at him for being in the way. Zhang then turns his fury on Old Man Chi, demanding to know why he allowed this to happen. Old Man Chi calmly reassures him, promising that if Bai Wu fails to produce evidence, Zhang will be given a full explanation and will not suffer any loss. A silent, tense moment passes between Bai Wu and Old Man Chi, a look of understanding passing between them. Old Man Chi internally weighs the consequences. He thinks that losing money is a secondary concern. What's truly important is the potential loss of his budding relationship with the gifted Mr. Bai. With a hardened expression, Old Man Chi turns to the irate Boss Zhang and warns him that if Bai Wu succeeds in finding evidence of a flaw, he will have a serious score to settle with the fraudulent dealer. Bai Wu observes the old man's power play and realizes he's not a simple man. To have reached his level of influence is no small feat. Bai Wu knows now more than ever that today, he can only win. Failure is not an option. Boss Zhang simply lets out a contemptuous humph, still confident that his scam is foolproof. Bai Wu wastes no time and begins sifting through the porcelain fragments with his mace, searching for the proof. His eyes widen in panic as he scans the largest remaining piece of the jar's base. The system highlights the flaw for him, but he frantically wonders where the physical proof is. A wave of fear washes over him as he realizes the delicate nature of the task. He worries that his first powerful swing with the hammer might have accidentally destroyed the very flaw he was trying to expose. The system confirms his fear. With the strength of his initial strike, the probability of having destroyed the flaw was a dangerously high 58.7%. He breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he almost failed catastrophically. Regaining his composure, Bai Wu tries a different tactic. He gently taps a fragment with the mace, and the system displays a much safer destruction probability of 13.7%. He understands now. He needs to take it slow and be precise. He thinks to himself that a safe, deliberate approach is the key to success in everything, even life or death matters. With renewed focus, Bai Wu begins methodically tapping away at the porcelain shards, carefully breaking them down into smaller pieces, while Boss Zhang and Old Man Qi watch anxiously. As he works, the pressure mounts. He frantically thinks that the evidence needs to appear soon, otherwise Old Man Qi's faith in him will begin to waver. Sweating and stressed, Bai Wu grows more frantic, thinking, "Don't give me a hard time, I don't have time to play with you," as he desperately searches for the flaw. Boss Zhang begins to gloat, turning to Old Man Qi and complaining that Bai Wu has been working for a long time without finding anything. Old Man Qi can only put his hands together and nervously reassure Zhang that he will pay up if this is a mistake. Bai Wu is on the verge of despair. If the proof doesn't come out, he has no way to explain himself to Old Man Qi. He mutters, "This is killing me." His eyes are wide with panic and desperation. With a final, desperate roar of "You come out," Bai Wu raises the mace and brings it down again with immense force on the remaining fragments. He immediately clutches his head in terror, screaming, "Oh no, not good." Kneeling over the shattered remains, he panics, thinking he's used far too much force and has surely destroyed the evidence this time. A close-up on his eyes reveals pure, unadulterated horror as a glint of light from the debris catches his attention. His horror turns to triumph as he picks up a small, chipped fragment from the debris. Embedded within it is the undeniable proof, a modern QR code. A victorious smirk spreads across Bai Wu's face as he holds up the fragment for all to see, turning to the stunned Boss Zhang. "May I ask," he says mockingly, "what is this?" Bai Wu presents the evidence to Old Man Qi, who takes the piece and examines it closely. Old Man Qi's eyes go wide with shock and fury as he recognizes the modern QR code, the definitive, irrefutable proof of the forgery. With the evidence exposed, a terrifying, shadowy aura of rage emanates from Old Man Qi. He glares down at the now collapsed Boss Zhang, demanding an explanation. Zhang can only stammer, "Impossible, impossible." As Boss Zhang is unceremoniously dragged away by Old Man Qi's men, Bai Wu lets out a long breath of relief. He survived the high-stakes gamble. A sudden thought strikes Bai Wu. He recalls that Fatty Wang's broken knife also had a QR code, just like this shattered jar. He speculates that both counterfeit items might have come from the same source. His thoughts are interrupted by Old Man Qi, who approaches with immense gratitude. He thanks Bai Wu profusely, while Bai Wu humbly replies that it's his responsibility to expose fakes and prevent them from deceiving others. Deeply impressed, Old Man Qi offers Bai Wu his personal business card, promising his assistance for any future request and suggesting they become like family. Bai Wu accepts the card graciously, saying it's an honor to help and that he looks forward to being in the old man's care. Internally, Bai Wu is ecstatic, pumping his fists with Chiba-like excitement. He's finally secured a powerful backer and supporter. Standing outside the grand residence, Bai Wu reflects on his thrilling victory. He successfully befriended Old Man Qi, smashed a 1.3 billion jar, and secured a massive service fee. Now he decides it's time to help Fatty Wang. Filled with new purpose, he pumps his fist, declaring he'll take care of it first thing tomorrow morning. The next day, Bai Wu speeds through the city in his G-Wagon, on his way to see Fatty Wang. He drives with a confident smile, imagining his friend Fatty Wang delightedly receiving the treasures and money he plans to give him. Now that he has a powerful connection with Mr. Qi, he feels it's the perfect time to help his friend's situation. He generously decides to share 10 million from his recent earnings with him. He smirks, thinking that with an offer of 10 million, there's no way Fatty Wang will be able to reject his help this time. As he approaches the antique market street, he spots his white van in the distance. But something is wrong. He sees his friend, Fatty Wang, being accosted by a group of men. He watches in shock as two thugs, one bald and one with long hair, violently kick Fatty Wang and shove him into the back of the van, ignoring his protests. Stunned, Bai Wu processes the scene. His system flashes an ominous notification in front of his eyes, kidnapping 75%. The white van speeds away from the curb, with Fatty Wang presumably bound inside. Bai Wu's expression hardens. There's no time to think. He knows he has to follow them immediately. He grips the steering wheel, his mind made up. The safety of his future brother is at stake and cannot be ignored. He slams on the accelerator, lurching forward in pursuit. His G-Wagon peels out, tires screeching as he accelerates down the city streets in hot pursuit of the kidnapper's van. Following them towards a remote industrial area, Bai Wu focuses, trying to analyze the kidnapper's motive and predict where they're taking Fatty Wang. As he follows, Bai Wu analyzes the situation. His system tells him there is only a 12% probability that the kidnappers are after ransom. Regardless of their motive, his first instinct is to call the police for help. But as he tries to make the call, his phone shows a dreaded message, unable to connect to the communication network. He stares at his phone in disbelief. He has no signal, even with his brand new, supposedly universal SIM card. The system confirms his suspicion. 89–95% of the signal is being blocked by a device. Realizing he's dealing with professionals, he asks the system for the probability of successfully rescuing Fatty Wang on his own. The answer is a bleak 37%. Despite the low odds, Bai Wu grips the steering wheel with determination, ready to face the challenge. He pulls up to the abandoned-looking warehouse. Stepping out of his car, he steels himself, declaring, "Okay, that's enough, let me see who can stop me." His system provides the perfect infiltration plan. It shows a guard at the door and calculates a precise window of opportunity for Bai Wu to sneak past unnoticed. As he sneaks past a urinating guard, Bai Wu internally complains about how hard it is to be a big brother, having to deal with coercion, temptation, and now a life-saving mission. He then asks the system to pinpoint Fatty Wang's location. A holographic map appears before him, highlighting Fatty Wang's position deep within the warehouse complex. Following the system's guidance, he heads towards the location, the system telling him to turn left in 30 meters. Hiding behind a corner, the system gives him another instruction. A nearby guard will leave in 8 seconds, giving him a 13-second window to pass safely. As he waits, he overhears the two thugs talking. They reveal the motive. Fatty Wang had the 7-star knife and was investigating their people, so they grabbed him to teach him a lesson. Peeking inside, Bai Wu finally sees his friend. Fatty Wang is bound, gagged, and lying on the floor, clearly having been beaten. Fatty Wang stirs, his face bruised and swollen, as he hears a noise from the broken window above him. He looks up in shock to see Bai Wu climbing through the window frame. Bai Wu lands quietly and gestures for Fatty Wang to be silent. He quickly moves to untie his friend's ropes. Once the gag is removed, a bewildered and bruised Fatty Wang immediately asks, "How did you know that I was here?" His suspicion quickly turns to accusation, as he glares at Bai Wu and asks if he followed him, or worse, if the kidnappers are actually his people. Furious at the accusation, Bai Wu bonks him on the head, yelling, "Are you sick? I'm here to save you, you idiot." Calming down, Bai Wu gets serious and asks if Fatty Wang knows who captured him. Fatty Wang looks downcast, admitting he has no idea. He was ambushed, beaten, and tied up before he knew what was happening. Bai Wu isn't worried. He knows that even if his friend doesn't have the answers, his system can easily find them. For now, the most important thing is to escape the complicated situation. He tries to pull Fatty Wang to his feet, telling him to get up and get out. But the injured and demoralized man gives up, claiming it's useless. He says he's too fat and badly injured to escape. Inside a dark warehouse, a badly beaten Fatty Wang urges Bai Wu to leave him behind. With a bruised and swollen face, he tells him to run and call the police for help. Fatty Wang continues, telling Bai Wu that he is grateful for his help with the 7-star sword matter in the past, and as far as he's concerned, any debt between them has been settled. Bai Wu becomes furious. He yells at Fatty Wang, asking him if he has any idea how much trouble he went through just to get into the warehouse to save him. A confident smirk appears on Bai Wu's face as he asks, "Fatty, do you remember the last time I told you I would take you as my little brother?" Lying on the floor in despair, Fatty Wang says that if Bai Wu wants to accept him, it will have to be in the next life. But Bai Wu interrupts him, telling him to take a look at something. Bai Wu holds out a piece of paper in front of the defeated Fatty Wang. It's a bank check, though Fatty Wang is too stunned to understand what's happening. A close-up shows Fatty Wang's eyes widening in complete and utter shock as he stares at the check presented by Bai Wu. Suddenly filled with a burst of energy, Fatty Wang leaps into the air, his injuries all but forgotten. He shouts in disbelief, 60 million, while Bai Wu watches with a satisfied smile. Now fully revitalized, as if his health bar was restored to 100%, Fatty Wang excitedly asks Bai Wu where he managed to get so much money. Bai Wu cuts him off, saying they don't have much time. He urges him to get out of there first, promising to give him another 10 million yuan if they can escape successfully. The promise of even more money is all the motivation Fatty Wang needs. With literal money signs in his eyes, he eagerly agrees, 10 million. All right, let's go. Meanwhile, two of the kidnappers are walking down the hallway. One, with long purple hair, mentions that their boss said the fat man knew nothing and that they should just deal with him, suggesting they'll have to dig a hole to bury him. Just as Bai Wu and Fatty Wang are about to open the door to escape, they both freeze. They can hear the thugs approaching from the other side. Fatty Wang begins to panic, thinking it's all over for him, but Bai Wu glares with determination and tells him not to be afraid, vowing to save him. With menacing grins, the two thugs kick the door open, expecting to find their captives inside. However, they are stunned to find the room completely empty. The thugs look around in confusion, wondering where their prisoners could have gone. The purple-haired thug spots an open window and angrily points, assuming that Bai Wu and Fatty Wang have escaped through it. He yells for his partner to go after them. As the thugs rush out of the room and into the alley to give chase, the camera reveals Bai Wu and Fatty Wang hiding behind a stack of crates, having tricked their pursuers. Peeking from behind a door, Bai Wu proudly explains his clever idea to pretend they escaped through the window. Fatty Wang grumbles that even if he wanted to, he wouldn't have been able to make it through the window in his current state. Outside, the thugs have gathered a larger group. They frantically search the area, determined not to let their targets get far. As two of the thugs run past a large pile of bricks and debris, they fail to notice Bai Wu's eye peeking out from a gap. He and Fatty Wang have found a new hiding spot. Unfortunately, the pile of bricks is unstable and begins to crumble, collapsing on top of Bai Wu and Fatty Wang and making a loud clattering noise. They emerge from the collapsed pile. Fatty Wang clutches his chest in relief, thinking that was a close call. Bai Wu, however, knows they aren't safe yet and urges him to hurry along. As they navigate the alleyways, Bai Wu's eyes glow, a sign that he is consulting his unique ability. He internally asks his system to guide them, questioning which escape path has the higher rate of success. Instantly, a system interface materializes in his vision. It presents two clear choices. Going right has a 72% success rate, while left is only 33%. Trusting the odds, Bai Wu decisively grabs Fatty Wang and pulls him to the right, shouting, "This way." As they run, a winded Fatty Wang asks Bai Wu if he has been here before, wondering how he knows the way so well. Bai Wu, focused on their escape, mutters to himself, "How can it be?" questioning the path his system has laid out for him. Still full of doubt, Fatty Wang continues to question him, asking why he's so sure about the path and worrying if they can truly escape. Bai Wu grins, explaining it as his special talent. Amazed, Fatty Wang asks if he can tell fortunes and eagerly begs to be taught, claiming he's been a fan since he was a kid. Fatty Wang even offers to formally bow to Bai Wu as his teacher. Bai Wu laughs and agrees, saying that as long as they get out of here, he will accept him as a fat apprentice so they can develop together. Delighted by the prospect, Fatty Wang firmly agrees to the deal. Meanwhile, in a control room, a formidable man in a camouflage jacket with a large scar across his face, Mr. Zhang, smokes a cigar while watching the two escape on a wall of security monitors. One of Mr. Zhang's subordinates points at a monitor, identifying the young man on screen as Bai Wu. Mr. Zhang glares at the screen, confirming that this is the person who ruined their business. The subordinate angrily explains that Bai Wu was responsible for destroying both the 7-star knife and the 9-dragon jar, and that Fatty Wang was captured because he was investigating the knife incident. Mr. Zhang scoffs, saying Bai Wu is no different from the fat man. He identifies the real threat as that old man, referring to Old Man Chi. His subordinate quickly agrees, dismissing Bai Wu and Fatty Wang as small shrimps. He obsequiously offers to go and capture Old Man Chi the next day if his boss wishes. In a sudden burst of rage, Mr. Zhang violently kicks his subordinate in the stomach, sending him flying. Mr. Zhang glares down at his underling, furiously asking if he's a pig for suggesting they go after Old Man Chi directly. Looming over the cowering man, Mr. Zhang warns him that if he messes up his plan again, he will be the first to suffer. Thinking to himself, Mr. Zhang realizes the truth. The old fox, Old Man Chi, must have known the antiques were fake but used this little liar, Bai Wu, as a pawn to expose the fraud and ruin his business. A sinister smile spreads across Mr. Zhang's face as he quietly vows to get his revenge, telling them to just wait and see how he deals with them. He then gives his orders. They will take care of Bai Wu and Fatty Wang first. He will discuss the matter concerning Old Man Chi with his eldest brother later. Back outside, Bai Wu and Fatty Wang pause at a corner. Fatty Wang asks if they're at the exit yet, just as two of the thugs are seen running in the distance. Bai Wu's system displays a map of the area. It shows Route A, the farthest path, has a 48.5% success rate, while the closer route B has a lower rate of 39.2%. Bai Wu analyzes his options. He knows that while choosing the higher probability seems logical, the percentages are always changing based on his and his enemy's actions. He makes a quick decision. Rather than blindly following the higher number, they will take a shortcut and adapt to whatever comes their way. The two of them sneak down a narrow alleyway, trying to stay out of sight of the pursuing thugs. They follow the chosen shortcut, but Bai Wu's expression turns serious as he watches the system's display. The escape success rate takes a sharp dive, dropping to a worrying 37.6%, confirming the high risk of his decision. Despite the dangerous odds, Bai Wu presses forward. The probability continues to flicker unpredictably, rising slightly to 41.8% as they navigate the tense alleyway, highlighting how their every move affects their chance of survival. They follow the path to a dead end with a large metal door, where Bai Wu suddenly stops. A tired Fatty Wang grabs onto his arm. Bai Wu points towards a small door at the end of the road, explaining that's the way he came in. Fatty Wang cheers, believing that victory is finally in sight. But Bai Wu gives him a serious look, warning him not to get happy too soon and to remain careful. From their perspective, the alley stretches out before them, with the small exit door waiting at the very end. As they cautiously approach the door, the escape success rate steadily climbs, going from 52% to 63% to 78%. Bai Wu finds the smooth progression to be almost too good to be true. They finally reach the door, and the system displays a near-perfect 99.8% success rate. Fatty Wang laughs, relieved that they seem to have lost their pursuers and passed the test perfectly. But as Fatty Wang tries the handle, the door makes a loud clanging sound. It's been locked from the outside. They overhear a thug on a radio, telling his boss that they have the two trapped at the small door. Bai Wu stares at his system in horror. The success rate has plummeted to a disastrous 3.4%. All other escape routes now show similarly low probabilities, confirming they have walked right into a trap. His face turns pale with sweat as the reality of the situation sinks in. Damn it, he thinks. I'm on the hook now and the chase will be here soon. In a blind panic, Fatty Wang uselessly throws his shoulder against the locked metal door, but it doesn't budge. At that moment, a white van pulls into the alley, its bright headlights blocking their only path of retreat. The van door slides open, and a swarm of thugs pour out, led by their sneering bosses. Bai Wu and Fatty Wang are completely surrounded with nowhere left to run. Looking at the hopeless situation, Bai Wu grits his teeth in despair. It was the system itself that led him into this perfect trap. He thinks to himself, it's over. I was killed by the system today. Continuing from the last chapter, Bai Wu and Fatty Wang are cornered in a dark alley. Fatty Wang, sweating and terrified, points out that they are completely surrounded. Despite his fear, a look of grim determination takes over Fatty Wang's face. He grits his teeth and declares that since they have no other choice, they must fight their way out. Hearing Fatty Wang's resolve, Bai Wu's eyes narrow. He knows a tough fight is ahead. With a shared battle cry, the two friends charge forward, rushing headfirst towards the gang of thugs blocking their path. Watching from the side is the gang's leader, Mr. Zhang. He has a nasty scar across his eye and smirks contemptuously while smoking a cigar. At their boss's unspoken command, the thugs rush forward with vicious smiles, eager to beat down the two who dared to defy them. The fight explodes in a flurry of motion. Silhouettes show Bai Wu and Fatty Wang completely outnumbered as they clash with Mr. Zhang's men. A heavy punch connects squarely with a thug's jaw, showing the sheer brutality of the brawl. The fight is a chaotic exchange of blows. While Bai Wu manages to land a clean hit on one opponent, Fatty Wang is not so lucky and gets punched hard in the gut. After the initial clash, both Bai Wu and Fatty Wang are already panting and covered in bruises. They've taken a beating but are still standing. The scene pulls back to reveal the grim situation. Bai Wu and Fatty Wang stand back to back, surrounded in the narrow alley as Mr. Zhang coolly steps out of his car. Mr. Zhang casually drops his lit cigar to the ground and crushes it under his foot, a clear sign that the time for games is over. Now facing them directly, Mr. Zhang gives a sinister smile. He seems almost impressed by their will to fight, muttering, "Not bad." From behind his approaching legs, Mr. Zhang taunts them, challenging Bai Wu and Fatty Wang to take him on together. Despite the pain and exhaustion, Bai Wu glares back, his eyes filled with defiance as he hisses in pain. Using his remaining strength, Bai Wu lunges forward and manages to land a solid punch on Mr. Zhang. However, Mr. Zhang is unfazed. He retaliates with a brutal punch of his own, sending Bai Wu reeling as blood flies from his mouth. While Bai Wu is occupied, another thug takes the opportunity to sneak up on Fatty Wang, striking him from behind with what appears to be a knife. Mr. Zhang smirks, clearly enjoying the one-sided beatdown. He sadistically tells them to keep fighting, claiming he hasn't had enough fun yet. The fight has taken its toll. Fatty Wang lies beaten on the ground, telling them to just kill him. Bai Wu stands over him, exhausted and unable to continue. Mr. Zhang scoffs at the idea of a quick death. He angrily states that since they blocked his way of making money, he won't let them die so easily. Bai Wu, clutching his bruised face, is confused by the gangster's words, wondering what he could possibly mean by blocking their money. He quickly realizes that now is not the time to ponder that mystery. The priority is to figure out how to get them out of this deadly situation. In a moment of desperation, Bai Wu focuses inward, activating his special ability to ask the one question that matters: what is the success rate of escape now? The answer appears in a system window only he can see. Escape success rate 33%. Great, there is still a chance, he thinks, but that hope is immediately followed by a new, pressing problem. But how do we escape? Bai Wu remains silent, his mind racing to find a way out of their 33% escape chance. Below him, the battered Fatty Wang looks up, waiting for a sign. Seeing Bai Wu's intense focus, Fatty Wang realizes his friend must be trying to think of a plan. He decides to buy as much time as he possibly can. Mr. Zhang crosses his arms with a smug look. Seeing Fatty Wang get back on his feet, he decides he's not done toying with him yet. Mr. Zhang unleashes a powerful kick, striking Fatty Wang squarely and sending him stumbling back. He follows up with a swift punch to Fatty Wang's already bruised cheek, showing no mercy. Fatty Wang struggles to stay standing, panting heavily from the continuous blows as Bai Wu watches with alarm. Bai Wu notes that Fatty Wang can't delay for much longer. He's impressed by his friend's surprising resilience and wonders if he could be the key to their escape. His ability confirms it with a 100% certainty. Fatty Wang is the key. Looking back at his friend, the bruised Fatty Wang desperately asks Bai Wu if he has some kind of hidden killer move to get them out of this mess. Seizing the opportunity to start his plan, Bai Wu yells at Fatty Wang, telling him it's a matter of life and death and that he must use his hidden power now. Fatty Wang is completely baffled by this. He has no idea what power Bai Wu is talking about, comically asking if he's a kung fu panda. Though utterly confused, Fatty Wang grits his teeth. Trusting his friend, he resigns himself to the fact that there's no other way and prepares to act. But instead of unleashing a secret power, Fatty Wang suddenly drops to the ground and clings to Mr. Zhang's leg, crying and begging for his life, even offering to have his wife send money. This sudden cowardly display leaves everyone speechless. Mr. Zhang, his men, and even Bai Wu are frozen in a moment of stunned, awkward silence. As Fatty Wang continues to wail and grovel, Mr. Zhang loses his patience and screams, trying to shake the desperate man off his leg. His face contorts with rage and his eyes glow red. Feeling like he's been made a fool of, Mr. Zhang snarls, "You dare to trick me." Furious, Mr. Zhang yells, "Court death," and begins kicking and stomping on Fatty Wang in a fit of rage. The boss relentlessly pummels Fatty Wang, who is still on the ground, unable to defend himself. Bai Wu can only watch in horror, gritting his teeth as he sweats, his friend's attempt at stalling having backfired spectacularly. Suddenly, a classic trope comes to Bai Wu's mind, the idea that when people get incredibly angry, they can unleash a burst of immense power. An idea sparks. Bai Wu wonders if he can manipulate the situation to make Fatty Wang angry enough to trigger such an outburst. He checks his ability, and the system displays a promising 78% success rate for this new plan. Having tired himself out from beating Fatty Wang, Mr. Zhang finally stops, taking a moment to catch his breath. He pulls out another cigar and lights it up, signaling that his patience has run out and he's ready to end things. Tired of the games, Mr. Zhang waves his hand dismissively and orders his men to move in and finish off the two troublemakers. Two thugs with sinister grins approach Bai Wu, mockingly offering him the chance for any last words. This is the moment Bai Wu was waiting for. He turns to the beaten Fatty Wang and begins his real plan, saying, "Fatty Wang, there is one thing that I kept hiding from you." Fatty Wang is on the verge of passing out, his eyes rolled back as he lies on the dirty ground, completely spent. With a solemn expression, Bai Wu closes his eyes and begins his grand lie: that duo swords is actually real. Bai Wu continues the fabrication, claiming he secretly sold the sword for 60 million. As he speaks, the escape success rate barely nudges up to 6.75%, and he discreetly uses the motion of being pushed back to hide an iron plate behind Fatty Wang. The mention of 60 million shocks Fatty Wang back to consciousness. He shoots up from the ground, yelling in disbelief, the escape success rate instantly jumps to over 22%. Seeing that his plan is working, Bai Wu decides to add more fuel to the fire. He lies that he blamed Fatty Wang for a series of scams to gain favor with an old man, who now wants Fatty Wang run out of town. The betrayal is too much for Fatty Wang to handle. He trembles with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, as the escape success rate climbs to 38%. Bai Wu delivers the final blow, confessing that he, the 7-star knives scammers, and all the others who tricked him are actually part of the same group. As Fatty Wang is distracted by rage, Bai Wu attaches the iron plate to his pants. The success rate rises to 47%. This is the last straw. Fatty Wang erupts in a furious dark aura, his eyes glowing red as he screams, "Bai Wu, you beast, I must kill you today." Completely consumed by his rage, Fatty Wang's face contorts as he vows that Bai Wu will die today. The escape success rate skyrockets to nearly 63%. In his blind fury, Fatty Wang unleashes his power not on Bai Wu, but on the surrounding thugs, sending them flying with a single, powerful blow. The success rate jumps to 78%. Mr. Zhang can only watch in shock at this unbelievable transformation, wondering what this strange power is. The enraged Fatty Wang clashes directly with Mr. Zhang, their fists meeting in a powerful explosion of force. The escape rate continues to climb past 86%. Fatty Wang's rage-fueled strength is too much for Mr. Zhang, who is sent flying backwards, spitting blood. Bai Wu watches as the plan nears completion, with the escape rate now over 91%. In his uncontrollable rampage, Fatty Wang even hits Bai Wu, sending him flying. This was the one hit Bai Wu had prepared for. With all the gangsters taken down, the enraged Fatty Wang smashes clean through the brick wall at the end of the alley, creating a path for their escape. The success rate finally hits 100%. After his rage subsides, Fatty Wang is left in a daze, his face and head covered in comical, swirling lumps from the beating. The adrenaline finally wears off, and Fatty Wang collapses unconscious in the middle of the wrecked alley. Bai Wu stumbles to his feet, holding up the iron plate he had hidden. A deep fist mark is now imprinted on it, showing the force of Fatty Wang's accidental blow. He breathes a sigh of relief, smiling as he thinks to himself how smart he was to put the iron plate there. Otherwise, Fatty Wang's enraged punch might have actually killed him. With great effort, Bai Wu drags his unconscious friend's heavy body into their getaway car. Leaning against the car door, battered and exhausted, Bai Wu reflects that while they escaped alive, the fight isn't over. They still need to find out who is behind the attack. Bai Wu looks back at Fatty Wang with a bloody, triumphant grin, declaring that from this day forward, Fatty Wang is his little brother. Back in the destroyed alley, a bruised Mr. Zhang sits up and calmly lights another cigar, his expression cold and calculating. Taking a long drag from his cigar, Mr. Zhang ominously promises that they will meet again, signaling that his revenge is just beginning. The scene shifts to a hospital building. Fatty Wang's voice can be heard yelling at Bai Wu, calling his escape plan dangerously reckless and complaining that he almost died. Inside a hospital room, a bandaged Fatty Wang confronts Bai Wu, demanding to know what part of his story was true. Bai Wu calmly tries to placate him, saying that at least their dangerous plan worked and they survived. Bai Wu admits that nearly everything he said in the alley was a lie designed to enrage him. The only true part, he confesses, was about the duo-stranded sword. To prove his sincerity, Bai Wu makes a solemn promise. He will give Fatty Wang 50% of the money from the sword's sale. He even swears that he can be left to die on the street if he ever breaks his promise, leaving Fatty Wang speechless. Overwhelmed by the revelation, Fatty Wang begins to sob, calling Bai Wu a big liar. His tears seem to be more from relief and emotion than actual anger. Bai Wu gently pats his new friend's hand, trying to calm the emotional man down. He puts a comforting arm around Fatty Wang, promising that he will never lie to him again. The dangerous trial has forged a strong bond between them. Having calmed down, Fatty Wang quickly changes the subject, reminding Bai Wu of his earlier promise to take him on as an apprentice and teach him his fortune-telling skills. Bai Wu closes his eyes and says with a deadpan expression that, given Fatty Wang's qualifications, teaching him would be a bit difficult. Fatty Wang grins cheekily, retorting that he doesn't care about the difficulty. Bai Wu has to take responsibility for him now. He even starts pestering Bai Wu for a meeting gift, now that they are brothers. An exasperated Bai Wu wonders if his new friend will ever stop talking about money. The two share a laugh, with Fatty Wang boasting that from now on, the antique circle will be their world. However, Fatty Wang's boisterous laugh aggravates his many injuries, and he immediately cries out in pain. The mood turns serious again. Bai Wu looks at Fatty Wang intently, and asks if he truly has no idea who was behind the kidnapping. Fatty Wang thinks for a moment, sweating as he insists he hasn't made any new enemies and can't figure out why he was targeted. Then a thought strikes him. He tells Bai Wu that he had been investigating the fake 7-star knife recently and wonders if his kidnapping could be related to that case. The pieces click into place for Bai Wu. The 7-star knife, the 9-dragon jar with the QR code. He realizes it must be the same criminal group behind everything. His ability confirms his suspicion with a 100% probability. He understands that a group capable of such elaborate fraud and brutal revenge must have a very powerful background. Bai Wu has a chilling thought. He's had 2 major conflicts with this group. His ability confirms he is their target, and he realizes with horror that Fatty Wang was likely kidnapped because of him. He concludes that Fatty Wang was caught in the crossfire for 2 reasons: his association with Bai Wu and his own separate investigation into their activities. Bai Wu looks at his sleeping friend with concern, acknowledging that in his current state, he's not strong enough to face this powerful organization head-on. As if sensing his thoughts, Fatty Wang sleepily apologizes to Bai Wu for getting him involved in his problem. Bai Wu is touched by the apology, realizing Fatty Wang doesn't know the truth. He resolves that since Fatty Wang recognized him as an older brother, he has a duty to protect him. He reassures Fatty Wang, telling him to rest and let him take care of things. He also advises his friend to be more careful and less reckless in the future. Fatty Wang smiles contentedly, saying that Bai Wu sounds like a true eldest brother before drifting off to sleep. Just as the room settles into silence, a phone on the bedside table begins to vibrate and ring, heralding a new development. In the hospital, while his friend Fatty Wang lies heavily bandaged in bed, Bai Wu receives a call from an old man Chi. Bai Wu answers the phone, his expression tense and weary from the recent attack. On the other end, the calm and collected old man Chi says he's already aware of the situation and asks if they are all right. Bai Wu reassures him they're fine, but a smirk betrays his suspicion. He wonders how a prominent figure like Mr. Chi is connected to this incident within the antique circle. Old man Chi warns him that the group they provoked won't give up easily, and that he and Fatty Wang must be extremely careful. Bai Wu's gaze sharpens as he presses for more information, asking if Mr. Chi knows the details about their attacker. Old man Chi admits that while the details are still unclear, he knows their enemy has a powerful background, urging Bai Wu to be cautious. Hearing the gravity in old man Chi's voice, Bai Wu's expression turns grim. He now understands that the people they're up against are no ordinary thugs. The two agree to discuss the matter further upon old man Chi's return, ending the call with mutual warnings to take care. After hanging up, Bai Wu is greeted by a cheerful, bandaged Fatty Wang, who seems oblivious to the gravity of their situation. Fatty Wang grins, naively believing that with the influential Mr. Chi on their side, they no longer have anything to fear from the gang. However, Bai Wu's face darkens. He realizes that Mr. Chi's involvement implies the matter is far more complicated and dangerous than he initially thought. Frustration washes over him. He laments that all he wanted was to live a happy, carefree life, but somehow, things have spiraled out of control. The sheer annoyance of the situation becomes too much for him to bear. He explodes in anger, grabbing his hair and screaming that if he had known this would happen, he would have never destroyed the 9-dragon jar. While Bai Wu has a complete meltdown, Fatty Wang nonchalantly peels a banana, completely unfazed by his friend's existential crisis. Meanwhile, in a secluded mansion under the dark of night, the real masterminds are making their move. The gang leader, Mr. Zhang, speaks on the phone, acknowledging that their target, Old Man Chi, has a powerful and deep-rooted foundation. He tells his associate that with investigations being so tight recently, they need to lay low and avoid drawing attention. Lounging casually, Mr. Zhang puts the burden on the person on the other end of the line, telling them to come up with a solution. A mysterious figure, shrouded in shadow, confidently replies, "Leave it to me." This shadowy figure declares that since their targets are people of the antique circle, they must be dealt with using the methods of the antique circle. A sinister smile spreads across his face. With Old Man Chi and the little boy named Bai in his sights, he ominously declares that the show has just begun. A few days pass and Bai Wu, along with a mostly recovered Fatty Wang, are finally discharged from the hospital. However, their newfound freedom is tinged with fear. Now disguised with a mask and sunglasses, a paranoid Fatty Wang nervously asks Bai Wu to use his foresight to check if any assassins are lying in wait for them. Bai Wu gives his friend a deadpan look, dismissing his paranoia. He points out how absurd it would be for a killer to attack them in broad daylight. Still shaken, Fatty Wang suggests that they should find a place to hide for a few days and wait for Old Man Chi to return before making any moves. He even claims to know a safe place where they can lay low for as long as needed. But Bai Wu firmly rejects the idea. With a determined look, he closes his eyes and states that he's not going to run and hide. As they walk towards their car, Bai Wu explains that passively waiting to be hunted won't solve anything. They have to seize the initiative. Once in the car, an incredulous Fatty Wang questions his friend's decision. Are you crazy? You really want to face them head-on? Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by a man walking by who mistakes Fatty for someone else, giving him a huge fright. Letting out a sigh of relief, Fatty tries to reason with Bai Wu again. He reminds him how cruel their enemies are and that they barely escaped with their lives. Bai Wu scoffs at his friend's cowardice. So what? You want to hide like a mouse? Where's all that domineering energy you had the other day? Fatty Wang is left speechless by the comeback, unable to argue. Bai Wu explains his strategy. They are currently exposed, while their enemies operate from the shadows. To turn the tables, they must first gather information. He then cleverly appeals to Fatty's ambition. Didn't you say you wanted to dominate the antique circle? Get rid of them, and the job is halfway done. Trust me. His motivation renewed, Fatty Wang's fear turns into anger. You're right, why should we be afraid of them? Now fully on board, he declares, let's get them done. Bai Wu smirks, his plan having worked perfectly. With their course of action decided, Bai Wu turns to his friend and asks if there's any place they can go to inquire about news and gather intelligence. Fatty Wang beams with pride. Hee, you're asking the right person. There's a guy in the north of the city who is the best for inquiries. He explains that this person is an information broker who is so well informed that, for the right price, there's nothing he can't find out. Bai Wu decides to test this with his ability. The system confirms that going to this place will be 100% helpful in his investigation of the fraud group. Skeptical, Bai Wu wonders if this information broker is truly as amazing as Fatty claims, and if he'd actually have information on the specific group thereafter. He asks his system for the probability of getting information from the guy, but is shocked to see the answer, 0%. The system clarifies that while going there is helpful, asking the broker directly is not. A light bulb goes off in Bai Wu's head. He realizes the system's riddle. They can't get the information by asking the broker in person. Thinking of an alternative, he asks his system a new question. Is there another expert there who will help us? The system responds with a 100% probability of superior assistance. The confusing nature of his ability gives Bai Wu a headache, but he now has a clear, albeit roundabout, path forward. With a confident grin, he grips the steering wheel. Okay, let's go, he says, a clear plan now formed in his mind. And just like that, they're off. The car speeds down the road, heading straight for the source of all information in the antique world, the night market. They arrive at their destination under the starry night sky, a street illuminated by the glow of lampposts. The street is actually a bustling antique night market, with vendors lining the alley and customers milling about, examining the wares. Bai Wu finds the scene interesting, but is skeptical. He wonders aloud how anyone can properly appraise goods in the dim light of the night. Fatty Wang smirks, surprised by Bai Wu's ignorance. He explains that the market is famous for opening at night and closing at dawn, and tells him to savor the unique atmosphere. Bai Wu gives him a slight side-eye, unimpressed by the obvious explanation. Fatty offers to give him a tour and open his eyes to the wonders of the night market. Bai Wu nonchalantly agrees, letting his friend lead the way. However, unbeknownst to them, a shadowy figure lurks in the alley, watching their every move with a sinister grin. The spy reports to his boss over the phone that the targets have arrived at the night market and that he has already carried out the orders. The boss praises him, promising a reward. The spy scoffs, revealing that it only cost 100,000 to spread rumors and slander the duo, making the promised reward seem even more generous. With a wicked grin, he mutters Fatty Wang's name, declaring that friendship means nothing in the face of money. He then subtly reaches for a weapon hidden in his jacket, suggesting the plan involves more than just rumors. As the spy slinks away into the darkness, his boss watches from a distance with a contemptuous snort, the trap now fully set. Meanwhile, the completely oblivious Fatty Wang boasts to Bai Wu about his influence, claiming to be a big man here who can find out anything. He cheerfully greets a vendor named Joe, asking how his business is doing. But Joe completely ignores him, turning his back without a word. The rejection is swift and silent. Fatty is left hanging, his hand awkwardly frozen mid-wave as a bead of sweat rolls down his face. Undeterred, he approaches another acquaintance, third brother, asking if he has any good items for sale. This man's reaction is even worse. He glares at Fatty with pure hostility, making him flinch and sweat profusely. As the man walks away, a bewildered Fatty Wang scratches his head, wondering if everyone has taken the wrong medicine tonight. Watching the entire exchange, Bai Wu can't help but mock his friend with a sly, teasing grin. "Fatty Wang," he says, "you have a great reputation here." Flustered, Fatty tries to save face, claiming he just confessed to the wrong person, and insists that he's very close with the bosses at the next few stalls. He rushes over to another stall, where the vendor is engrossed in his phone, surrounded by various antiques. Without looking up from his phone, the vendor, brother's son, tells them to look around and choose whatever they want, a stark contrast to the previous encounters. Fatty Wang's confidence returns instantly. He greets brother's son warmly and announces that he plans to buy several items today. But the moment brother's son looks up and recognizes him, his demeanor turns cold. "Oh, it's you," he says with disdain. "I'm sorry, it's all booked. You can go elsewhere." Fatty Wang finally snaps, his face contorted with rage. "You shit, what do you mean by that?" He fumes, pointing an accusatory finger at the vendor. "Did you take the wrong medicine? How dare you play with me?" The vendor, brother's son, remains defiant. "I won't sell it to you anyway," he sneers. "What are you gonna do to me, huh?" As Fatty lunges forward, ready to fight, Bai Wu quickly grabs him, holding him back from escalating the situation. He places a calming hand on Fatty's shoulder, sensing that something is very wrong. "Hey, something is not right," Bai Wu whispers, his eyes scanning their surroundings. You look around. He's right, all around them. The other vendors and patrons are staring them down with open hostility, isolating them in a sea of glares. The sudden, universal animosity leaves Fatty Wang completely bewildered. What is going on? Is it inappropriate for me to go out today? It's so weird. Bai Wu's eyes narrow. He came here to find information, but instead, everyone in the market is treating him and Fatty with aggression. He grits his teeth as the truth becomes clear. With a grim expression, he declares, "We are overcast. They've been deliberately set up." "Go!" Bai Wu grabs a startled Fatty Wang by the wrist, pulling him away from the hostile crowd. As they flee, the entire market erupts, with vendors shouting at them to get out and never come back. They are officially unwelcome. Having escaped to a quiet alley, Bai Wu lets go of a dejected Fatty Wang. Fatty is distraught. "Brother Wu, what do you think this is? I've been on this street for many years, but why are they treating me like a thief today?" Bai Wu listens silently, his mind racing as he processes the coordinated attack on their reputation. With a sharp look, he cuts his friend off. "Stop talking and come with me. It's time for a new plan." He leads them down another dark alley, looking for an opportunity to re-enter the market unnoticed. 10 minutes later, they emerge back into the main market street, but this time they are in disguise. Now wearing hoodies and masks, they blend in with the crowd, their faces hidden from the hostile vendors. Walking through the market again, they observe the other patrons, trying to appear as normal as possible. Fatty, still distressed, complains under his breath about the mess they're in, wondering how everyone he knew suddenly turned into an enemy. "SHH," Bai Wu whispers, putting a finger to his lips. "Just ask them and you'll know." He has spotted their target. They approach a vendor who seems unaware of the commotion, casually smoking and chatting with another person. Disguised in his hoodie, Bai Wu steps up to the stall and picks up a small, ornate red box, catching the vendor's attention. Seeing a potential customer, the vendor's face lights up with a welcoming smile. "Look and choose whatever you want," he says cheerfully, unaware of who is hiding under the hoods. At the night market, two suspicious figures, Bai Wu and Fatty Wang, are lurking in the shadows, seemingly observing their surroundings. Nearby, a group of men are gossiping. One of them reveals a rumor. Fatty Wang is now working for Old Man Chi, and on Chi's orders, he was supposed to smash a valuable 9-dragon jar to devalue it and slander the original seller. One of the listeners reacts in shock, exclaiming how wicked such a plan is. The rumor escalates as another man adds that an associate named Bai Wu was also involved. And worse, the original owner of the jar was thrown into the Chengxi reservoir. Sweating, the shocked man frantically asks why no one called the police after hearing about a potential murder. The main gossiper explains that Old Man Chi is a powerful figure in the antique world, implying he's above the law. He then points out that he saw Chi's men walking around the market just now. Another man chimes in with a moral judgment, saying that evil people will eventually face divine retribution. However, one man remains skeptical, interrupting the story to ask if there's any actual evidence to support these wild claims. The men admit they have no proof, but they are convinced the rumors must be true, echoing the sentiment, "There's no smoke without fire." The skeptical man isn't convinced. He wisely notes that what you see isn't always the truth, and suspects the situation is far more complicated. Having overheard the entire conversation, Fatty Wang is frozen in place, his eyes wide with shock and anger. Before Fatty Wang can react and expose them, Bai Wu quickly grabs him and covers his mouth, silencing him. Once they've moved away from the group, Fatty Wang furiously complains that they're being slandered. Bai Wu calmly replies, "I know." Bai Wu activates his ability. With a 67.5% success rate, he confirms his suspicion that the group of gossiping men is indeed connected to the spreading rumors. His eyes narrow as he realizes the truth. It really does have something to do with them. Fatty Wang, still fuming, clenches his fists and angrily demands to know who would dare to slander them so deliberately. Bai Wu, however, has already seen through the plot. He explains that the rumor isn't actually aimed at them, but at their new boss, Old Man Chi. He continues his analysis. Old Man Chi is too respected to be harmed by direct slander, so the enemy's plan is to tarnish his name by associating him with scum, effectively bringing him down through them. Fatty Wang is stunned into silence as he finally understands the true, insidious nature of the scheme. Bai Wu smirks, acknowledging the viciousness of the plan, but expressing relief that they managed to find out about it in time. Fatty Wang's brief relief turns to despair. He points out that the rumors are already everywhere, questioning how they could possibly find the person responsible now. Bai Wu pats his shoulder reassuringly, telling him not to worry. According to his calculations, they don't even need to look for that person. He confidently declares that a nobleman willing to help them will appear at the night market. A bewildered Fatty Wang can only ask, "Where is the nobleman?" Bai Wu admits he doesn't have a clue who it might be yet. He resolves that their most urgent task is to first find this noble person who can help them. With their new objective set, Bai Wu falls silent, his back to the viewer as he quietly scans the bustling night market, beginning his search. As Bai Wu ponders his next move, his attention is suddenly caught by something off-panel, a potential lead in his search for the nobleman. He approaches a stall where a vendor is enthusiastically pitching an item to Fatty Wang. The vendor claims it's a mysterious and ancient organ box from the Qing dynasty, offering it for 30,000 because he can't open it. Bai Wu is taken aback, thinking to himself how quickly Fatty Wang's mood changed from despair to the thrill of bargaining. With a cheeky grin, Fatty Wang flashes a peace sign and makes a lowball offer, 3,000 and I will buy it now. The vendor puts on a pained expression, begging Fatty Wang not to make things difficult. He complains that business has been slow and pleads for a higher price. Bai Wu watches the exchange, silently giving a nod of approval for Fatty Wang to proceed. He activates his ability, which confirms the item is a 100% genuine product. Annoyed by Fatty Wang's showboating but seeing the item is real, he decides to let him buy it quickly. Fatty Wang raises his offer, declaring, "Okay, fine, whatever, 5,000, that's it." He threatens to walk away if the vendor doesn't agree. The vendor reluctantly agrees to the deal, sighing that Fatty Wang is a tough bargainer and that he's only making a tiny profit. As Fatty Wang takes the box, the vendor continues his act, swearing that the item was a family heirloom left by his father and not just something he picked up. Fatty Wang beams with delight as he finally gets his hands on the antique box he successfully bargained for. Suddenly, a hand intercepts the exchange. A sharp voice rings out, calling Fatty Wang boss and declaring that the two men are unreliable and the item cannot be sold to them. Bai Wu's expression darkens with annoyance. He glares at the newcomer, wondering who this person is and why he's causing trouble. Fatty Wang, however, recognizes the man. He stares in shock at the tall, well-dressed figure, calling out his name, "Wu Hongtai, why are you here?" Bai Wu grows impatient. His primary task is to find the nobleman who can help them, and he can't afford to waste time on this sudden interruption. Fatty Wang pulls down his mask in surprise, revealing his face as he confronts the imposing figure of Wu Hongtai. Confused and slightly intimidated, Fatty Wang asks Wu Hongtai why he claims the organ box cannot be sold to them. With an air of superiority, Wu Hongtai reveals the shocking truth. The box is not from the Qing dynasty, but from the Ming dynasty, and its true value is around 300,000 yuan. The revelation sends a shockwave through the group. Bai Wu, Fatty Wang, and the original vendor are all stunned into silence by the box's immense value. Bai Wu quickly turns to his partner and asks who this man is. Fatty Wang explains that the man is Wu Hongtai, the housekeeper for the powerful Wu family of antique dealers, and that they have a history of trouble with each other. Bai Wu's mind races. He immediately connects the dots, suspecting that Wu Hongtai recognized Fatty Wang and is now deliberately causing trouble for them. Fatty Wang admits he doesn't know for sure, grumbling that Wu Hongtai is not a normal person and always walks around with a stern face, as if everyone owes him money. Wu Hongtai looks down on them with disdain, insulting them by saying that people with poor eyesight and even worse character should not come out and embarrass themselves. Bai Wu's eyes narrow into a glare. He recognizes Wu Hongtai's words for what they are, a clear and direct provocation. He becomes wary, a bead of sweat forming on his face as he wonders if this man has truly recognized them and what his intentions are. Not backing down, Fatty Wang confronts Wu Hongtai with sarcasm, mocking his arrogance. Still thinking of being the boss of the antique circle, you really think you're some martial arts leader who can command the world. He continues his taunt, referencing characters from martial arts novels. But this martial arts leader is probably not a good thing. I heard they are all like Zhu Lengchen or Yue Buquan. Fatty Wang's bizarre comparison makes him imagine Wu Hongtai as a shadowy, villainous figure from one of his stories. Bai Wu, however, uses his system to check this strange hypothesis. The result is 0%. He realizes with a sweat drop that Wu Hongtai has no connection to these fictional characters, making him question Wu Hongtai's true origin. Fatty Wang seems to realize his reference was a bit of a stretch and quiets down, muttering that this is just how martial art novels are written. The commotion has drawn a crowd. Onlookers are shocked that someone dares to talk back to the Wu family's housekeeper. One of them notes that the fat man looks vaguely familiar. Fatty Wang freezes in panic, realizing that his identity might be exposed to the public. Bai Wu's expression becomes grim. He knows that if this continues, their identities will be revealed, and their entire plan to find a nobleman will be ruined. Choosing to de-escalate, Bai Wu steps forward with a polite clasp of his hands. Since this gentleman said so, he announces to the crowd, then we don't want to buy it anymore. However, as they try to leave, Wu Hongtai physically steps in their way, blocking their exit. Bai Wu looks at him, confused, and asks, what do you mean by this? Wu Hongtai smirks, now holding the box himself. He addresses Bai Wu directly, you should also be a member of the circle. What do you think of what I just said? He lays out a verbal trap. If you agree with what I said, then you're deliberately picking things up and there is something wrong with your character. And if you don't agree with me, it's because you have poor eyesight and deceive the world. Fatty Wang sweats, realizing they've been cornered. There's no right answer. They're blocked at both ends. Bai Wu understands perfectly. His initial guess was right. Wu Hongtai is just looking for trouble. He's deliberately attracting a crowd to publicly humiliate them, but for what purpose? Trapped with no way out, Bai Wu's eyes narrow. He decides he has no choice but to play along and see what Wu Hongtai's next move is. Bai Wu calmly poses the central question. Is this organ box from the Qing dynasty or the Ming dynasty? As he speaks, his system confirms with 100% certainty that the box is from the Qing dynasty. With a confident smirk, Bai Wu makes his declaration. This box is from the Qing dynasty. You said it was from the Ming dynasty. Forgive me for my clumsy eyesight. Wu Hongtai's expression hardens. He challenges Bai Wu directly. Well, let's have a competition to see who is right. Fatty Wang, back in his element, steps up and demands, you say how to compare. Wu Hongtai lays out the high stakes. After verification, the loser must purchase the box at its true value and present it to the winner as a formal apology. Fatty Wang leans over to Bai Wu, nervously whispering to confirm one last time, Brother Wu, are you sure that this box is from the Qing dynasty? Bai Wu gives a firm, silent nod. Filled with newfound confidence, Fatty Wang accepts the challenge. He adds his own condition. If you lose face for the Wu family, and you must not come to trouble us again. With a condescending smirk, Wu Hongtai coolly agrees to the terms. Of course. Bai Wu watches the exchange unfold, a silent, almost sinister smile playing on his lips. Everything is going according to his plan. The competition begins. Wu Hongtai takes the box, and with incredible speed and precision, his hands become a blur as he expertly manipulates the complex mechanism. He slides panels and removes pins with practiced ease, demonstrating a level of skill that leaves everyone speechless. The crowd, along with a stunned Bai Wu and Fatty Wang, watches Wu Hongtai methodically deconstructs the puzzle box. Bai Wu is shocked. He realizes with a jolt that this wasn't a guess. Wu Hongtai actually knows how to crack the box and must have come prepared for this confrontation. With a final click, he slides the top off the outer casing, revealing another, smaller box nested inside. Holding the inner box, Wu Hongtai explains the secret. The outer box was indeed from the Qing dynasty, but the ingenious inner box was created by a master craftsman of the Ming dynasty. He turns to Bai Wu and states the item's true market reference price, 300,000. The original vendor who had sold the box for a fraction of its price gives a thumbs up, his mind blown. Amazing, it really opened my eyes today. Bai Wu and Fatty Wang are completely dumbfounded. Fatty Wang angrily compares the box to a matryoshka doll. They've been thoroughly outplayed. The crowd begins to mock them, praising Wu Hongtai's skill and laughing at Bai Wu and Fatty Wang for their arrogance. Once again, someone in the crowd notes that the two look familiar. Others agree, trying to place where they've seen them before, though one person dismisses it, saying you can't know everyone. Fatty Wang turns to Bai Wu in a panic, his trust shaken. Bai Wu, how can you be wrong? He demands, unable to believe the system failed. Bai Wu's eyes tremble as a single bead of sweat rolls down his face. His infallible ability has been challenged. This is a big trouble, he thinks to himself. He processes the situation. The system was technically correct. The outer box was from the Qing dynasty, but it missed the crucial inner box. He wonders what Wu Hongtai's real purpose is in targeting them so relentlessly. Bai Wu realizes the limits of his power. The system's current intelligence can't analyze this person. He concludes that he has no choice but to rely on his own wits. Changing his demeanor in an instant, Bai Wu puts on a smile and clasps his hands respectfully. Mr. Hong has excellent skill and brilliant eyes. I admire it. I'm willing to bow down, he says, graciously admitting defeat. Fatty Wang, though still fuming and clearly frustrated by the loss, catches on to Bai Wu's signal. Grudgingly, he follows suit and admits defeat as well. Na, count your martial art as capable, we admit it. Wu Hongtai looks down on them, demanding they fulfill the promise of the bet. But he adds one more thing, an apology for the insults Fatty Wang threw at the Wu family. Bai Wu observes him closely. He notes that while Wu Hongtai is proud and rigid, he doesn't seem like a bad person. His actions stem from a dignified defense of his family's honor. As Wu Hongtai stands firm, Bai Wu reflects on his words. This man is the face of the Wu family, the most powerful family in the antique circle. Suddenly, everything clicks into place. Bai Wu's eyes fly open in a moment of brilliant realization. Wait, could it be that? A heavenly light seems to dawn on Bai Wu as he finally understands. The confrontation, the challenge, the focus on the Wu family, it all leads to one conclusion. With a knowing smile, he realizes the Wu family is what I'm looking for. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and turn on the bell for more awesome stories.